Είμαστε έτοιμοι να ξεκινήσουμε? Ωραία. Αγαπητές κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα σας. Με πολύ χαρά σας υποδεχόμαστε σήμερα εδώ στη Θεσσαλονίκη, στο ΔΕΜΕΤ, για το 7ο Southeast Europe Energy Forum, το οποίο πάντα διεξάγεται σε συνεργασία με την ΧΑΕ, με την υποστήριξη της Αμερικανικής Πρεσβείας και με στρατηγικούς συνοδοιπόρους σε αυτό το συνέδριο, το US Chamber of Commerce και το Atlantic Council. Αν θυμάστε, το συνέδριο ήταν προγραμματισμένο για την παραμονή της Διεθνούς Έκθεσης Θεσσαλονίκης, όπως πάντα γίνεται, αλλά λόγω των πλημμυρών τότε στη Θεσσαλία αποφασίσαμε να το αναβάλουμε και νομίζω καλά κάναμε. Και σήμερα είμαστε λοιπόν εδώ να το πραγματοποιήσουμε και να συζητήσουμε όλα αυτά τα οποία συμβαίνουν στον χώρο της ενέργειας. Απλώς τώρα που ήμουν κάτω, σκεφτόμουν εάν γινόταν τότε, τι μεσολάβησε από τότε σήμερα, και έχουμε τόσα συμβάντα στον κόσμο. Η κατάσταση στη Μέση Ανατολή δημιουργεί νέα δεδομένα, νέες προοπτικές στον χώρο της ενέργειας. Ο πόλεμος στην Ουκρανία συνεχίζεται, ή εν πάση περιπτώσει έχει βαλτώσει εκεί που είναι, αλλά επηρεάζει καταληκτικά, συνεχίζει μάλλον να επηρεάζει καταληκτικά τις ενεργειακές προοπτικές της Ευρώπης. Έχουμε από την άλλη μεριά ένα υπέροχο καλοκαίρι το οποίο συνεχίζεται μέχρι σήμερα και κανείς αναρωτιέται τελικά με αυτή την κλιματική αλλαγή που πάμε. Και είναι το θέμα του green transition και όλα αυτά που συζητιόνται στα πλαίσια του Ενεργειακού Συνεδρίου. Έχουμε πολλά να συζητήσουμε σήμερα. Έχουμε να συζητήσουμε για νέες τάσεις, νέες προοπτικές στον χώρο της ενέργειας, για τις ανανεώσιμες, για τις πολιτικές και για τα γεωπολιτικά. Ταυτόχρονα και για τα οικονομικά δεδομένα του χώρου της ενέργειας, που είναι πολύ σημαντικά επίσης. Έχουμε μαζί μας εξαιρετικούς ομιλητές. Έχουμε ένα συνέδριο το οποίο είναι πολύ στοχευμένο και νομίζω ότι όλοι θα μείνουμε ικανοποιημένοι από αυτά που θα ακούσουμε. Πέρα βέβαια από τις συζητήσεις με τον Αμερικανό πρέσβη, αλλά ταυτόχρονα και με τους υπουργούς των γειτονικών χωρών. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω τους συμμετέχοντες στο συνέδριο ομιλητές για την συμμετοχή τους και για τη τεχνογνωσία και το expertise το οποίο θα μοιραστούν μαζί μας. Και θέλω να ευχαριστήσω βέβαια εδώ και τους χορηγούς μας, οι οποίοι μας υποστηρίζουν και πρέπει οπωσδήποτε εδώ να τους αναφέρω και πρέπει να φορέσω και τα γυαλιά μου. Οπότε είναι καταρχάς ο μεγάλος μας χορηγός, η ΔΕΗ, ευχαριστούμε. Μετά είναι οι χορηγοί μας που είναι η ABS, η Κοπελούζος, η Energean, η UNIS, η Gas Trade, η Hellenic Energy, η IPTO, η National Bank, η Εθνική Τράπεζα, και μετά έχουμε τους αρρωγούς που είναι η Deloitte, η DESFA, η Enel, η Hedno, δηλαδή η DEDIED, και η Sufas Associate Law Firm. Και φυσικά τους χορηγούς μας επικοινωνίας, την Αυτεμπορική, την Αυτεμπορική TV, την Αυτεμπορική GR, το Αθηναϊκό Μακεδονικό Πρακτορείο Ειδήσεων, το Action του 24, το Energy World, το Energy Press, το Energia GR, το Επιχειρώ και το περιοδικό μας, το Business Partners, το οποίο πιθανώς να το έχετε στα τραπέζια. Να ευχαριστήσω επίσης τη συνεργάτητά μου, την Αγγελική Δικαιούλια, τα παιδιά εδώ από τη Θεσσαλονίκη και το γραφείο μας για την υποστήριξη στο συνέδριο. Και φυσικά να πω εδώ ότι το επιμελητήριο θα συνεχίσει φυσικά το συνέδριο του, για να μην παρανοηθεί, θα επανέλθει στην ημερομηνία του χρόνου που είναι πάντα η παραμονή της Διεθνούς Έκθεσης Θεσσαλονίκης, πάντα με τους ίδιους συνεργάτες και πάντα με ένα πρόγραμμα το οποίο πιστεύουμε ότι πάντα θα ανταποκρίνεται στις απαιτήσεις και στις τάσεις που διέπουν τους χρόνους. Θα ήθελα τώρα, ο πρόεδρος μας, ο κ. Μπακατσέλος, δεν μπορεί να είναι σε ένα ταξίδι εκτάκτος, άρα μας έστειλε όμως ένα βίντεο μήνυμα, το οποίο θα παρακαλούσα τα παιδιά στο control να το παίξουν στην οθόνη. Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ και ευχόμαστε καλή επιτυχία στο συνέδριό μας.
Honourable Ministers and Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and advocates of a sustainable energy future. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I regretfully cannot be with you in person at this significant event. Therefore, I am grateful for the opportunity to join you remotely at this year's Southeast Europe Energy Forum. Once again, the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, in collaboration with our strategic partners, the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics, the US Embassy to Greece, the Atlantic Council, and the Global Energy Institute of the US Chamber of Commerce, have done an amazing job of bringing together the energy elite of Southeast Europe. We're honored to have with us energy ministers, ambassadors, major policy makers, opinion makers, market leaders, as well as analysts and energy experts, in order to discuss all the latest geopolitical development and, most importantly, the prospects of a dynamic energy sector in the wider region of Southeast Europe. And I would like to ask you right off the bat, how can we strike a harmonious balance between the need for reliable and affordable energy and the imperative to accelerate the transition towards sustainable energy sources to combat climate change? Let's not kid ourselves. We stand at a pivotal juncture in history, where the often underappreciated regional energy cooperation holds the key to unlocking the EU's energy security and is going to define our energy landscape for generations to come. In our interconnected world, this is not just a strategic choice, it is a necessity. Just think of the position we found ourselves in a day after Russia's invasion of the Ukraine. Empower energy security demands a collective effort where nations unite to address challenges and harness opportunities together, trading the path towards sustainability and safeguarding our energy independence. From the perspective of the United States, developments in Southeast Europe should present a shared vision of a future driven by innovation and sustainability, as the rise of renewables and decarbonization technologies in the region signals progress and the realization of our global energy aspirations. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may focus on Greece for a bit, the Greek National Energy Plan encapsulates both challenges and opportunities, serving as a microcosm of the broader European energy landscape. We strive for ambitious targets while navigating the complexities of transitioning to a sustainable energy matrix. These challenges, however, are stepping stones towards a future where Southeast Europe emerges as a green energy hub. Amidst this transformation journey, infrastructure projects stand as the pillars of Europe's energy independence, fostering not only energy diversification, but also regional cooperation and stability. Dear friends, this past summer stands as a contender for the hottest in our recorded history. Devastating wildfires ravaged not only my country, but also numerous others, leaving behind a trail of destruction that may take years to fully rectify, if ever. Merely weeks later, lethal floods seemed to cleave Greece in two. Now, on the outset of November, we continue to endure temperatures nearing 30 degrees Celsius. We can no longer afford to overlook these alarming phenomena. Therefore, I cannot stress this enough. As we embark on this journey towards a greener and more secure energy landscape, we must remain steadfast in our commitment to regional cooperation, innovation, and sustainability. It's not just a responsibility, it is a legacy we pass on to the generations that follow. We need to walk hand in hand towards an energy future that is not only secure, but also sustains the vitality of our planet. I thank you for your attention.
Good morning. I'm Spyros Papaefthimiou. I'm the president of the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics, and it's our great pleasure and honor to co-organize with the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce for the 6th consecutive year the Southeast European Energy Forum, an established event in the ongoing energy dialogues in our region. Southeast Europe is at the heart of strategic investments in electricity interconnections, natural gas infrastructure, and renewable energy sources, thus creating a new energy ecosystem that significantly contributes to the energy security of the region and Europe as a whole. Following an energy crisis that has temporarily revived fossil fuels myth, the shift towards the clean energy sources is more enhanced, with European Union and national plans like REPowerEU and the Greek National Energy Climate Plan Of course, the solution for the future is not one-dimensional. Renewables alone are not enough, as grids and energy storage facilities are mandatory. Natural gas will continue to play a significant role in the region. As you have seen, Greece recently became a natural gas exporter, especially to Balkan countries, with Revithousa playing a pivotal role for LNG imported mainly from the United States. Natural gas is expected to greenify in the coming years, with the introduction of hydrogen and biomethane into the networks, while joint tenders through the Hydrogen Bank are planned to scale up European renewable hydrogen production. And of course, we should not forget hydrocarbons, with significant progress in the exploration in Crete and the Ionian region, as they are expected to be a crucial pillar for the diversification of energy sources and enhancing our energy security. To make the long story short, all these issues will be discussed today with the distinguished participants and the speakers of our conference. The developments in the Southeastern Europe energy sector provide ample material for meaningful dialogues, ultimately focusing on the core of energy security and energy geopolitics.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Also from my side, Kostas Andriosopoulos. I am the chairman of the Energy Committee of the American Chamber of Commerce and also board member of the Hellenic Association. It is a great pleasure and honor to be here. And, you know, with Ilias, it was a tough decision to move the conference at this time and date, given of all the events that have taken place around the Thessaloniki International Trade Fair, when it's our regular, let's say, date for the conference. However, we are very pleased to be here and to have all of you with us in this conference, which is the 7th Southeast Europe Energy Forum, which shows that this has been established as the event of Northern Greece for all the energy matters that affect the broader area. We have a lot of issues, energy matters that have taken place also over the past few weeks and months. From the geopolitical front, we also follow the developments not only with the Ukrainian war, which more than a year ago has started and has affected the way we live now and we treat energy matters here in Europe, but recently, about a month ago, we also have the war in Israel and Palestine, where we see that things can never be as they used to be in the past. We always have to take into consideration energy risks, geopolitical risks that will be affecting our day-to-day life, which is the consequence of the effect that they have, these events they have in our energy systems and the energy prices and the energy mix. Nonetheless, we have a full program as of today again, where we will be discussing with a number of companies, a number of institutions and experts from both sides of the Atlantic, as well with a collaboration with the Atlantic Council. We do have their involvement of the US angle in the energy story that we are seeing here unfolding in Greece. And of course, the collaboration with the US Embassy and the fact that the ambassador will be addressing here the audience again later on. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor now to our first panel for the sake of the time that we need to honor. It's about fostering the transition path to a green economy and energy transition, where we have our moderator, Mr. George Kremlis here with us, who can take the floor. Honorary Director of the European Commission and Chair of the Circular Economy Committee of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce. In the past, in the first term of the Prime Minister's office, being the advisor for energy matters, circular economy matters for a long time. And also from a logistical point of view, we'd just like to say that there will be a participation of a number of speakers also online. So we will work on this hybrid approach, having our moderator, Mr. Kremlis, with us in physical presence. So thank you, and I hope that you will enjoy the day of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andriosopoulos. Good morning, everybody. It is a pleasure and a privilege to moderate this important panel with three distinguished speakers. Unfortunately, they are not physically present, but they will connect online in a while. As Kostas has announced, this is an important panel on fostering the transition path to a green economy. I would use the word to a circular economy and the energy transition. We are working under the umbrella of the Green Deal, of the Fit for 55 package of the European Union, with all the ambitious pieces of European legislation already adopted, and of course of the Repower EU, the aim being to phase out, among other things, from Russian hydrocarbons and to ensure the energy transition with the ultimate goal to reach climate neutrality by 2050 with intermediate targets, reduction by 55% by 2030, and under the Greek climate law, another milestone, reduction by 80% by 2040, something which is not foreseen under the current EU legislation, and ultimately net zero by 2050. A very ambitious path towards climate neutrality, which of course, to be ensured, requires the adoption and implementation of the circular economy model. It is the only economic model which will boost the energy transition and will ensure the climate neutrality. And of course, to promote the process of the energy transition, what do we need? We need to expand the grid, to transform our grid to a green grid, and of course to a climate resilient grid. These are key words in this period of climate crisis, as climate proofing becomes an extremely important tool for any new project that has to be developed, including the energy projects. And in that respect, pipelines, cables, storage, any other installations need to go through a climate proofing, and of course, to be climate resilient, to benefit from the EU taxonomy, green financing, which is a key element boosting and supporting the energy transition. So what is important, and we will have a presentation on this, is to promote the clean energy coming from renewable energy sources. Renewable energy sources require in the country a full framework of spatial plans for renewables, not only at national, but also at regional and local level, which are extremely important also to ensure social acceptance. While experience shows that there is no social acceptance for some forms of renewables, and this is really a pity if we want to reach the 80% target of renewables by 2030. So you need the planning, as the plans will undergo strategic environmental assessment with public participation, which ultimately will ensure the social acceptance, which of course is needed. And of course, we will need also to develop the storage capacity, which is important, to promote batteries, to promote energy storage, as currently we are storing gas in Chiren in Bulgaria. And last but not least, we need also to promote carbon capture storage. We have the possibility to do this in Greece, possibly in Kavala or in some other parts. This is also an important consideration that we need to keep in mind, together with the promotion of our network to be able tomorrow to transfer to the neighboring countries and to the European Union the green energy which will be produced in Egypt, which will come to Greece through the Gregi cable, which can reach us if the Eurasia cable is finally developed. And therefore, all this green energy will need a grid, a climate resilient grid, and of course, its storage capacity, which is extremely important. Without ado, I would like now to give the floor to the first speaker, Mr. Professor Athanasios Dagoumas, who is the president of the Greek Regulatory Authority for Energy, for water, and for waste. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the introduction. It's my great pleasure to participate in the prestigious Southeast Energy Forum, and my presentation will try to provide some insights on the energy transition in Southeast Europe. The presentation has three pillars. The first concerns the market integration, the second, the penetration of renewables and flexible assets in the system, and the third concerns the infrastructure, and some summary conclusions by then. So let's go in the first pillar, in the market integration. It is important to know that over the last 3-4 years in the region, there has been considerable progress in the market coupling and in the implementation of the target model in the electricity market as well as in the gas market. So on the left side, you can see that in the beginning of 2020, most of the countries in Central Europe and North Europe have already implemented, adopted the Eufemia algorithm. And now, on the right side, you can see that all European members are coupled. And the main focus is now on the Western Balkans in the region to cover this gap. The same outcome comes also from the intraday market, where you can see that in the Western Balkans, there is a potential for covering this gap that was covered also in some countries like Slovakia, Greece, and Italy that lacked in the previous years. Concerning the balancing market, as you can see in this slide, concerning the Picasso and the Mari, the platforms for the MFRR and FRR, most of the countries are now in the similar level and plan to enter in the FRR, the Picasso platform in July 2024, which is the last month concerning the directive. This concerns also the Greek market. And in the Mari, most of the countries ask for extension, 1 or 2 years. So therefore, most of the countries in the region will enter almost in the same momentum in the balancing platforms in Europe. Now, let's try to focus what's happening in Southeast Europe, in Western Balkans, as well as in the other 3 countries that covered by the energy community. As you can see in the recent annual implementation report that published 1 year ago, there is a considerable progress in most of the countries in some indicators published by the energy community. Therefore, most of the countries are about at 60% level on their implementation performance. But this report, because it was 1 year ago, does not capture the considerable progress that happened during 2023, where it was a historic year for the Western Balkans, because most of the countries managed to adopt the Eufemia algorithm, as you can see, in Albania, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia. CPEX in Serbia has already done it, and not only that, has done it also for the intraday market. And Ukraine and Georgia also have already established the day-ahead intraday market. So besides Bosnia and Herzegovina, most of the countries have made a tremendous progress during the 2023 year, and this is an important base for which the market coupling can move on. In order to do so, there are specific initiatives within the energy community, as you can see in this graph. One concerns the borders with Moldova and Ukraine. One concerns the connection between Italy and Montenegro. And of course, the most important is the CCR, which concerns all the 6 Western Balkan countries. In order to facilitate this process, we are very happy that we have established the NRAs, the payout exchanges and TSOs from Greece, Albania, North Macedonia, and Kosovo, a close cooperation towards facilitating this process, and we are very happy to support this initiative and this progress towards meeting the targets, which is by the end of 2025 to have the market coupling in the region, or at least in those 3 areas. And we are very happy that we will support with our experience and knowledge the neighboring areas. So market integration is the first important pillar for energy transition. The second important pillar is the renewables and flexible assets that should facilitate. And this is some important messages that already come from the operation of the day-ahead market. So this is an indicative data of the grid day-ahead market, where you can see that there is a price peak in the sunset hours, which provides clear signals for flexible assets, namely demand response and storage assets. Moreover, again, from indicative dates of the Greek day-ahead market, but also from other markets in the area, we can see that there are several cases who have 0 prices in the day-ahead market, which of course is good. It's good in favor for the final consumers and the retailers. However, they create an uncertainty for renewable projects, which can be offset through long-term contracts, CFDs and PPAs. CFDs and PPAs, as everybody knows, is the main pillar from the European electricity market design that was published in March 2023. And the Hellenic regulator has already taken this initiative, and the Hellenic Energy Exchange plans to establish in the beginning of 2024 a RES PPA platform identifying predefined products which are designed, are included in the option 2, which will be the high-level design of this platform, which will enable and support the penetration of renewables in the area. Of course, it's very important, sorry that this is in Hellenic, but it's something that concerns our market, that the penetration of renewables and storage assets is very important to happen in clear and transparent situation and in automatic situation. Therefore, it's important to mention that in case of Greece, by digitalizing procedures in the licensing and also digitalizing procedures in the transparency, having all licensing in GeoMap, of course, creates some social concerns, as already Mr. Karlins mentioned. But concerning competition, as you can see, it enhances competition, which is in this graph. You can see that for an auction that took place from the regulator concerning CFD auction in Greece in 2 years ago, starting from 54 euros per megawatt hour, the final weighted average price was 30% lower, which means that this digitalization of licensing creates a lot of competition and decreases the price. And the same also happened concerning the auctions that took place recently this summer concerning the batteries, where there was 8 times more participation for storage assets compared to the selected assets, and you see that the marginal price was relatively low compared to the submitted offers. So renewables and storage can penetrate using this type of support schemes and the market platforms. But a very important pillar for the energy transition is infrastructure. And the infrastructure, the need of infrastructure comes also from the market, because day-ahead market differences in the area provide already signals. And not only that, you can see that several times there is a reverse flow, so Greece becoming exporting, whereas historically for 20 years it was importing country. So this means that there is more a need for infrastructure towards the north, for supporting for supporting security of supply in the area and market coupling. Of course, the formal network development plans from ENTSO-E, ENTSO-G, you can see that there are plenty of options there. And if we go in more detail in our area, you can see in this graph that already over the last years, considerable progress have took place. So besides IGB, that proved to be very significant for the support of security of supply in Eastern Balkans, as well as IG in North Macedonia that is now being in construction, the Alexandroupolis terminal. All these three options provide significant support for the security supply and the market integration in the area, and enhancing also the capability for eliminating the dependence on Russian gas. And as you can see also concerning ENTSO-E, the electricity map, you can see here that again there are plenty of interconnections. Most of them concerns among member states and among countries in the area, and some of them, as already mentioned, concerns exporting renewable energy from Egypt and South and Eastern Mediterranean towards Greece and then to the north. That's why, as you can see in the network development plan that has already approved by the Greek regulator that will be published very soon, most of the projects have been already approved, which concern a secondary connection with Bulgaria, Greece and Bulgaria, which is already completed, as well as the connections with Turkey, North Macedonia, Italy and Albania, and besides, of course, the connections with Eurasia and Egypt. But a very important moment is that the Greek TSO is exploring potential of exporting electricity to Central Europe through different options towards to South Germany. And this was proposed with ENTSO-E 10 years in Better Plan 2024. So therefore, it's very clear that there is a space for critical infrastructure in both gas and electricity in the region, as well as within the countries, like the very ambitious interconnection plan within Greece, which is to be completed in the next year for the Crete and Cyclades, and by the end of the decade for the other islands. So all of those developments, and I'm going to the summary conclusions, means that the energy transition in Southeast Europe has three clear pillars. One is the market integration in Southeast Europe, and we are very happy that we are and willing to support this market integration, supporting neighboring areas and countries for this market integration. Very important is to enhance the penetration of renewables flexible assets, where from our experience, digitalization proved to help competition. And of course, the creation of PPA's platform will even help the penetration of anonymous tradings. While very, very important for both the market integration as well as for security of supply is critical infrastructure, both in the gas, but mainly in electricity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Dagoumas, for this thorough overall picture of the region and for the important data that you have shared in relation to the three pillars of your presentation. Indeed, the last one on the infrastructures is an extremely important one and shows that Greece is developing progressively as an energy hub, and in particular as a green energy hub. We will have the chance to say more about this in a while. I would like now to move to the next speaker, as the time of this panel is limited. The next speaker is Mr. Konstantinos Mavros, the CEO of PPC Renewables. Mr. Mavros, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Actually, I would have loved to have been there. It's very important to exchange opinions and actually present the way we have views in the market. So I'd like to congratulate Professor Adiosopoulos and also Mr. Kremlis. Thank you very much for coordinating this panel. Having heard very carefully Professor Dagoumas and his very thorough presentation, I'd like to build upon his main points. So what we are living today is a milestone in the historical axis. We are facing geopolitical challenges, namely the war in Ukraine and now the war in Israel, that actually depict the necessity of energy autonomy in several regions, and of course, in this geography, namely the Balkans, Southeastern Europe, and of course, Greece. So geopolitical approach leads to what is imminent to happen, and this is the energy transition itself. So decarbonizing the energy mix in Greece and in the Balkans has been a priority one for all of us who work in the sector. So lignite phase out is happening as we speak after 70 years of an economy, a CO2 economy, actually. We are moving towards a greener future. The second very important pillar would be decentralization of the production, and this is happening via renewables all over the place, which in fact is a democratization of energy production itself. And finally, of course, we are talking about digitalization, which will allow all the systems to connect and work together. What Professor Dagoumas mentioned, and it's quite important, is market integration. So market coupling has led to a historical year, as already said, 2023, which is an important step going forward for the energy transition. And why it is important? Because we need to accelerate the energy transition. There is no way to go back. We need to move forward, and we do that quickly. Renewables are to facilitate this transition, and of course, due to the stochastic nature of their production, we need to further proceed with demand response mechanisms and storage. Why this is important to happen now? Because as we see, we are facing negative prices or zero prices that actually affect the viability of the projects, or will affect more the viability of the project, the feasibility of them. So we need to work together to put in place a demand response mechanism. The framework is already there, and this is very important. And of course, accelerate storage facilities all over the countries on a standalone basis. And of course, digitization procedures are very important again, because they enhance competition and transparency. Since all mechanisms can work together, decentralized production is very important to be efficient. So we need to prioritize to make sure that all networks can work together, and this is the most important problem we are facing today in this geography. And when I say this geography, I don't necessarily mean Greece, I mean all over Southeastern Europe, and I want to stress this out quite as much as I can. What we are facing now is a huge amount of projects, capacity of gigawatts all over Southeastern Europe that cannot actually be grid connected. Why this is happening? Because, of course, the electrical space is limited. On the other hand, there are projects that are being granted grid connection terms and they are not being built. Why? For several reasons. So the states, all states in this cluster of the European electrical space should prioritize and actually proceed immediately with to grant grid connection terms, because this will allow renewable projects to be built, and this is the only way to get cheap electricity to the households, to the end consumer, and most importantly, international industry. If we don't do that, we will face maybe bigger problems than negative prices or stochastic nature of the production. So to sum it up and save some time, maybe I'd like to say that the energy transition needs to be accelerated. The way for this to be done is to make sure we impose demand response and storage mechanism. And what is very, very important to move further is grid connection terms to be granted for mature renewable energy projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mavros. I wanted to say, listening to you, that we clearly need joint ministerial decisions to implement the national climate law, which is an ambitious piece of legislation, to some extent more ambitious than the European climate law, but which needs to be implemented on the ground through joint ministerial decisions and possibly through the creation, and in this respect, I express my personal views, of an interministerial committee, as for the implementation of this law, a lot of authorities, ministries, and other regional and local authorities need to be involved to overcome the problems that we are facing as regards the penetration of renewable energy sources. And I had a question also for you and for Mr. Dagoumas as regards offshore wind. It's extremely important. But in that respect, for this to be developed, we need to implement the Maritime Spatial Planning Directive and foresee the plans in the maritime space within which renewables can be developed. I refer to wind, which is extremely important in that respect. But before coming to the questions, I would like to give the floor to the last speaker, Mr. John Karydas, who is the CEO in the Copelouzos Group for Renewables and Energy Storage. Mr. Karydas, the floor is yours. I am sure the theme of your presentation is the GREGI cable project. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Kremlis. I also would like to congratulate the organizers for this very interesting forum. Unfortunately, I couldn't be present, physically present there, but still I have the opportunity to present what I believe is very important and fundamental action that Europe has to move towards in order to accelerate its green transition and, of course, make it realizable. And we'll agree that the main pillar for the energy strategy of Europe is the electrification of the energy systems and the supply with green energy towards achieving the ambitious goals of Fit 55 and, of course, eliminating CO2 emissions by year 2050. And as both Professor Dagoumas and Mr. Mavros highlighted, one critical parameter is time. We need to see how we can accelerate our achievement of such important targets. There was a study, a report issued by a well-known consulting firm a few months ago, trying to identify the main obstacles towards the achievement of European Union's green energy transition targets. And the first one was the lack of availability of suitable land, not only due to geographical restrictions, but also due to very strict environmental, special, and regulatory restrictions. So in order to solve this problem, we need to broaden and enlarge the diameter of land we can use in order to produce green energy as a first step, and of course, transfer such green energy to Europe, which means we need to partner with third countries that not only have availability of suitable land, but also very high capacity factors, both for wind and solar radiation, like Egypt. So the solution to such issue is interconnections. And our group, Copelouzos Group, identified such need back in the year 2008, has been developing GREGI, which is the electrical interconnection between Egypt and Greece, for the transfer of green energy via Greece to Europe in order to accelerate the achievement of Europe's green energy transition targets. I would like to highlight the benefits generally of interconnections and of course of GREGI, because more or less all the technical characteristics of GREGI are known. So very quickly, I only say that it's a submarine cable that will link directly Egypt with Greek mainland, 950 kilometers long. The GREGI project has recently been proposed by DG Energy of the European Union to be included in the first list of projects of mutual interest, which is very important, and we expect such a decision to be ratified by the end of this year. And also, GREGI has been included in this year's list of global gateway priority projects of the European Union, with priority infrastructure projects between member states of the European Union and third countries. It's important to see that interconnections and GREGI are the cornerstone for the creation of north and south energy corridors, and especially green energy corridors, which is an important policy of the European Union. And also let me say that the benefits of GREGI are beyond the Greek borders and beyond energy-related and environmental and economic benefits. And due to its importance, also Greece is going to gain on the geopolitical arena pretty important benefits. Let me very quickly say that those 3,000 megawatts, which are 3,000 megawatts of green energy that GREGI will transfer to Greece and via Greece to Europe, can replace on an annual basis 4.5 billion cubic meters of natural gas and reduce CO2 emissions by almost 10 million tons per year. So you understand, it's a strong weapon towards the faster achievement of Europe's Green Deal targets and green transition targets. Obviously, by having 3,000 megawatts of green energy, we support the reduction of the dependence of Europe on fossil fuels and, of course, on the Russian gas. By achieving and supporting market integration, we can reduce the capacity of the necessary energy reserve for safety. We obviously, with GREGI, we can provide alternative energy sources for Europe. And another important benefit, which we must not neglect, is that GREGI, a DC interconnection, can improve reliability, stability, and security of supply in the Greek system. By saying that GREGI can contribute towards market integration, means that we can help, GREGI can help to lowering prices due to increased competition, and of course, achieving higher liquidity in the market. We're speaking of a capacity of close to 4 billion euro. So we understand that it represents a wide spectrum of opportunities for job creation and new business opportunities, contributing in other words to social and economic benefits. So it supports GDP, Greek GDP, and strengthens also Greek economy. But mostly, this benefit now has been highlighted by the recent geopolitical developments in the region, both the war in Ukraine and the war in Israel and in the Gaza Strip, that such a project can support the strengthening of sovereign rights of Greece and those of our exclusive economic zones, which means that it strengthens national security. So GREGI can help Greece becoming an important green energy hub in Europe and East Mediterranean. Complementary to GREGI our group develops a large portfolio of renewable energy projects in Egypt in order to produce the necessary green energy so that we can maximize the utilization of the cable with green energy. Our target is to use part of the green energy that will be transferred via GREGI for consumption by the Greek industries in our country, part to be used for the production of green hydrogen, and part to be transferred through both the existing interconnections with Italy and Bulgaria, but also with the new interconnections, as the Greek TSO has announced. It performs studies to triple the capacity of the interconnection between Greece and Italy and double the interconnection between Bulgaria and Greece. So with such new capacities in the interconnections, a substantial amount of green energy can be transferred to other European Union countries. So the benefits of GREGI, of such green energy, to be enjoyed not only by Greece, but also by Europe. And it's important, due to the specifics of the land, we plan and we expect that the green energy that will be transferred via GREGI will be at competitive prices towards the benefit, of course, of the Greek consumers. So interconnections generally and GREGI show the path that Europe must move in order to, first of all, accelerate the green transition, achieve independence from fossil fuels, and of course, achieve energy security, which is very important because, as the previous speaker said, due to the geopolitical developments, we need to armor to safeguard our economy. And one very important pillar in our economy is energy. And the way to safeguard energy is to achieve, first of all, energy diversification and energy security. And GREGI does exactly that, helps our country to achieve energy security. Thank you.
Mr. Karydas, clearly GREGI is an emblematic project of great importance, not only for Greece, but also for the region, I would say, of pan-European importance. And in that respect, it deserves to be on the PMI list, on the list which will be adopted before the end of the year. It should have been on this list long time ago, but better late than never. And in that respect, we believe that also the support from Bulgaria is extremely important. Bulgaria has supported the specific project. Probably the new government has to renew its support through a letter to President von der Leyen for this project, as this project will benefit both Greece, Bulgaria, and the region and the European Union, provided we expand and reinforce the network, as I was mentioning before, to make it a climate resilient, green network, and of course to increase the storage capacity in the region, which is extremely important. And a question regarding also the bankability, which is there of the project, is to be sure that the electricity quantities, green electricity quantities produced in Egypt will be sufficient to ensure the increasing needs of Egypt, as Egypt has now with New Cairo increased needs, and that the surplus will be transferred through GREGI to the region and from there to the European Union. So thank you very much for this. We are all looking forward to a stronger support, not only from Bulgaria, but also from the European Union, hoping that soon it will become a PMI. I was reading the list of PCIs, and I noticed that there are a very few, almost no gas projects anymore. The emphasis is on hydrogen projects, on storage projects, And in that respect, and of course, this list will be adopted by the end of November. In that respect, I wanted to ask two very brief questions to any of you who would like to ask. One was the offshore wind and the complexity I see in relation to the maritime spatial planning and the bankability of the projects in that respect, as it refers also to the taxonomy regulation. And the other question is, how do you see now this new, let's say, wind blowing on hydrogen, which is the fuel of the future? Of course, this will coexist for a long time with gas. And in that respect, it is important to know that the doubling of the TAP will also lead to the possibility of blending gas with hydrogen, which will also benefit to the IGB that should be increased from 3 to 5 BCM and become also a gas and hydrogen pipeline, which is important. So, two very brief questions: offshore and hydrogen in relation to blending, and how PPC-VE is also planning to address the hydrogen, because in Greece we have the capacity to produce green hydrogen. And I wanted to say that with the new policy on forest protection, we can use the biomass of the forests, including the biomass from areas that have been destroyed because of the fires, to produce green hydrogen. So this is a possibility that can be win-win for forest protection on the one hand, and for the production of hydrogen on the other. Who would like to take the floor first? Mr. Dagoumas, would you like to react briefly? We don't have a lot of time, so please be as brief as possible.
Yeah, so offshore, the National Climate and Energy Plan is the official energy policy from the state, and already there is a law amendment concerning 2 gigawatts to be allocated as electrical space for offshore. And moreover, very recently, HEREMA had done a very professional job identifying the blocks with high offshore wind potential. So there is a clear signal from the state on this. But of course, as regulator, we always care about the low cost. So therefore, the penetration we are waiting to take place by the end of the decade, where the cost will be decreased. And concerning hydrogen, of course, already DESFA and other TSOs are working on examining hydrogen potential and hydrogen corridors like between Greece and Bulgaria. We should be in place to make mature all the projects, and the momentum will show which projects will be selected for carrying hydrogen for any needs. So a very serious state works, maturing projects, all institutions included, and the reality will show which projects will penetrate the system.
Thank you. Mr. Mavros?
Having offshore, of course, it's super important to have pluralism in energy production in order to decrease against the stochastic nature of production itself. I would suppose, and I'm pretty sure that HEREMA has taken into account issues such as environmentally sensitive areas, national security, passenger navigation, areas of cultural importance, and anyhow tourist activities. Of course, environmentalists or others can have will have their own position on stuff, but offshore wind is a necessity. There are two kinds of technologies: is fixed bottom and floating. We are all aware of the pilot project as well of the national plan for the floating offshore winds. We are very pro in this technology, and I believe there is a very ambitious plan that we'll see how it goes. So we support and we will be a part of it. This is regarding offshore wind. Regarding hydrogen, PPC Group has already formed coalitions with Motor Oil to exploit hydrogen in the country. I believe we have made some steps ahead. As Professor Dagoumas says, we need to carefully move forward. So we will be present in both markets, and will be fully supportive.
Thank you for this. Mr. Karidas, would you like to add something?
Well, let me say very quickly two things. Covolution Group obviously is present in both of these markets. Just to mention that we have the only production license for an offshore wind, which we issued back in the year 2012. So it's important now that the Greek state has not only passed the recent law regarding offshore wind, which creates the necessary regulatory framework, but also a few days ago, the ministry, together with HEREMA, presented the offshore policy and strategy in order to accelerate with the development of offshore wind projects in Greece, which is very important because today offshore wind is the fastest growing technology in Northern Europe. So it's good that in Greece now we're taking steps in order to see the first offshore wind parks being in operation before year 2030. Regarding the green hydrogen, our group also is present. We have under development various projects for the production of green hydrogen, for its application in transportation and other uses. And obviously, we need to monitor how this market will develop, especially regarding its technology, that various issues still need to be resolved, but I believe it's a bet that Europe must win because it's one of the important pillars for green transition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karidas. A final remark, I think that the ESEC, Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ενέργεια και Κλίμα, the National Plan for Energy and Climate, needs to look once again into all this developing framework as things are moving and developing very fast, including on PCIs, PMIs, on hydrogen storage, etc. That is extremely important. And as a final remark, offshore wind is extremely important, but I do insist, and in that respect, I express personal views that we need to exploit our islets, Vrachonisides, and rocks and rocky islands, which could host both wind turbines and solar hybrid projects and be connected with other bigger islands or the mainland to produce green energy. And I do believe that this should be reflected in the ESEC. It is much easier to exploit land on an island than offshore, with all the advantages, of course, that the offshore has, which will be currently developed. And the last point, let's not forget that there is an infringement procedure from the European Commission against Greece on the non-implementation of the Maritime Spatial Planning Directive, which means that Greece does not has developed yet the maritime spatial plans, which are extremely important for fisheries, for aquaculture, for cables, for pipelines, for wind, etc. And I do believe that our projects on the sea will suffer because of that. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to thank all the three speakers for their excellent presentations and invite the next moderator for the next panel.
Thank you, Mr. Kremlis, and also the speakers of the previous panel. And we are moving now to a conversation, one-to-one, moving faster on climate change and energy transition. Kostas Andriosopoulos will moderate the conversation with Ms. Jessie Boumbaki. She's the Deputy Chief Economist from the National Bank of Greece. So, Kostas, you have the word right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Ilya. Ms. Boumbaki is the Deputy Chief Economist of National Bank of Greece, and we will be pleased to have a conversation together. She will be online. Yes, we can have her on the screen now. Hello, Mr. Boumbaki. How are you?
Hello, good morning, everyone.
So, I will jump in directly to the discussion and with my first questions for the sake of keeping up with the time. We do speak a lot about the energy transition. We understand that we have to move with a lot of investments in renewable energy, in other sectors that we are moving away from, from lignite, for example, and we are investing in infrastructure, in electricity connections. All of these projects are very capital intensive. So obviously, the banking sector has a very key role to play here. In regards to the Greek banking sector, can you start by telling us how healthy is the sector today? Because obviously, because of the crisis that kept the Greek economy at a very low level for about 10 years, we have seen a lot of changes, a lot of developments, but we do see now that at least the 4 big systemic banks are emerging as key players in the broader region. So if we can have Jesse with us, maybe we can start with the first question. Yes.
So let's talk about Greek banks and their health. I understand the question was about that.
Yes.
Okay, along with the rest of the economy, I would say that the Greek banking sector has already seen a remarkable transformation. The NPEs could be considered a thing of the past. They're down to 5% and decreasing, with no new wave despite rising interest rates and living costs. We also have abundant liquidity with a loan-to-deposit ratio below 60%. And I would say that the most important thing is that our economy, in the aftermath of a series of crises, is under-leveraged. The loan-to-GDP ratio is just nearing 60%. Therefore, we banks, we have a significant potential for credit expansion. If I would have to sum up in one phrase, I would say that after a long time, we find ourselves in a good place.
This is very promising to hear, which means that a lot of projects now that they do require in different structures many times, project financing, non-recourse with recourse, or new facilities, bond loans, green bonds, they have all been used in the relatively, let's say, past history also in the Greek energy market. So how do you think that these big capital-intensive projects will be financed, and where is the Greek banking sector placed on this?
If we focus on the journey of energy transition, I would say that banks have 2 main roles to play. At first, we have to finance the green projects of the enterprises. Now, we have to keep in mind that banks are not vaults of wealth. Our job is to guide the economy's resources towards the most profitable and productive investments. So we have every incentive to help finance these green projects. And given the complexity of those projects, I think that the bank's contribution is vital. Now, we also have a second role. We have to facilitate household transition to sustainable living. That is mainly to finance energy efficiency improvements, electric cars. Remember that energy transition has to happen in both ends, both the way we consume energy and we produce energy. So we need to give financial support not only to producers of green energy, but also to consumers. And I could also add a third leg to bank strategy to support this green transition. I would say that with a nudge from the ECB, the European banks are gradually integrating environmental criteria into their underwriting processes, and they monitor emission reduction targets for their clients. So I could sum up this point by saying that our support is literally across the board for the green transition of the Greek economy.
Now let's move to a question which is a little bit broader in terms of the Greek economy. I mean, we have seen the upgrading of our economy from a number of rating agencies over the past few months, which is a very big signal for the general, let's say, economical environment here in Greece. And having gone through a number of crises, we have the financial crisis, which has been very prolonged for about a decade, as we said before, the energy crisis, the geopolitical crisis that we have in the broader area, in the broader region. How do you see the Greek economy withstanding all of these crises, one after the other? And what is your feeling for the near-term future?
Okay, let's start with how we see things right now. I think that Greece is in a better cyclical position than the average EU economy, and we haven't been in that place for many years. Let me give you some data. Corporate profits are at record highs. FDI is also at very high levels. Total factor productivity is on the rise for the past couple of years. So our economy, I would say, stands out in the EU in a positive way, for a difference. Looking ahead, of course, we have uncertainties, risks, and weak spots. But what has changed, I could say, during the past couple of years is that many things have tripled on the positive side. Let me start. First, political stability and a government with a structural reform agenda. We have fiscal space with a primary surplus of 2% expected in 2024, with comfortable debt service requirements for several years ahead. And public debt is coming down fast, albeit from still high levels. We also have a large amount of recovery RRF funds, 36 billion euros the total. And the final key element on this list is no surprise, a healthy functioning banking system, as we discussed above. So the goal remains to keep GDP growth near 3% in the near term and at around 2% over the long run. That what we have coined, have defined as sustainable growth in the previous years. Now, another element has been added to the definition of sustainable growth. We want to achieve such levels of growth, but in an environmentally friendly manner. We want to meet the emissions path towards net zero. The economy is already in a good path, and I think that we have the potential to achieve both terms. With that, I mean high growth rates and environmental friendly.
Ms. Mouvaki, you spoke about foreign direct investment and how strong the signals are the past few years. How does the energy sector play around that? And according to what you have been analyzing, you see as National Bank of Greece, what are the sectors that are attracting most of the investments, and what should we expect again for the Greek economy moving forward?
I think the usual suspects are the sectors that are attracting the investment, despite the real estate, of course. We have tourism, we have energy, and we see some manufacturing investment. In general, for sustainable growth to be realized, Greece needs to attract substantial investment. We estimate that investment as a percentage of GDP needs to rise from 10% currently to near 20% by 2030. That is from 27 billion euros currently to around 40 billion per year. Of this very large sum, almost half will come from internal funds. Over a quarter, or in some cases even a third, could come from banks. The remaining will be from public investment and the rest FDI. Note that these are very high levels of investment. Now, if Greece stays on its current reform course to close its institutional gap, I think that these high levels of investment will come. Greece can attract them. And this, it appears, is where we're heading. After many years of hard work, the stars appear to be nicely aligned for Greece, I would say.
And a last question, what do you think are the main challenges of the Greek banking sector after the consolidation we have seen in the banks in the past few years? And the fact that we are looking at a lot of projects as from the green energy transition spectrum, a lot of new technologies, interconnections, all investments with a bit of a different profile, investment profile, but with capital-intensive projects. Where do you see the biggest opportunities, and what do you see as challenges for the banking sector moving ahead in this environment that we have described, both with the crisis, with the opportunities, with the new investments? How do you see things?
As I said, our economy is under-leveraged. So what we actually see as a potential and a challenge at the same time is the fact that we have to increase the credit expansion. Also, as you said, there is a very high complexity of the projects, especially in the energy sector. So again, I would say that the role of the banks is also very vital. We have experienced teams, not only in NBG, in all the banking system in Greece, and we can we can realize very complex structures of funding.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Mouvaki. I think we can close our discussion and conversation here and try to be on time for our schedule. Hopefully next year, as we said, we can have that on our normal timing and have you here physically present with us. But thank you very much for your discussion and the insight that you shared with us from the perspective of National Bank of Greece. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we have a coffee break for about 20 minutes. So 12:40, we're expected to come back to continue with our program. Thank you.
Okay, we are back in the program. Well, as you probably know, all of you who are following this energy forum since its inception, the former ambassador in the U.S., Jeffrey Pyatt, was a partner for this event. Actually, we started the first one in Alexandroupolis, the Energy Forum, with his support. So he's been present in the Energy Forum all these times. So it would not be an exception this year, of course, and that's why we have him here, but not physically, virtually. And he has you will watch a conversation he had with Ms. Katerina Sokou. Now, as you know, Mr. Pyatt is an Assistant Secretary, Bureau of Energy Resources at the U.S. Department of Energy. So his views are very important, for this event and what's happening generally. The title of this conversation is Drawing the Path to a Sustainable Future, the Prospects of Energy Diversification, Sufficiency and Security in Southeast Europe and the USA. So we have a video taped a conversation, so please let's have it. Thank you.
Katerina Sokou, a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, and I am delighted to be joined by Assistant Secretary for Energy Resources at the U.S. State Department, Jeffrey Pyatt. We'll discuss the energy development in Southeast Europe and beyond. Great to see you again, Ambassador Pyatt. I can see the tidal basin behind you in the background, but I know we both wished we were in Thessaloniki for the Energy Forum of our friends at the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce.
No, well, thanks, Katerina. And it's wonderful to do this event again. I think this is my 6th Southeast Europe Energy Forum. I warmly remember the very first one that we did in Alexandroupolis. And huge congratulations to AmCham for the progress that this forum has helped to sustain. I wish I was part of the conversations there in Thessaloniki. I know Ambassador Tsounis will be there and the embassy team and the consulate team. But really glad that we get a chance to have this conversation as well.
Great. A lot obviously is going on in the Greece's neighborhood right now. And an obvious first question from my part is about the war in Gaza. How has it changed U.S. priorities as regards its energy diplomacy? And can you share your thoughts on how it may affect energy security in the Eastern Mediterranean, the energy projects being planned in the region, and the flow of energy to Europe from that region?
No, well, thanks for raising the question, Katerina. And of course, you've seen the extraordinary focus that the Biden administration has placed on the Hamas terrorist attacks against Israel, the humanitarian situation in Gaza, and the many, many victims of this war that Hamas has brought. I think in terms of the issues that I'm responsible for, and especially the efforts that we've made over so many years to try to encourage energy cooperation across the East Med region, whether it's through the East Med Gas Forum and the cooperation on LNG, the work that we have done so successfully through the 3+1 process, and the efforts that we've been so excited to support in recent years in terms of electricity interconnectors, the EuroAsia, the GREGI proposal, all of these opportunities to bring clean, renewable power from the Middle East and especially from the Eastern Mediterranean region up into a European market that's seeking to decarbonize. I think all the vision that lies behind that, the vision of cooperation, opportunity, regional interconnectivity, sustainability, we are faced today with the contrast between that positive vision and the terrible vision of violence and terrorism that Hamas presented to the world on October 7th. I am very confident that that long-term cooperative vision is ultimately going to prevail. But in the meantime, we stand with Israel and the people of Israel, and we stand with the Palestinians. And we want to see this conflict managed in a way that avoids the kind of terrible suffering that Hamas inflicted on October 7th. I think the good news is, and it's something that we're watching very, very closely, but the good news is that thus far, regional energy markets have not been severely disrupted. The Chevron platform at Tamar has been shut in, as you know, but that has not had a severe negative impact yet, but we're watching these things very, very closely. And equally important, Secretary Blinken and the whole administration are working as hard as they can to prevent a further escalation of the conflict.
That's good to hear. Now, of course, another aspect that you pay close attention to is securing energy for Ukraine as a key goal for American diplomacy amid, of course, the continuing war there and Russian bombardments of Ukrainian infrastructure. What are you doing to that effect? And if you can talk a little bit about the policies and infrastructure projects in the region that are most helpful in that regard, and they may be relevant to Southeastern Europe as well?
So, first of all, I want to acknowledge the tremendous leadership that Greece has shown. This goes back to my time in Athens. I know, again, Ambassador Tsounis has been very active on this front as well. And I think it's really important that Greece has come down as clearly as it has on this issue. This terrible invasion and the violence that Putin has inflicted on the people of Ukraine has rippled across all of Europe. And I have seen that so vividly in my current role, in my travels around Europe, the impact of the weaponization of energy, the impact on European energy prices, the disruption that has caused to economies and societies all across Europe. So we're very focused on that. You talked about the role of infrastructure in Greece, and I think the most obvious example, of course, is the Southern Gas Corridor, which played an absolutely critical role in helping Europe to ride out Putin's attempt to weaponize his gas resources after February of 2022, and the flexibility that the Southern Gas Corridor provided. And then also quite important, I'm very proud, of course, of the work that we did on my watch in Athens to see the completion of the IGB pipeline. My first trip in this job as Assistant Secretary was to Bulgaria, where we were able to celebrate the completion of the IGB pipeline. And that has been a real game changer in terms of the energy security of Southeastern Europe. I've seen that in Bulgaria, I've seen that in Romania. And of course, we're all looking forward to the end of this year as the Alexandroupoli FSRU is completed, and we begin to see the delivery of LNG through Alexandroupoli up into Bulgaria, North Macedonia, Serbia, and of course, Greece. This is all extraordinarily important in the context of Europe's effort to decouple itself from Russian energy supplies, to end Europe's vulnerability to Putin's energy coercion, and also helps to build the security of the wider Western Balkan region. And I think one of the things that I've spent quite a bit of time on in this role is our work with the non-EU countries of the Western Balkans, to help them modernize their energy grids, to build energy systems that are greener and more sustainable, and to work on issues like offshore wind or critical minerals that will be so important to building the clean and sustainable economy over the future. So Greece, as I always used to say when I was still ambassador in Athens, has managed to redraw the energy map of Southeastern Europe. And because energy has been such a prominent part of Putin's strategy for Ukraine, Greece's resources have played a critical role. We've also been working very hard, of course, every single day supporting the Ukrainians to build resilience in their energy system. And I think as we get to the post-war era in Ukraine and begin to focus on reconstruction, whenever that comes, Southeastern Europe, the Black Sea region is going to be incredibly important. So Greece's resources at Alexandroupoli in Thessaloniki will be a key part of that story as well.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned the Western Balkans, and before I go to wider European, US-EU relations in that regard, I would like to ask you about the green transition and the electricity grids in particular in the Western Balkans and in Southeast Europe. One way to accelerate the green transition, if not the only way, would be to invest on upgrading and integrating the electricity grids. And I noticed a report by the International Energy Agency noting that investments remain stagnant in that front. How could the US help Southeast Europe in that regard? Is there any way that we can boost investment in that region to upgrade the electricity grid that is needed?
So this is a challenge, of course, across the energy transition. It's an issue in the United States as much as it's an issue in Europe. I was out in Silicon Valley just a couple of weeks ago and talking in California about the huge growth in electricity demand that's coming from more data centers, more electrical vehicles, more heat pumps. And the challenge is, how do you get the electrons, ideally clean electrons, generated in the desert, generated in the middle of the United States? How do you get those electrons to the coastal areas where population is concentrated? Europe faces some of the same. We've worked with governments around the world to help develop the policy frameworks that will facilitate these kind of exchanges. Europe has a great advantage in ENTSO-E, the European Institution of Network Operators, and the facility that provides to help lean into this challenge of how you grow overall grid capacity. But it's also an issue of supply chains. And I still remember my visit when I was in Athens to Hellenic Cables and the work that they are doing on the manufacture of subsea electricity cables, which support the growth of the offshore wind industry, something we're all interested in supporting. But when I talk to operators and developers of offshore wind, one of the things they all talk about is the supply chain for things like those offshore cables. So the world is going through a historic energy transition right now. We're trying to figure out, how do we grow those supply chains? This is actually a very interesting aspect of the Ukraine story as well, because as we look to the process of Ukraine reconstruction and all the work that the United States is going to do, what we're going to do with the European Union, Ukraine represents a fantastic opportunity, a very large workforce, a country of 40 million people, a very large historic industrial base. So I'm hopeful that European companies, including Greek companies, will be able to take advantage of that opportunity and to use that as a resource, because we're going to need more transformers, more cables, more switching stations, and no one country can provide those alone.
Okay, great. Now, for Europe as a whole, do you find that it is better prepared in its energy mix, its routes and resources to manage a second winter of war in Ukraine? And I'm asking that as regards the US role as well. It played a very important role last year for European energy security. Is it able and prepared, are you able and prepared to play a similar role this winter if needed, especially as I was listening to the chief economist of the World Bank who was saying that it's the first time that we're actually the world is dealing with a double energy shock right now with the war in Gaza going on.
So I think Europe is in a much better position, as you alluded to. I would also note Europe's successful navigation of last winter and the defeat of Vladimir Putin's effort to weaponize the winter is partially a function of the work that was done by American gas producers. Our LNG, about 70% of our production last year went to Europe, but also a critically important role played by countries like Greece that had invested in additional regasification capacity, the critical role of the expansion of the Revithoussa terminal. And I remember a few years ago visiting the Revithoussa expansion when the tanks were still under construction, and that played an important role not just for Greece, but for the wider region. And I already talked about the Southern Gas Corridor. I think as we come into this second winter of Putin's war, Europe is in a much better position. We just had last week the US-EU working group that was established by President Biden and President von der Leyen after the invasion of Ukraine. It was a very constructive conversation about energy security, about LNG, about efficiency measures, about the investments that Europe is making in building a more sustainable and greener energy system. It was very clear to me in those conversations, I would characterize Europe's mood as confident but not complacent. And of course, you're seeing continued growth in American LNG production. Our total capacity for liquefaction will grow by about 50% by the time we get to the end of 2025. So there's a lot more gas that's going to come onto the market. I think it's also very important that we continue to invest together in efficiency measures in areas like smart meters and heat pumps to use the resources that Europe has more efficiently. But I am very confident that the United States is going to remain a very strong energy partner of Europe. We see our energy partnership as part of our overall national security relationship, as part of our alliance. And most importantly, I think it's very clear to me from conversations all around Europe, just recently in Madrid, in Rome, in Bucharest, nobody in Europe is ever again going to look to Russia as a reliable energy supplier. Russia has demonstrated that it cannot be trusted, and that it is willing to weaponize its energy resources, not only against Ukraine, but against the people of Europe. Putin has failed in his efforts to leverage that energy weapon, but we want to make sure that he's never again in a position to use it against our interests.
You've mentioned already most of the energy infrastructure projects that you supported as ambassador to Greece. Still, energy features highly still in the strategic dialogue. And I was wondering, what do you view as the next important steps in US-Greece energy cooperation?
No, thank you. And I was really delighted when I was in Madrid recently. I had a terrific conversation, including on this issue, with Deputy Minister Sudoku. And very, very proud of the role that she's playing, and of course delighted to have Minister Skylakakis also in his new role, and really look forward to continuing the strong partnership with Greece on these issues. I think the completion of the Alexandroupoli FSRU is incredibly important. I think the role that Greece is playing in helping to build energy security and accelerate energy transition in the Western Balkans is also uniquely important. So completing the Greece-North Macedonia pipeline, continuing to work with Kosovo, with Serbia, to build energy systems that are cleaner, more sustainable, and escape from the malign influence that Russia has exercised. As I said at the beginning, we remain committed to the 3+1 construct and cooperation in the Eastern Mediterranean, which I see as extraordinarily important. I had the opportunity just the other day to talk to Cypriot Foreign Minister Kombos about the work that we're doing together with Cyprus to unlock the gas resources of the Aphrodite field, the opportunities for cooperation there with Egypt, building a Egypt-Cyprus leg onto the very strong Greece-Cyprus-Israel cooperation, and then all the opportunities that I alluded to before for bringing clean energy from North Africa, from Egypt, up into the European grid through Greece. So seeing the completion of some of these big electricity interconnectors. And then with Deputy Minister Sudoku, we also talked about clean hydrogen. And I always enjoyed when I was in Athens my work with Advent Technology and the team there in Patras. And in the little more than a year that I've been in this ENR role, it's amazing to me to see how fast the conversation about clean hydrogen is evolving in Europe, but also in the United States. You saw we just had the announcement of $7 billion in Department of Energy funding for new hydrogen hubs in California and the Pacific Northwest, in Texas, in Pennsylvania, across the United States. That's going to stimulate and accelerate the emergence of a clean hydrogen industry. Greece is fantastically well positioned to be a part of that story. And that clean hydrogen is going to be so important in terms of how we address hard-to-abate sectors where you need high temperature, like steel and concrete, replacing gray hydrogen for industrial petrochemical production and things like fertilizer. And then a topic that I know is very, very relevant to Greece, and I'm so looking forward to the Our Oceans Conference that's coming up next year in Athens, as an opportunity to really push the ball downfield on the agenda of green shipping. And we see this clean hydrogen as one of the obvious opportunities for figuring out how do we decarbonize the shipping industry the same way we're decarbonizing truck transportation in the United States, electric vehicles across Europe and the United States. I was impressed when I was in Silicon Valley 2 weeks ago. Almost every Amazon delivery truck you see in the Bay Area now is an electric vehicle. The same thing needs to happen in shipping, because customers are going to drive it. So I hope that when we all come to Athens for the Our Oceans conference, we can use that as an opportunity to advance this conversation about clean hydrogen in the maritime sector, and also to enlist the industry. And this is also a natural synergy, a natural opportunity for all the work we did around the Elefsina shipyards and the work that Onyx is poised to be able to do there on the refitting and modernization of Greece's and the world's shipping fleets to meet the demands of the energy transition.
Yes, and I was wondering, to follow up on the opportunities between the US and Greece. I'm sure you followed how difficult the summer was for Greece as regards climate conditions and events with floods and wildfires, testing both the response preparedness and even key infrastructure. Is there a scope for cooperation with the US to safeguard the energy grid, other infrastructure projects from the effects of climate change? And I'm asking because I also noticed that President Biden recently announced a big such program for the US for climate resiliency and mitigations on the energy sector.
No, well, thank you for raising that. And I had the opportunity when I saw President Sakarapulu at the 3C summit in Bucharest to express my deep condolences for all of the losses that were a result of those floods. And as somebody who's spent a lot of time visiting Trikala, visiting Lamia, these are roads and regions that I know well. So I was just heartbroken to see all of the suffering that those floods produced. Unfortunately, that is the reality of the climate crisis, and we're seeing more and more of that. You only have to look to Greece's south and the terrible dam burst and flooding that happened a couple of weeks after your floods to see that this is really a global problem. We've seen the same in the United States, in my home state of California, the impact of extreme weather events. And as a result of that, more severe storms, longer droughts, wildfires that burn hotter. So this agenda of building climate resilience is sadly an imperative for today. I think there's a lot more that we can do together. When I was ambassador, I was very proud of the work we did to build ties between the Hellenic Fire Service and CAL FIRE, the firefighting agency in California, to help exchange experiences and techniques. I'm very proud of the fact that my friend, Minister Kakelias, is now responsible for the dual portfolio of environment and climate emergency. And I think there's a lot more that we will be able to do together, both in terms of technologies, but also things like monitoring, how we can provide better warning and using technology tools to help our citizens prepare. But this also underlines the critical importance of continued progress on energy transition, of phasing out coal as fast as possible, of building renewables as fast as we can, and meeting as early as possible our net zero goals for 2050 and the agenda of keeping 1.5 degrees of temperature rise within reach.
Thank you. You mentioned the 3Cs initiative and President Sakellaropoulos' presence there. At the Atlantic Council, of course, we're very happy to see the proposal contributing, the 3Cs initiative contributing to Eastern Europe's regional integration. And from our part in Southeast Europe, again, we also understand the value that Greece can bring to the table, which you also highlighted while you were ambassador to Greece. From your perspective, how can Southeast Europe best contribute and benefit from the 3Cs initiative?
No, well, you're too modest, Katerina, because if I'm remembering correctly, it's one of your papers that was the first public argument for bringing Greece into the 3Cs. And it was, of course, professionally very, very fulfilling for me to be there in Bucharest as Greece was formally admitted to the 3Cs as a member. And I was so impressed by both the way that President Sakellaropoulos was received, but also the presentation that she made, the messages that the foreign ministry was also conveying about the opportunities in the areas of regional infrastructure and cooperation, all of the issues that Deputy Foreign Minister Fragoulianis has worked on, has championed, and was there in Bucharest to support. I think we've talked about a lot of it, things like the Alexandropoli port, the IGB pipeline, the improved rail line between Alexandropoli and Bulgaria, and then the virtual connection all the way up to Varna. The proposal for a petroleum pipeline between Thessaloniki and up into Bulgaria. The opportunities for greater connectivity between Thessaloniki and all of the Western Balkans. All of the ideas that we worked so hard on around the 2018 Thessaloniki International Fair for digital connectivity, for electricity grid interconnectivity. The United States is strongly supportive of the Three Seas vision. We've put $300 million of U.S. government commitment behind the Three Seas Development Fund, and we're going to continue to look for opportunities for projects that we can invest in, things that our Development Finance Corporation can put their weight behind that help to facilitate a stronger north-south axis of integration and cooperation. That's going to be especially important when we come to the process of reconstruction in Ukraine that I talked about. You know, one of the consequences of Putin's war is that the center of gravity of European economics and politics is going to shift to the east and the south. When this is all over, Ukraine is going to stand as a very strong participant in the EU economy, a country that is moving towards full membership in the European Union, and a country whose whole economy is oriented towards the EU and towards EU standards. So that's going to create great opportunities. As long as Russia continues to blockade the port of Odessa, rail connectivity with Romania, and then maritime connectivity all the way down to Alexandropoli is incredibly important in helping to bring all of the resources of Ukraine to global markets. So we see this as really strategically important, and it was very heartening to me to be in Bucharest when Greece became a Three Seas member. Moldova was formally admitted as a Three Seas partner, and Ukraine further consolidated its partnership relationship with the Three Seas. So you see right there how the center of gravity of the European economy is shifting before our eyes. And Greece is an anchor aspect of that as an EU member state, as a NATO member, as a maritime country, as a country that's also connected to, as we've talked about, to North Africa and the Middle East. And we haven't yet talked about the proposal for the IMEC corridor between Israel, the Middle East, and India. But that also is something that President Biden and the Biden administration are strongly committed to, which again creates a natural connectivity with the port of Piraeus. So once all these goods and opportunities get from India through the Middle East to Israel, they're going to sit in Haifa, and then their next natural destination is the port of Piraeus. So we've got a lot that we can do together in building these new arcs of connectivity and cooperation.
Well, Ambassador Pyatt, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Let's leave it on that positive note on the prospects and the strategic and economic rationale of putting this work together. Thank you for your time, and I hope next time we have the opportunity to have this conversation physically in Athens or in Thessaloniki, anywhere in Greece, frankly.
Absolutely, I agree completely. I so look forward to getting back to Athens. Mary and I miss Greece terribly, and I'm really grateful to have opportunities like this, but please know how committed I am to continuing to build on all the work that the Biden administration is doing to lift up the strategic partnership that we have with Greece and all the important opportunities in the three different regions that we've talked about, Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. So thanks for the conversation, and best regards to all my friends in Thessaloniki.
So, following the video that we just showed, the discussion between Ms. Sokou and Undersecretary Pagat. What we have a discussion on natural gas, our next panel, and natural gas and renewable gases, building new energy routes and fostering collaboration along the vertical corridor and beyond. And I have the pleasure to have excellent speakers that are both online and physically present here. So please, we can all come upstairs so that we can start the discussion. We should have Ms. Maria Rita Galli, the CEO of DESFA, the Hellenic Gas Transmission System Operator.
Hello, Kostas, hello everybody.
Panagis.
Can you see?
Perfect. We can see you both, and I think we can hear you both as well. We have Mr. Kopanakis as well, Technical Director of Gas Trade, here with us. And physically here in the panel, we have Mr. Malinov, Vladimir Malinov, the CEO of Bulgartransgas from Bulgaria. Ms. Teodora Georgieva, the Executive Officer and BOT member of ICGB, again from Bulgaria, and Mr. George Satlas, Executive Officer and BOT member of ICGB. So the vertical corridor is something that we have been discussing a lot here from this conference, from this panel. We have a lot of developments that are taking place over the past few years, but most importantly, we are all expecting to see live and operational the floating storage regasification unit in Alexandroupolis that effectively, I don't say complete, is the beginning of this vertical corridor that we now envision to have reverse flows of natural gas from the south, from Greece, all the way to the north, all the way even to Ukraine. And it is very important that we have our friends and colleagues from Bulgaria here, because we have seen that also through the solidarity that the Greek energy market has played over the past couple of years, with the problems that have been created in the supply of natural gas from the previously traditional sources from Russia, from Gazprom. We have seen how important role the LNG flows have played, and of course the diversified routes and supplies that we managed to have from Greece. And thus I will start with DESFA, with Ms. Maria Rita Galli, to give us a little bit of flavor and tell us where are we with all of these latest developments, and what is DESFA, how DESFA is positioned in this area.
Having the conference, even if only remotely. I'm sorry I couldn't make it in person, but today we are busy with an hydrogen day, and allow me to say that I would like also to link what we are discussing about the vertical corridor to what you put in the title, meaning beyond natural gas. But of course, as of today, our priority is to ensure that, let's say, the gas can increasingly flow from south to north, and many progresses have been made vis-a-vis when we met a little bit more than 1 year ago. In particular, let's say, of course, I will leave my colleagues to comment with respect to IGB and Alexandroupolis, but we have the project that DESFA has on the ground with respect to increasing the export capacity are all under construction. The Komotini compressor station has been initiated. Of course, the project on the ground linked with connecting the Alexandroupolis terminal with the DESFA and with IGB. I remember that the Komotini compressor station will enable the gas flowing through IGB to increase from the current 3 BCM to 5 BCM in less than a couple of years' time. Plus the compressor station in the west part of the country, in particular in Ambelia, that will enable to increase the already significant export flows let's say, from Sidi Rokastro to Bulgaria and up north. Another important step that has been achieved in the course of these last few weeks is the final investment decision on both sides, DESFA and Nomagas, for the launch of the construction of the North Macedonia interconnection pipeline. I have to say that we are very proud of the fact that this project, for which we signed only a couple of years ago a cooperation agreement with Nomagas, and an intergovernmental agreement has been signed between Greece and North Macedonia, has so rapidly transformed into a project on the ground, for which we have already awarded contracts for the procurement of the pipelines. We are going very soon to award the contract for the EPC construction, and therefore early next year we plan, of course, on the Greek side and on the North Macedonian side with Nomagas, to kick off the construction of the pipeline. Let me also say that we see a continuous huge interest from the market for this south to north corridor. We in these days are auctioning the capacity in Revitus for the up to 15 years, and we constantly receive huge requests for capacity. We have already sold all the capacity up to until 2027, and more than 2/3 of the capacity in 2028, and we will continue in the next weeks. Plus, the market test that was carried out in the course of this year has proven huge interest from market players to use Greek infrastructures, Greek import infrastructure, and transiting through the grid of DESFA in order to reach the border with North Macedonia and Bulgaria, and of course through our neighboring TSO up north, potentially to the central part of Europe, Bulgaria, Slovak, and of course Moldova and Ukraine. So it's very timely, this discussion, because in the next few days we will meet again with all the colleagues on the panel to discuss about how to coordinate our efforts to promote the realization of those specific investments needed to debottleneck part of the systems and really offer end-to-end solution for market players to be able to import LNG from the south and reach Central North Europe. And just before concluding, coming back to what I said at the beginning, we need to keep planning ahead with respect to the future sustainable use of this infrastructure. Again, in the course of these last few months, and I would say even weeks, Greece has been a big project for the interconnection, Greek-Bulgarian projects for the first part of the southeast corridor for hydrogen has been included in the 6th list for PCI at European level. And so, let's say, we will have soon to start with our colleagues in Bulgartransgaz to develop a project that will enable, let's say, to connect Greece and Bulgaria, and from there up north, also with respect to green gases. And this backbone pipeline will in the future be able to connect with the West Macedonia pipeline, the North Macedonia pipeline, and the new east to west pipeline that we're going to build from next year. Therefore, in a matter of less than 2 decades, most likely around the mid of the next decade, we will in Greece be able to have a fully developed dedicated hydrogen infrastructure and well interconnected with the countries up north to continue playing this role of a transit country and potential also of exporting country of green energy that's produced in Greece and can be exported through electrons, but very, very efficiently also through molecular, through hydrogen that can be, again, transported and stored in the countries in North and Central Europe where the demand is already higher as of today. So there is a lot going on in this new corridor for the present, but even much more for the mid and long-term future.
Thank you, Maria Rita. A lot of projects, a lot of interest in the area. Now I will move to Mr. Malinov. We discussed about the FSRU in Alexandroupolis. It's expected to come online in January 2024. It's in a few months, hopefully with no delays. But we do understand the importance of this project in terms of diversification of supplies and also from the perspective of energy security. So how do you see these developments, and how important do you believe this FSRU is also for Bulgaria?
Thank you very much. Thank you, let's say, having the honor and the privilege to be on a third time in a row on this Southeastern Energy Forum. thanks to the organizers. My first impression is that I'm speechless because Maria covered all the issues that we have in common, not just between the transmission system operators of Greece and Bulgaria, but also with the colleagues from IGB, but all in the region. But which is a very good sign. That nevertheless, that yesterday we were together with her in Athens, let's say having a BOD meeting of the Alexandroupolis FSRU. But we are following the same agenda and we are on the same track. So, but I will not repeat, Maria, but I will just try with a few words before coming to your question to put the emphasis on several important things, and which will show to the audience our common commitment and that we are moving together in a good mode. Of course, as Ambassador Payat already mentioned, the energy map and the map of transportation of natural gas and consumption has already been redrawn or changed, and the flows, what we see in the recent 2 years after this invasion of Russia into Ukraine has significantly changed. And just a confirmation to what Maria mentioned, that now we see an increasing demand and increasing flow of natural gas from south to north. And I do believe that it will be a constant flow, which will play a significant role through the years to come. So, but we were well prepared. You know that Bulgaria was the country which was first suffering, let's say, cut off or interruption of Russian gas. So, and thanks to the well-developed infrastructure, increasing of the capacity which we had with DESFA Quota Sidorocastro, 1 year ago, also introducing into operation the IGB, we managed to secure not just the Bulgarian market, but also regional market with liquefied natural gas and gas coming from the Southern Gas Corridor. And thanks to the US companies and other reliable partners, the Bulgarian market and all the markets doesn't suffer anything. Sorry that I'm turning that way, but the mic is here, so I could not turn to you. Yeah. So we survived without any significant price implications or fluctuations. And now, as it was mentioned, we are much more prepared for the second after war winter or during the war winter, filling the storages and all the projects which we need to develop should secure two things: security of supply and affordable prices and affordable energy for the households and for the business. Coming back to the FSRU in Alexandroupolis, it will contribute a lot. We do hope that it will be delivered, and okay, my colleagues from Gastrade will confirm that it will be delivered on time. Whatever we are putting our best efforts. Even recently, 2 months ago, all the board of directors, we were paying a visit to Singapore, where we visited the shipyard, where the refurbishment and repurposing of the ship is done, trying to push the contractor to, let's say, speed up as practically possible, but with having on the same side, on the other side, let's say, keeping the good quality. So we are expecting that in the early beginning of 2024, the FSRU will be operational. So that will lead to additional security, because as you have heard from Maria, what she has mentioned, that the capacity at Revetuza for the upcoming year, still already 27, and they are continuing the auctioning, is already sold out. So in any case, this is a sign that additional regasification capacity is needed, but not just Alexandroupolis, because our project in Alexandroupolis, which for me, something like 10 years ago, in my mind was something like, let's say, a miracle or something from the far future, is now proven that our investment will pay back not just from a commercial standpoint, but also from a security of supply point. But any other projects which could be developed in Greece for our second project at the Gulf of Alexandroupolis, any future project for FSRUs in Greece, will contribute not just for our region. And that's the main point of the vertical gas corridor, because we are not just looking on the Bulgarian or Greek market or just our neighboring countries, but we are much also focused for the future. And as it was mentioned by the previous speaker, the future recovery of Ukraine, because we are considering that Ukraine will be one of the biggest markets which need to be secured with natural gas. That's the reason we restarted the initiative for the vertical gas corridor. Actually, we managed to have our event here in Thessaloniki when it was initially planned to be combined with the Southeast Europe Energy Forum, but due to the, let's say, big floods and the victims which happened in Greece, it was postponed. But we had the first meeting at that time. In 2 weeks from now, I will host, and Bulgartransgas will host the second meeting on the vertical gas corridor. And we have a real necessity nowadays. Maria mentioned the market test, but all of us as a TSOs, we have conducted the demand assessment of incremental capacity. And from our perspective, it's a good sign that for the upcoming 15 years, we have received a demand of more than double natural gas in comparison to the existing capacity of the infrastructure. So we already had a meeting which was hosted by the colleagues of IGB on starting to prepare the technicalities, the projects which to support increase of that capacity. And most probably by the mid of next year, we will finalize the market, the binding phase of the market test, and we'll start implementing that project. But so a lot to come.
That's very good news for the project. It shows that it needs expansion even before it's started. So that means that there is a lot of interest and good prospects ahead. Now I will move to Ms. Teodora Georgieva, just to switch a little bit and discuss the benefits of the interconnector between Greece and Bulgaria, the ICGB, this pipeline that has been long awaited, but eventually came live last year. It's almost about a little bit more than a year now that the pipeline is fully operational. And we would like to ask you what are the benefits of having the IGB in place, and what are the successes that this pipeline brings, and what are the challenges that came also with infrastructure?
I'll skip. Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much for the invitation and for having the opportunity to update about IGB and be among the colleagues here where there is a lot of synergy and integration. So regarding IGB, what I could share is that yes, IGB, after let's say a lot of challenges and hurdles, being a geopolitical project, has been realized and implemented, started functioning from last year, October. So it was a key, let's say, it was a key date for us because it is like, as Ambassador Payet mentioned, it's a game changer for energy security, diversification of sources, especially talking about country like Bulgaria, who was almost 100% dependent on one supplier at that time. So here, the sign of IGB is sign of energy security and energy independence. And it has very much proven to be not only a slogan, because even a couple of months after we started functioning, started from October and February this year, December and February this year, we do have almost 90% booked capacity for 2 months only, which is a kind of showing that we managed and we are kind of facilitated really the difficult time that has come after invasion to Ukraine by Russia. So it is. So we facilitated by transmitting gas to both Moldova and Ukraine, which is a kind of ultimate target, and there is a lot of synergy because IGB is on one side connected with the southern corridor, being connected with TAP as the only infrastructure. And it is the IP which is functioning now and which helped for 1 year for transmission of lots of gas, much more than we expected, we planned. So it has been proven that these figures that we do have as after 1 year of functioning has been proven that IGB was not only worth it, but we started to work on, let's say, expansion of it. So talking about yearly capacity and synergy of FSRU Alexandroupolis, which would be mentioned, also mentioned by my colleagues, it is huge as well because what we did is that we are connected both with IP, TAP and DESFA, but with DESFA we, let's say, we made the common efforts with DESFA and Bulgartransgaz, activating also quasi-annual capacity for the gas year, which is leading to next year booked capacity of IGB at almost 82% technical capacity, which is, we're talking about 3 BCM pipeline, 82% already booked by annual capacity, which is a huge sign that we should strategically, on one side, we are trying to, let's say, to do our main role, like smooth transmission of gas. On the other side, we are already working on expansion together with the colleagues. By the way, the incremental capacity that has been mentioned by Mr. Malinov as well is a kind of common efforts, and I appreciate a lot also the synergy among everybody because it is a vital important, and it is in a way a step for expansioning for our project, because what we received in this incremental capacity is already in a non-binding phase. It's already a double interest that what we foreseen. IGB has been foreseen to be upgraded from 3 to 5 BCM. And on the top from non-binding capacity, non-binding market test, we do have already a double interest, let's say 4 BCM more. So this is giving us good confidence that by a binding phase, we definitely are going to, let's say, to substantiate this 2 BCM. And also with the efforts and, let's say, integral cooperation with the vertical corridor, which kind of started to make real sense, we let's say, align shorter calendar that usual incremental capacities, and we are targeting both DESFA, Bulgartransgaz, and the whole corridor are targeting to finalize a binding phase July next year, where also the figures will be, I'm sure that they're going to be reconsidered. And by this, what I would like also to say that, okay, success of IGB is mainly because of, let's say, it came on the strategical moment with huge synergy with the vertical corridor, but also with Trans-Balkan, where it has been proven that it's worked. FSRU Alexandroupolis, it's like brother and sister with IGB. And it is, the signs are already given, which I mentioned, with 83% capacity, which we, let's say, complicated our efforts together with DESFA by offering quasi capacity until IP DESFA is activated together with FSRU Alexandroupolis, hopefully beginning of next year. But it is a kind of good step and good example for this corridor. I'm also happy that, let's say, in a 1 month, not less than a month, we're going to have vertical corridor meeting where also TSOs like Moldova and Ukraine, who are our ultimate target, has been invited as observer. So I think that so this common workshops for vertical corridor before in 2019, I could remember that okay, nobody believes in IGB that is going to happen, but the question here is that now the missing part is ready, and not only ready, but show that it's strategically important and make a difference to the energy era. So that's from me.
Thank you, Ms. Georgieva. I will now move to Mr. Kopanakis, who is also, as we said earlier, online. Mr. George Kopanakis, we understand, hello from Thessaloniki. I understand you couldn't make it, you are in Athens. tell us a little bit more about the technical specifications and the update on where we stand now on the progress of the building of the FSRU and the works and at which stage they are completed or not. We have a target date for January. If you can tell us where we are on that. Having in mind as well as a second part of my question that now we don't have only the Revithousa terminal to import LNG, but we will soon have this new facility that will bring LNG in our region. So what are the thoughts of the group of Gastrade, which has been behind the development of this project from the beginning, as well looking at the macro perspectives of the market?
Thank you, Kostas. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it today. We're supporting DESFA with our presence to the Hydrogen Day. I'm honored to be part of this discussion. I will not repeat my colleagues and the esteemed shareholders of Bulgartransgas and DESFA. The project sits in the core of the vertical corridor. We are going, as we know, we took FID on January 2022, a project that is supposed to be in place in 3 years in normal conditions, is about to make it in less 1 year of that, in 2 years. We are ready to bring the vessel. Works are going really fast, as Mr. Malinov discussed before. The vessel is in its final stages. We are pre-commissioning the FSRU at the moment at Keppel with our team. We are monitoring 24/7 the works there. The vessel is ready to depart soon, within the month, and hopefully the beginning of the first quarter, January 2024, the project will be online and operation. The onshore works are nearly into completion by the end of November. The offshore pipeline has been successfully installed during this summer without no hiccups, having Saipem Terna as the contractor for that part of works. At the moment, as we speak, we have initiated already the second campaign. We are installing the anchors and the chains of this beast, let's say, that will enhance the security of supply and diversification in the Greek territory and the southeast region, hopefully for the next 30 years. We are monitoring closely all the operations onshore and offshore. This project has opened for us and continue to widen the channels of the regional cooperation, and it demonstrates how energy can become a tool for solidarity. Greece now is getting in the center of the geopolitical developments. We see the FSRU of Alexandroupolis after Revithousa as the most crucial part of enhancing the security of supply in the region. If we have a quick look in the region of Europe, without including Ukraine, we will see it's obvious that 60% of the gas demand that was covered, let's say in 2021, was around 29 BCM. However, at the same time, the region is one of the few in Europe with a material midterm growth perspective, which is envisaged around 10% to up to 2030. So in reality, the only existing gas infrastructures in the region that could provide alternative gas supply source are LNG terminals and TAP. At the moment, we have Revithousa and Kerch. Kerch, as you may know, presently is fully utilized, servicing primarily the markets of Croatia and Hungary. So FSRU Alexandroupolis is coming to cover this gap and work together with Revithousa terminal to be a crucial part of the vertical corridor. At the same time, Kostas, I would like to say to the panel that Gastrade has also received a license for a second FSRU, which could be ready in 2025-2026, LNG Thrace. We have to say, and we strongly believe that such critical infrastructure, in order to enhance the security of supply, it's of high contrast, of high importance to complete a set of a network projects around the area. As was indicated before, IGB is a brother-sister project with FSRU Alexandroupolis. We work closely with the colleagues. We are looking forward of enhancing the capacity of IGB from 3 BCM to 5 BCM, for which the FSRU Alexandroupolis is ready. It has been designed from its inception to work up to the maximum of 8 BCM annually. Hence, we are fully committed to securing the energy and the supply in the region, and with our esteemed partners here to provide sustainability for the future in the area and support the vertical corridor.
Thank you, Mr. Kopanakis, for the intervention. We have been looking at the same time, sharing on the screen a lot of information and nice graphs where we do see visually as well the importance of this infrastructure.
Hope that's useful, Kostis. You see the project in reality and the name of Alexandroupolis. She's painted red, and we gave the name, of course, to the town that has supported us all these years in order to make this project a reality.
Indeed. I will now move to Mr. Satlas, Mr. George Satlas, to ask you about, again, the IGB pipeline, the interconnector. What role can the interconnector play in this new system where we see more green gases, maybe possibly hydrogen, as we said, and as been mentioned by Ms. Galli earlier as well, and how can this piece of infrastructure can be used to enhance the trading opportunities of this new environment of green gases?
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here. Actually, it's our first, let's say, common appearance with my colleague Theodore after our commercial start in October 2022, which was a major landmark for the region, for the operation of IGB. And I would say that IGB was a tough project to become a reality. Theodore and my colleagues helped a lot to this. I joined just before starting commercial operation, but even that was very tough. We had to close major issues and start operating. Of course, now that we are in operating mode, we have to think, as you said, about how to becoming more greener, how we should help this transition from moving from, let's say, coal, natural gas now, and then green gases. We are working towards these steps. We are already part of the Green Hydrogen European Alliance, and we are mostly thinking how we'll become hydrogen ready. Even in discussion with big energy groups in Greece, we have seen interest, because one thing is that Bulgaria is an industrialized country. They need energy. We all move with energy. I mean, you can see it even in this title of this forum, it says energy. So energy can never stop. Now we are in a hype. We have a lot of requests for natural gas, as my colleagues Maria Galli said earlier, Vlado here and Theodora, we're seeing a lot of demand. But again, this is cyclical. We need to think ahead. We need to think about the day ahead, how we should harness all these needs, and then be more green. It was also mentioned in the talk before by Secretary Payet that it's important to move in that direction. But on the other hand, we as IGB were looking in the direction of expansion anyway. So for this, we're going to need to secure some funds. The tough thing with investing in infrastructure is that you are securing the funds, you are using it, you never know how it will go. We cannot read the future. I mean, even 10 years ago, no one would expect this hype here in Greece and the region. We need to develop more this infrastructure. What is critical, and it can be shown with this FSRU coming in play, and other, let's say, exits and entries to the network. A remote network, it doesn't work. A network that has a lot of exit entries and storage is one thing that we can all, let's say, take advantage of, and it can help the region and the energy, let's say, scenery.
Thank you very much. Now we have limited time, but I would like to go on a last round of a very quick and to the point, if you can, 30-second note from your side. I will pass to Maria Rita about hydrogen. Again, the question: hydrogen and renewable gases. As we understand, they are going to play a very key role in the decarbonization of the natural gas system. It is at the heart of the design and the strategy of DESFA as well, of the TSO for the coming years. How do you plan to collaborate with neighboring countries through the infrastructure that we have discussed, and what are the plans for DESFA for the upgrading, let's say, of the system to be able to receive this hydrogen that will be coming in the coming years?
That given let's say the complexity of the energy transition and the complexity even higher of introducing hydrogen in the energy mix, nothing can be done without a really stronger cooperation and collaboration among let's say all the players along the value chain, and of course for us which we are an infrastructure operator, with the infrastructure operators with which we are at the ESIAN, but in general with all the European and neighboring one. Having said that, how we plan to cooperate? Of course, the PCI project for the interconnect, for the first part of the vertical corridor, the southeast vertical corridor, is a key milestone, and its realization, of course, will be a very important step in order for the potential for hydrogen production in Greece to be not only exploited within the Greek market, but potentially also exported toward Bulgaria and up north, where probably the industrial needs will be higher than those that we have currently in Greece, but also because in the future this will represent the possibility also to integrate import of green molecules from the countries of the other side of the Mediterranean, North Africa, Middle East, as was discussed before, I think, also by the Ambassador Payet. Let's say the both sides of the Mediterranean are crucial when it comes to security, to, let's say, cooperation for the security of supply, and Greece, given its position, will continue in the future to be a crucial entry door. So we need to plan together step by step. The challenge is huge and the costs are high, so only through really careful planning and execution of the various building blocks of the value chain, we will see the development of the hydrogen economy in Europe.
There are a lot of aspects that we have to take into consideration on this, and this is exactly the reason why I guess you could not come with us today, because DESFA is hosting the Hydrogen Day effectively in Athens, and there are a lot of topics are covered around this topic. Mr. Malinov, again on the hydrogen story, you are part of the hydrogen backbone of Southeast Europe as an infrastructure company, as Bulgartransgas. So what are your plans, and how do you see this hydrogen play?
Thanks a lot once again. I should have been also today speak on the hydrogen data for DESFA, but so I could not split in two pieces. But what Maria mentioned is she's humble enough. Of course, I do believe that by the end of this month, our common project for the hydrogen brand new project between Greece and Bulgaria, between DESFA and Bulgartransgas, by the end of November, we will get the PCI status, which is a crucial step for the further development, because through that tool, we could get access for some grant financing to start the studies, and further on during the period when the technology is developing to be much more better prepared. And this is something which we as a project started together with DESFA 2 years ago, when Maria headed the DESFA as a company. It was like a boost for that project. But we also have a second project together with DESFA, which is the so-called Smart Switch project, which will allow blending in the existing network up to 10% of hydrogen with natural gas. We are already working on our side. We are just conducting studies to see what will be the necessary technical improvements and repurposing of the systems. But I'm even much more optimistic that with the current network, with the relatively small investment, we could reach up to 15% of hydrogen in the grids. And just to give an example, because we have a similar project with our Romanian colleagues, because this is also the vertical gas corridor, because, okay, Bulgaria is a potential production place and a consumer of hydrogen, but our focus should be much more on Central Europe, Germany, Austria, and that region where it is expected to have the highest consumption of hydrogen in the closest future. But even recently, we are trying also to develop and to greener our business. And in September, I was in Washington, where we signed an agreement with some of the leaders in the sector, US companies, so like Solar Turbines, Honeywell, an Italian company like Pietro Fiorentini, and some Bulgarian EPC contractor like Galbulgarstroy, to develop a pilot project for producing of green hydrogen, which to be used for the compressor units and for our gas storage, which will show like in the region there is a project which could be conducted and to decrease the consumption of natural gas, and which partially to be replaced by hydrogen in the activities of Bulgartransgaz.
Ms. Georgieva, a comment from your side about hydrogen and the role that the ICGB can play on this?
So thank you. As my colleagues mentioned, what we are doing right now on the top of expansion project, which is important, we are also starting with step by step with making service for repurposing of IGB currently, and what is the level of blending possible. Means it has been mentioned by Mr. Manilo that's also our conclusion, that up to 15% it could be done, but still this survey is going on. And I thought that, let's say, in line also with neighboring operators, we can start with, let's say, using the same infrastructure, but with blending up to 15%. The next step is to explore also financing for hydrogen fully system, which is a bit more difficult for us, taking into consideration that we are exempted project. But I think that given the high priority of EU, we can be supported as well, because this is definitely the future. And as far as we know, independently, that markets in these regions are not so mature. We still rely on the synergy, on possibilities for production of green hydrogen in Greece in order to boost the whole market. But first, we should be ready. So that's the step. We should make all the steps, infrastructure to be ready, and a market to come by. Because as far as we know, there are lots of incentives this to happen, and hopefully will be supported also for hydrogen ready and apply for PCI status as well, as mentioned by DESFA and Bulgartransgaz. That's our long-term approach. Short-term is repurposing.
Thank you. Mr. Kopanakis, very, very briefly, what are the plans after the operation of the FSRU?
Thank you, Kostas. We, of course, to operate efficiently, but after that, we are supporting also the stakeholders here, the neighboring countries and our shareholders. We will try also to focus of going towards net zero 2050. We are being proactive. Needs a lot of work and meticulous steps, as Ms. Kali mentioned before. We are doing that. We are focusing on how we will focus on how we can repurpose our FSRU, which already has an ability to do such, and support the stakeholders here, the region, in the future. And of course, the second step is going to be to try to materialize also the second FSRU, LNG Thrace, on the basis maybe on hydrogen, taking into consideration the advancements of ICGB, DESFA, and Bulgaria. We will work closely with the stakeholders. We will focus on that and support a greener future for Greece and the Southeast Europe and the whole region.
Thank you very much, George. And a very final comment from Mr. Satlas.
Yes, thank you. I will be very brief. I would like to focus again and pinpoint the advantages of this cooperation on the vertical gas corridor. And we will have a meeting in 2 weeks. And what is important is that we focus on the 3 key ingredients, which are vision, collaboration, and commitment. We have all 3, so that will ensure our success in the future.
Thank you all very much for your contribution in this excellent discussion, and please join me in thanking all the participants in our panel here for the excellent contribution they had. Thank you. We will have a lunch break, which will be very short, 30 minutes.
Ambassador Tsountzis will have a conversation with Alex Kostopoulos, General Secretary of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce. So, Alex, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. We will try to rush everything a little bit since Ambassador has to leave very quickly. Ambassador Tsountzis, thank you so much for having you here. It's the 7th Energy Forum, and at AmCham we are extremely thrilled that an initiative that started in Alexandroupolis 7 years ago has emerged to be such a key institution now in northern Greece, but also in the region. All the previous years we had most of the US ambassadors with us. So unfortunately, or fortunately for you, this year, it's only you. So we will keep you here 7 times more. But
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Ευχαριστώ για την πρόσκληση. Είναι μια ιδιαίτερη τιμή να είμαι μαζί σας. Και με συγχωρείς, πρέπει να φύγω στις 3 γιατί despite what you think about U.S. ambassadors, the planes do not wait for them. And I have a speech at the University of Piraeus as soon as I get off the plane in Athens. And then is something very important. They're honoring Vangelis Venizelos tonight, and he asked me to attend and speak. And how can I turn down a proud son of Thessaloniki? So I'm going in his honor. I want to congratulate the chamber and that acted as a convening authority here on this most important issue. And I want to extend my gratitude to all of you who are engaging in what is one of the most seminal issues of the day. Energy security is, it has a great importance, but the importance is not just about keeping the lights on. First of all, it's a national security issue. Europe sole sourced energy to an autocratic regime who felt the need to go invade another sovereign country in Europe, disrupting the rules-based international order that has governed Europe for the last 8+ decades. That was not a good idea. That was not a good idea. I don't think it's prudent or an understanding of risk management to sole source anything, especially something as important as energy. So from a national security issue, the topics that you are discussing at this conference are absolutely critical. Secondly, it's about economics. Your country wants to grow and be vibrant. It needs energy. We need to lower the cost of energy, but we need to make sure that our energy sources are secure. To not have a secure source of dependable and affordable energy can damage global economies. And then the third is, decarbonization efforts that are very important. Climate change, folks, is real. The 100-year storm seems to be happening every 2 years. We're seeing global challenges. In Greece, we saw fires in August, followed by floods in September. That is not a Greek problem. That is a global problem, as you saw what happened in my own country in Maui, one of the wealthiest places in the world that had even a greater problem that, the urban areas got substantially burnt out. In Canada, in France. So I don't want to say that this is, endemic only to Greece. The climate crisis that we find ourselves in is real and it's present. We have to ameliorate any potentially deleterious impacts, and we have to do so immediately. So that decarbonization is moving rapidly towards renewables. But I don't want to simplify this. This is a process. Now, first, I want to tell you that it's important to move towards renewables as fast as possible. But as it takes a while, I don't want the enemy of the perfect to be the substantial improvement. As Greece will be out of the lignite business in a year or two, and I think if Russia did not invade Ukraine, they would have been out of the lignite business this year. Now, 30% of Greece's energy needs came from lignite just a couple of years ago. And in a year or two, it will be zero. I'm not looking to focus on the fact that Greece will be in the lignite business for a year or two. I'm looking to talk about the example that Greece has shown that over the last 5 or 6 years, they've substantially reduced their dependence on lignite, and they will be out of using lignite for electricity or energy. Secondly, LNG. Its carbon footprint is substantially less than coal. That is going to be part of the energy mix for a while. Now, as Greece is a top 10 country in Europe, and their ethos, I see the investments that they're making in wind energy and solar energy, and some of these companies are US companies. They're moving in the right direction, and I wish every country has the velocity in this issue that Greece does. A top 10 country in Europe on this. So, you know, we need to make sure that the entire world understands the challenges that this series of crises presents and move into that direction. But from a national security point of view and a geostrategic point of view, by virtue of Greece's location and the fact that it had existing infrastructure, it was able to help its neighbors. Greece is rapidly becoming the energy supplier for Southeast Europe. They're dependable, and they do not use energy in an extortive manner. Reverse flow is real. I think Greece provided 35% of Bulgaria's energy needs over the winter when they were afraid of what that would mean in the winter. And Greece acted as a responsible ally. In doing so, I was part of those conversations. Greece is providing energy now to Moldova. They are a responsible partner. So this not only speaks to Greece being an energy provider for Southeast Europe, and that speaks to its economic importance. It speaks to its geostrategic importance as well. But, you know, I want to compliment Greece on the power of their example on how they conduct themselves in terms of global affairs. It's really an honor to be posted here.
You mentioned the geostrategic and the national interest aspect. Without trying to sound cynical, at the AmCham we always look at the business aspect as well. Over the last years, we have seen a tremendous movement of US investments. We were ready to celebrate with the investment grade that would increase. And as we speak, we are in the middle of yet another emerging crisis, perhaps even more complex than the war in Ukraine. Do you feel that the business community in the States will see the opportunities that exist even in these difficult times and continue to invest in our country?
Look, let me sidestep, you know, the crisis that is going on in Gaza and Israel, as my president and my secretary have spoken about it. But I want to answer your question in that, especially in times like this, capital goes where it feels that it is safe. Greece is a pillar of stability. not only from a geostrategic point of view, and its reliability is unquestioned as the indispensable ally in the region, but in terms of an investment climate, its debt has received investment grade. Foreign direct investment is at a record level. Greek interest rates are below Italian interest rates and US interest rates.
Who could expect it?
Who could expect it? Unemployment has dropped from 28% to 10% and dropping further. You have a primary surplus. And if it wasn't for a jump, you know, if you understand Greece's debt structure, debt profile, which is extremely attractive, about 235 billion euros in debt is from the three tranches. That is largely fixed for 17 years at 1.2%. If you look to market, you know, that 235 million, you know, it would probably trade at about 57 cents on the dollar. But given that it's fixed at such a low interest rate, the time value of money concept and inflation will eat away at that. There's about $99 billion that is in T-bills and bonds. The short-term nature of that probably increased Greece's interest expense by $2 billion. If not for that, you would have had an actual surplus, not just a primary surplus. But I think Greece's economy is growing at a clip in the next year or two or so. I think you'll actually have an actual surplus, which I think very few countries can point to. And, you know, they seem to be rather passionate about, you know, equitably going after taxpayers that are claiming 8,000 euros in income, but have a summer house, a winter house, each with a swimming pool. You know, we have Greece has a public education system, free college and free medical care. That only happens when people pay their fair share of taxes. And, you know, that burden seems to be fixed on people who work in the public sector, which is also inequitable. I think rectifying that issue, which is increasing the amount of money that comes into the public treasury, will afford Greece more resources to invest in a more dynamic economy, to invest in a better healthcare system, a better education system. So as someone who did not come from the diplomatic world, I came from the corporate world, I would be very, very excited about investing in Greece. I see investment in Greece amongst the most attractive situations in the world today, and not just with tourism. This country is blessed with πανέξυπνοι, σπουδασμένοι άνθρωποι. The most important thing in business is the intellectual capital. And I think you will see large companies from all over the world looking to move European assets and maybe assets from the Middle East to Greece because of the investment environment. Of course, stability, but the investment environment and the fact that there is that's my phone, by the way, I'm sorry. The fact that there is an abundance of highly educated college graduates that I think would really appreciate, you know, employment and be able to live in the country in which they grew up. I have often said someone who grew up in Kifisia does not want to move to Frankfurt. They only do so because there traditionally haven't been opportunities to pursue employment in their fields of study. This is changing. I'm hoping that it gains more velocity. but continued effort on digitizing the country, continued effort on modernizing and simplifying the bureaucracy, will help move that along. I mean, I visited Chubb today, and I was very excited to hear about what their plans were. I have visited Deloitte's headquarters. I have visited Pfizer's headquarters, just to mention 3 great American companies. And they're constantly adding hundreds of employees annually. This is real. This is not, some abstract concept. We have 3 great S&P 500 US companies that are adding hundreds and hundreds of people each to their workforces in Thessaloniki. This is smart money. And this is a trend that should continue. We just have to make sure that we create a set of circumstances in which investment is appreciated, so it continues to grow in not only the city, but this country.
So the narrative should be targeted, you think, both towards the US or any other market that we seek investments, but also internally here in Greece. We should realize the treasure that we have in our hands.
It's not my, I think I'm someone who, we have a conversation on, what best practices are. It's not meant to be a criticism of anything. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've said in my own country, we had slavery 150 years ago or so. Women didn't have the right to vote 100 years ago. A woman couldn't have a credit card in her own name without her husband co-signing it 50 years ago. We had Jim Crow laws where people were lynched 50 years ago. And, we have our own sort of migration challenges. So I'm not here to criticize anyone. I'm not here to tell any country what to do. But as thought leaders and as business leaders that are in this room and people who care, I mean, you made a conscious decision to leave your offices today and come here to advance the notion of energy security, to advance the notion of best business practices, and to also improve, to create a better Greece. So, we're here to discuss best practices. I'm not here to criticize anyone. The Prime Minister of Greece is a Stanford, Harvard Business School graduate, McKinsey investment banking. Believe me, he gets it. He absolutely gets it. And he's got a group of ministers that certainly understand it. And, I've always complimented Minister Pyrrhakakis. I said to the Prime Minister once, I showed him my very tethered COVID card where, my Pfizer vaccines were written down on the date and it was tattered and everything. And I said, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm incredibly impressed. I wouldn't expect that the United States, we have this little thing and, here you are, excuse me, take your phone. I mean, everything is written here. So the next week I'm with him, he gives a speech and he starts talking about my card and what Greece has done and how they surpassed the United States here. So he sits down and said, Ella Tora, I can make fun of us, but you can't. But he and his government, I think, have done a great job. In terms of digitizing, you may have 2,000 things that you can digitize in Greece, including your license, your car registration. We don't have that in the United States. That's going to continue. The new minister of digitalization comes from Trikala. He's the former mayor of Trikala. He's amazing. You're going to see him in the next 4 years take that to 3,500 things. The modernizing of the bureaucracy would be very, very helpful in growing your economy, which leads to prosperity, jobs, reversing the brain drain. Things like this don't happen overnight, but I'm impressed about the progress that Greece has made in this field. And as the United States wants a healthy, vibrant economy for Greece, because they're our ally, our indispensable ally in the region. And as we partner with Greece on everything, every problem we have in the region, and we say, who do we work with to solve this? The answer is Greece. So we want a strong, vibrant Greece with a great economy. And I like the fact that Athens and Washington understand that their collective security is within each other, that the United States and Greece are stronger because of the relationship that they have. They share the same ethos, the same values, they're impactful. And as I just was at the signing ceremony yesterday at Elefsinas, the United States DFC, Development Finance Corporation, put $125 million into opening up Elefsinas. It was done by two US companies, Cisco and Onyx. Now, years ago, we did it with Syros. Syros went from 10 ships a year to over 100. It's a $200 million impact in GDP today. They went from 180 employees to 600. 600 οικογένειες που να βάλουν φαγητό στο τραπέζι. This is important. In Elefsina, the same thing is occurring. There are 8 ships in Elefsina now. That hasn't happened in 30 years. It's growing. We went from 350 employees now to 1,000 there. And in the next 2 years, if all the investments are made, including making platforms for offshore wind farms, you'll have 3,000 employees and a $2 billion impact on GDP. So this is taking a traditional Greek industry, shipbuilding, combining it with American technology, management, and the US capital markets, and growing a tremendous business in Greece. 27 Greek ship-owning companies access the US markets in the fact that they are on the New York Stock Exchange or the NASDAQ. That's how they grew. I can tell you example after example where a family of 20 ships went public 15 years ago, and now they have 100 ships. They access US capital markets for capital, as the Greek banking system that's made a tremendous turnaround in the last 10 years and doing well now, but they couldn't support the industry back then to grow. It was the US capital markets that supported the Greek shipping industry to grow so much. And again, this is about US and Greek prosperity, and it's about our relationship.
And I think it's an example, all the examples that you mentioned, especially here in Thessaloniki, but also with the shipyards. It's an example of broadly shared prosperity. It's not like one guy invests and makes all the money. That thing trickles down to the whole society, the whole community.
I want to back up a little bit. One of the things that becomes very evident when you live in Greece is that when my country stood up a government 247 years ago, and they wanted one that was values-based with freedoms and safety, they based it on the principles and the values that were born right here in Greece. They're democratic in nature. That the Greeks made a self-determination that they were going to govern themselves. And these principles and values of democracy not only afford you more freedoms, but a better quality of life. Life in democracies is generally safer, more opportunistic, more vibrant. People tell me that democracy is outmoded. I said, ναι, σοβαρά. Βλέπεις κανένα θέλει να πάει στη Venezuela. Venezuela doesn't have an immigration problem. Iran doesn't have an immigration problem. No one's trying to move to Russia. People are trying to move to democracies, and people are trying to move to Greece. And they do so because it affords you a great quality of life. As we understand that, I want to back up even further. The United States has been the greatest economic experiment in the history of the world. Maybe 7-8% GDP growth over a couple of centuries. It's not perfect by any means. But what you have in the United States is they understand the underpinnings of a modern, vibrant economy. This is about educational institutions, creating research, technology transfers, taking that research, giving it startup capital, and creating the Googles of the world and the Apples of the world that were born out of universities. Research. Greeks excel in research. You look at the biotech industry, Nick Alakakos from Blackstone, George Yankopoulos, Roy Vagelos from Regeneron, Albert Bourla, George Skangos, Professor Tsakonas, Stelios Papadopoulos, the godfather of biotechnology. Google godfather of biotechnology, a son of Thessaloniki emerges. Greeks excel in research. We've done it all over the world. But if you create a market here where this research can be monetized, and I'm not looking to change university systems or anything that is fundamental to your core. Universities have a core mission of educating students. I respect that. Both of my sisters are school teachers. I respect that. But perhaps a little bit of a private US sort of component in addition to that core mission, one that takes research and creates the next Apple of the world. The average salary in Greece is 1,150 euros a month. One of the reasons why it has not grown more, and it's way below Europe's averages, is because there aren't a lot of large companies in Greece. They're mostly small companies, so you don't have that mobility. You don't have companies that compete for those employees. Employees don't have the leverage to say, look, my skills are in great need. There are 10 companies that want me. Pay me what I'm worth. Only if you get that right will you have people moving back. You had 500,000 people leave Greece. Now, you may have someone leave Frankfurt who's making 8,000 euros to come back to Greece for 5,000 euros, but they're not coming back for 2,000 euros. They'll be part of the diaspora forever, and they're lost. So we need to fundamentally understand how the high tide raises all ships, how we fundamentally change things. You cannot tinker with the Greek healthcare system. You have to make changes. The minister understands that. How do I know this? He told me that. He told me that. We have to be better about the delivery of healthcare services. But Greece has, a very competent government, and they're making great strides. I'm hoping that all of us support it and we get the velocity that it needs. Now, I'm speaking about this because it's an important U.S. interest that the Greek government, the Greek people, the Greek state be strong and vibrant, because they are the arc of stability surrounded by several arcs of instability. It's an essential U.S. interest to have a very strong and vibrant and Western-looking Greece.
Okay, I promise you 30 minutes. We are on 30 minutes. Okay, don't tell me. One more question. For 2 minutes.
Come on, I have 2 minutes. Mikobis.
Okay, one of the things that we have discussed a bit privately, and I know that this discussion, you had it also with Nicolas, has to do with our kids and our children. Of course, Ali, you don't have that gorgeous daughters like Nicolas and I have, but What is your biggest concern with regard to that generation? I mean, the past days we watch on the media globally, the frustration and the anger that that generation already has. How can we shift it?
God, 2 minutes, you want me to answer that question?
You asked of it. I gave you a huge opportunity to live. An espresso, please.
I'm not considered the smartest guy in the room. You know, I think we failed as a generation. We're the first generation that is going to leave the next generation a world that is not as good as the one we inherited. And as you know, the Greeks spoke about self-introspection. I think we have to have a sense of self-introspection. You know, theos, kratos, ekoyenia. We have failed this generation. We have thought short-term. We have thought about our own personal comfort. We have constantly, and I'm talking about globally here, we've constantly made decisions, and we have not tackled things from a long-term perspective. We spend money, we don't invest money. We don't think about sustainability. We don't think about the next generation. For the love of God, desalination plants. For the love of God, infrastructure. For the love of God, why are we not having schools that have not only pre-K, but nursery schools and life enrichment? Why are we having after-school programs in music and art? We need to do more to equalize the opportunities for everyone in society. The biggest challenge in our world is a sense of income disparity. Now, we have a meritocracy here, and I can't determine where everyone's going to end up in life. But we need to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to go to a great school, to have great healthcare, to live in a safe neighborhood, to have opportunities. We need to make sure that we deal with a very pressing problem that 61% of 11 to 18-year-olds have contemplated suicide in the last 2 months. Folks, that's a fact. Coming out of COVID, and many have said social media, there's a lot of stressors in life. COVID, when there wasn't children going to school every day, 5, 6, 7-year-olds are not meant to be in front of a computer every day. That socialization created a lot of long-term problems. We need to understand that mental health challenges are real, and we need to put resources there. This is our children's well-being, their mental health. We need to address this. We need to come up with a better work-life balance to make sure that we're spending time making sure that we're taking time for ourselves. The flight attendant at the airplane says, in case of an emergency, put the oxygen on yourself first before your child. That when we take time for ourselves and we're more mindful, we are better parents, we're better at work. We need to rethink how we're living our lives. We need to make sure that we deal with childhood obesity on the front end, because we're going to have to spend a lot more money with type 2 diabetes on the back end. Now, Greece is moving from a country that's going to have 64% coverage in 5G at the end of this year to 94% by 2026. That's important. Every child should have a computer. And I'm not just saying Greece, I'm saying about the globe here. We need to make sure that everyone has hope, that everyone feels valued, that everyone feels heard and seen and respected. This needs to be our ethos. We need to make sure that people have faith in public institutions. We need to make sure, we need to do better And I think it is a global failure in all of us, and I take responsibility for it ourselves. I think we don't invest in long-term sustainable solutions. We hop from crisis to crisis instead of having a long-term plan. Now in business, you know, someone would tell you that you are not a great company if you're dealing with the problems that were created in the past. You're a decent company if you're dealing with the here and now, but you are an outstanding company when you are thinking 30 years out. And I think globally, we have not done that. We have not given enough thought to what we're leaving the next generation. And I want to emphasize global mental health challenges that the next generation is have to deal with. I'll give you one other statistic. That unscheduled outdoor activities, it's about 6 to 8 minutes for children today. Now they have soccer practice or whatever it is. But, you know, όταν μεγάλωσα εγώ, πήγα έξω την πόρτα, βρήκα τις φίλες μου και πήγαμε και έπαιζαν ποδόσφαιρο μαζί. Αυτό έκανα. Όλη μέρα, μέχρι να νυχτώσει. Και μετά γύρισα σπίτι. You know, είμαι η μάνα μου, να πλύνει στα χέρια σου, κάτσε κάτω, έφαγα μαζί σαν οικογένεια. But we spend 6 to 8 hours on devices, whether it's TV, whether it's on social media, whether it's on the computer. That is not a healthy construct. That is not a healthy construct. One of the things that we can do, as Greece has some of the most beautiful country in the world, you know, let's make sure that we're sending every single child here to summer camp. In every country, in my country as well. I don't, you know, Greece has a tremendous passionate ethos. They care about people. They really do. I mean, όταν πήγα στο χωριό τα καλοκαίρια, I saw everyone cared about everyone. And believe me, I'm speaking generally here. As, you know, I meet with everyone in government, and I will tell you they're really good people that want to do good things. So I don't want my words to be misinterpreted. We're speaking generally about society here. I would hope that we could send everyone to summer camp. That rich and poor kids can live in the same bunks, play with each other, that all societies could do so. I went to a summer camp in Halkidiki this summer. Ukrainian kids, Egyptian kids, and Greek kids, all at the same summer camp. Ήταν η πιο χαρούμενη μέρα που πέρασα στην Ελλάδα. Και λέω, μπράβο. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και σε εύχομαι όλα τα καλύτερα.
Thank you so much.
Τι μου είπες, Ειρήνη? Well, I want to thank Ambassador Chounis and also Alex Kostopoulos for this very enlightening conversation they had. We are moving to a next panel right now, which is called Energy Cooperation in the Southeast Europe and Eastern Mediterranean region, and turning point for the EU's energy security. This is the ministers, actually, panel. With us is the Minister of Environment and Energy of Greece, Mr. Theodoros Skylakakis. Eva Petrova, she's the Deputy Minister of Energy in Bulgaria, and Getar Meku, Deputy Minister from the Ministry of Economy of Kosovo. Moderator is Ms. Olga Kakova, Deputy Director, European Energy Security from the Global Energy Center of the Atlantic Council. I will pass the floor to Mrs. Kakova, and thank you, Olga, for being with us. Fortunately, you're virtually, but thank you again, for joining us. Okay, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes, I'm very sad I could not join in person, but thank you so much for the invitation, and it's an honor to moderate this high-level panel. It's a pleasure to be here. If you don't mind, we will just jump right in. You've already introduced our distinguished panel, so we will just go into questions. I will ask our panelists to kindly keep your answers to 2 to 3 minutes. That way we can ensure that we get through a lot of different questions, a lot of different areas and topics. As you would imagine, there's a lot to discuss in the energy and energy security space. I know that Minister Skylakakis will be joining us later. So if we don't mind, we will start off with Eva Petrova, and we'll make, Eva, we'll go to you. This question for both of us, but we'll start with you, if that's all right. In the last 10 years, could you talk about how the last 2 years have changed the importance of the Mediterranean region in advancing European energy security and climate goals? Particularly, what lessons were learned, especially from some of the fast-tracking measures and the emergency measures that were introduced, especially as we look into this upcoming winter? Eva, we'll go to you.
Thank you, Olga. Good afternoon, everybody. So that's a very interesting question, because actually the last 2 years have been quite unusual. We don't have to go back to all the geopolitical challenges that we are facing. Also the disruption of Russian gas supplies, especially in the case of Bulgaria, when we have the Russian gas supplies stopped on 27th of April last year. Also, we had the volatile and unpredictable situations with the energy prices. The lessons we learned, and we are still learning, is actually that partnership and solidarity are key for energy security. And in particular, the Mediterranean region as a transit hub for energy flows proved to be of strategic importance to strengthen the dialogue and cooperation between producer, transit, and consumer countries. The second lesson we learned is that we need infrastructures, and we need them, and in order to have them, it takes time. If we look back at 2022, we had ICGP entering into operation, and that was a project, if I can recall that started back in the gas crisis in 2009. We are almost there with the Bulgaria-Serbia gas interconnector. We are active participant in the second FSRU in Alexandroupoli. However, what is most important, that actually in order to address the needs in the current situation, it seems that we have to look back in larger infrastructures. So we need to scale up the infrastructure investments, and to go back to infrastructures of regional but also European and global importance. And the third lesson learned is actually that we need flexible strategies. We need strategies that could adapt to the changing environment, but also to address the paramount economic challenge that goes together with the decarbonization path.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. Really appreciate it. And I was just informed that the Minister Skylakakis just joined us. So, Minister, we will go to you with the same question. I'm very happy to repeat it and summarize it. The question is, how have the last 2 years changed the importance of the Mediterranean region, particularly in advancing energy security and climate goals? And what kind of lessons learned for the last 2 years we can utilize, particularly from the fast-tracking measures, from the emergency measures, as we look ahead towards this winter? Welcome, Minister.
Well, welcome. Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, the last 2 years have been 2 years of extreme uncertainty. So we had extremely high prices of natural gas. We had volatile energy prices in general. We had we moved fast forward all our green transition efforts, which moved by themselves by the changes in the calculations. And we also realized that the infrastructure that we have is crucial both for energy security reasons and also in terms of pricing. Thus, we moved as a country, and I believe as a region, towards new investments in infrastructure. The link between Greece and Bulgaria, for example, for natural gas is one example. But the message that I would take from all that period is that geopolitics are going to play a much more important role in future energy systems, and we have to be very cautious in how we organize our energy security and our energy prices. For example, for Greece, the rise in natural gas in 2022 had a cost of about 3% of GDP, just the rise of natural gas prices. These are huge amounts. Our economy managed to handle them, but in the future we must be a lot more careful and base our energy security much more to ourselves rather than and ourselves in Europe rather than how we deal with the international markets.
Thank you so much, Minister. Vito Armiakou, we will go to you next. Same quick question.
To us, I think I'm unmuted now. Okay. Past few years have made it clear to us that renewable energy and energy efficiency should be at the top of our agenda, not just as means of fighting climate change, but also to ensure energy independence, particularly from authoritarian regimes. Kosovo has been fortunate not to be reliant on gas during this crisis, but we rely on dated 40 and 60-year-old lignite power plants, which pose a significant threat to our supply security. Currently, production from these plants accounts for 95% of our electricity consumption, and the plan is to leapfrog from coal to renewables. The crisis affected us particularly during the cold months through increased electricity prices, and it put extraordinary pressure on our budget and institutional capacities. So now we're working on parallel to first protect citizens from price hikes, second to reduce demand, third to keep our lignite power plants running, and fourth to set the foundations for a new energy sector that is secure, sustainable, and leaves no citizens behind. So cooperation and integration in the energy sector with regional partners and the European Union is a must, not only to deal with the crisis, but to enable integration of renewables and to make the energy transition a reality. Now, progress in market coupling is most advanced with Albania. We have launched a joint power exchange and look forward to trading electricity through this mechanism. We have already established good relations with Albania, exchanging electricity to make use of our complementarities. But the midterm goal here is to launch market coupling with Greece and North Macedonia as well. We certainly see potential for more cooperation and coordination at the regional level going forward. And this is all in the interest of energy security, geopolitics, and the green transition. But I will have to add here that the biggest lesson was through energy efficiency and energy saving measures, in addition to ongoing programs on energy efficiency in the public sector, which had been going on for several years. We introduced the first time program for the residential sector just last year in 2022, implemented a pilot €6 million subsidy scheme for efficient heating appliances. And this was generated overwhelming interest and very positive feedback. So this year we have continued with the €30 million budget on several subsidy schemes that include efficient equipment for households, as well as insulation for residential buildings. I will end there, and perhaps we can get back to energy efficiency again during this discussion.
Yes, we definitely will. Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. Minister Skylakakis, we'll come back to you. I wanted to ask you specifically about Greece's rapid scale down of coal. It's such an important case study for other countries that are looking to phase out their coal fleets, and at the same time make progress on climate pledges and synchronizing these efforts of sufficient supplies and decarbonization. Moreover, the country has delicately balanced the build out of LNG terminals and also robust clean energy deployment of renewable infrastructure. What are some key takeaways through this transformation, and how can we have a broader conversation around synchronizing these efforts?
Well, the first thing that we must realize is that due to our fast decarbonization, we are overachieving our targets in terms of CO2 emissions, considerably overachieving our targets. And we are moving much faster in terms of integration of green transition, that our real problem is to find the electoral space to have all these investments be implemented. We have a long queue of green investments and investors wanting to invest in Greece, and we're trying to create electoral space to do that. The first takeout then is that we have to have a balanced green transition, which means to combine photovoltaics, wind energy, and to have batteries and other means of saving energy, because if you don't have a balanced system, green transition can be very, very difficult. The second thing is that we need more integration of our electrical systems. It's of paramount importance to have more integration of our electrical systems, because it's like the rules of international trade. When we trade electricity, then electricity becomes cheaper for both the trading partners. This is the basic reality, and we must increase and do it fast our connections. Now, interconnections from we are also promoting interconnections from outside Europe, but this has to be balanced. That's the third takeaway, that when we bring huge amounts of energy from outside Europe, it must be balanced, and it must be targeted to the European grid as a whole rather than specific markets. That's why we also need bigger interconnections between us, because Europe as a whole can benefit from interconnecting with entities outside Europe, but specific markets, if you are talking about green transition, are much more delicate than the old coal markets, coal-based markets that we had for years. We have a system that is more difficult to manage when you're talking about a system based on green energy. And final takeaway is that we need to also promote other reforms of the electricity market, like smart meters. Today we have signed a big contract with EIB for a huge program of smart meters that we are implementing, because smart metering and all these smart solutions are absolutely necessary for green transition. They are not a luxury. They are an essential part of the system, and we have to promote these different parts of the system, interconnections, balanced entrance of renewables, storage, and smart solutions. We have to push them forward, and if we don't do it, we will have problems both in terms of prices and in terms of stability and availability in the system.
Are mentioning the importance of the grid. So not just the built out of the grid, but the interconnections with neighboring countries, with the broader system, as well as reforms and upgrades to the energy markets and functionality. And of course, building a grid and a system of the future. As you rightfully mentioned, it is a much more volatile system, much more volatile market, and making sure that the system is prepared to handle this. We will go to Deputy Minister Miaku next, in the same kind of note of the question on further exploring what it takes to absorb this a massive amount of clean energy that must come online in order for Europe and the region to meet its climate goals. And as the minister, the Greek minister mentioned, Greece is on track there. But let's turn to Kosovo and the developments, the exciting developments there for a second. You have really robust goals by 2031 to hit 1.6 gigawatts in renewables capacity, 340 megawatt hours in battery capacities, really fantastic, ambitious goals. Where do you see the biggest challenges and opportunities in achieving these goals? And how could transatlantic and also regional, even bilateral, multilateral cooperation support reaching this? And I promise to you that I will come back to the efficiency measures. You know, what role do you see efficiency playing in the region's security and also, of course, climate targets? And how can the government support these measures? I know it's a lot of questions.
Well, I'll do my best to keep my answer concise and to the point. We have a very ambitious energy strategy, which was adopted last year and sets the targets for 2031. We'll have to hit 1.6 gigawatts of renewables capacities, and that means building about 1,400 megawatts of wind and solar capacities, and add 340 megawatts of storage. Top that with the commitment to have regional integration in order to have a very stable energy system for Kosovo. The intention is to increase the share of renewables by 35% within this frame time, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions for the power sector by 32%, and have very tremendous savings through energy efficiency. And energy efficiency really is at the forefront of our efforts here. Traditionally, we were focusing on the public sector and mainly buildings used by public institutions through the years. Last year, we piloted the 6 million households or residential program. And this year, we're actually using $30 million euro package that we received through the EU emergency support package that followed the European energy crisis. So around 13 million euros are being dedicated to help the residential sector, which is a historical high for Kosovo. And when you consider the size of the population, this is quite a significant amount being spent in a market or in a country that didn't benefit from particular energy efficiency schemes in the past. In the spring, we launched measures to help with social housing owned by municipalities. So we'll have 14 municipalities throughout the country benefit for a total of 31 buildings where 907 families are housed in a surface area of 56,000 square meters. So this is a significant number. And in late summer, we launched a call for subsidies, mainly for insulation and home renovations, The call was closed very soon because we didn't have to wait for the deadline. We received 2,000 applications right away, and on a first-come, first-served basis, we'll have about 2,000 families benefiting for a total budget of 10 million euros, and they can be subsidized up to 45% for the investments they make in their homes. Another scheme with a 10 million euro budget is targeting mainly single parents and families on social assistance schemes. They will be able to buy efficient equipment for their homes, including solar system for water heating and PV systems. And we have another 5 million euros, which is just the beginning to help micro, small, and medium-sized companies in heating appliances, efficient work equipment, solar systems for water heating, and PV systems. But to top this, we have prepared a Kosovo Energy Investment Pipeline 2023-2025, which lays out concrete projects where international investors can participate. And the target is to have 950 megawatts of renewable capacities and storage capacities built through this pipeline, which is also supported by quite modern energy legislation, which is also being revised to meet all the European Union standards. At present, our Parliament has picked our latest draft law on renewable energy, but we're also working on other laws to really be on par with the rest of Europe. Currently, as we speak, we have our first renewables auction that is open for foreign investors, a 100 megawatt solar park, which will offer investors the opportunity to secure a 15-year power purchase agreement with a guaranteed purchase price, a 30-year land lease, and a very suitable terrain with excellent irradiation and access from the road and access to the grids. It's just 350 meters away from the construction site. And most importantly, truly, we have streamlined our administrative procedures. So typically, in this case, investors will have a very smooth interaction with the government without the hurdles that in this part of the world we've seen investors face over and over again. To close this will be just the first of many projects with wind and solar and the storage capacities and other opportunities for investors to cooperate with the public institutions in Kosovo. But this will be done with the view to securing regional integration and making sure that we're part of a larger, more balanced, more adequate, more resilient energy system in the continent in which we belong. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. I think there's still quite a few opportunities on both sides of the Atlantic to improve efficiency measures. So we'll look forward to observing some of the key lessons, takeaways that you'll be able to share from these robust efforts. We will go to Deputy Minister Petrova next. And of course, all of you have so far covered all the different efforts on how to build out both clean energy infrastructure and successes and achievements in building out both LNG and piped interconnections in the region. However, you both mentioned, three of you mentioned that there's still opportunities for further build out and diversification of supplies to build out a stronger region, a more resilient region. Deputy Minister Petrova, as of right now, there's still, speaking of supply diversification and speaking of building out in a resilient system that could withstand malign players withholding supplies, such as Russia, there's still no sanctions on Russian gas entering Europe today. However, Bulgaria is leading by example through implementing measures to impose punitive taxes on Russian-owned oil and gas operations, and that's done in order to reduce Russia's influence in the region to make sure that such over-reliance doesn't happen again. Can the shift away from Russia be considered as more of a permanent shift, or do you still think that there are risks of going back to Russian supplies in the future? And particularly as we look at Russia's growing LNG shipments, what are your thoughts on this?
Thank you. That's quite interesting question. Actually, as I said, in April 2022, the Russian gas supplies to Bulgaria were interrupted. And you can imagine that was a huge challenge because back at that time, we had something like 88 to 90% of Russian gas supplies in the portfolio of our incumbent company, Bulgargas. So the first intermediate efforts were to actually find alternative gas supplies, and this includes also alternative routes for these supplies. And again, partnership and solidarity, not to mention Greece at that time. I mean, they were key, and we couldn't go without this partnership again, as back in 2009. Then at the end of the year, the interconnector Greece-Bulgaria became operational. That was also a game changer for us because still in the portfolio of Bulgargas, we are having a pipeline gas of non-Russian origin. And currently, we are managing to have the portfolio of the incumbent gas supplier not having Russian gas in it. Including pipeline gas and LNG supplies from other sources, and we are definite in our position. I mean, we don't foresee to go back for Russian gas supplies. Of course, it's a challenge because apart from securing the alternative supplies, we also had to back up the corporate structures, because you can imagine a company having pipeline gas in its portfolio, suddenly having to fill it in with LNG. We needed a lot of transformation to go. And also, I would say it's not just about filling in the gas supplies and providing for the security. We couldn't make it without having also the other measures that were also mentioned by my colleagues, like measures for example, for reducing the gas consumption. This put the question on speeding up electrification, on finding alternative renewable gases. Also, we came up with an ambition on renewable gases and low carbon hydrogen. That's also on our agenda. And also, another big issue that came as a result of interruption of the Russian gas supplies was actually the role of gas in our decarbonization strategy. That's also a big question because we have to see how we can limit this participation of natural gas as transition fuel, if we can still use this term. And it's a big question because we have in Bulgaria, we have quite a specific case. It's not so much about consumption of households, where we have the use of natural gas limited, but also a larger consumer of natural gas are the district heating companies in the country. So this puts also the different time and different investment perspectives of the decisions that we have to take.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. Our final question, I will ask you an impossible task to keep your answers to 1.5 minutes so we can try to get back on track on the schedule. So the question will have to do with tying this all together into the role of multilateral initiatives and multilateral bodies and cooperation in driving this forward. 3Cs is a great example. Congratulations to Greece for officially joining. Bulgaria has been a member from the beginning. And of course, there are conversations about the best way to engage Balkan countries. What role can such platforms play? And what is the importance of such transatlantic and multilateral platforms? And also, what are some of the biggest opportunities for multilateral cooperation that we haven't touched on in addressing, clean energy, but also energy security challenges, and ways that multilateral partners can continue working together to support Ukraine ahead of the winter? I know it's a lot, but Minister Skylakakis, we will go to you for 1.5 minute response, and then we'll close it out with two deputy ministers. Go ahead.
Efforts are very important because living in a world where there is great uncertainty, geopolitical uncertainty. We need to be able to talk to each other and organize a regional or wider understanding of our energy policy. I will give you an example. We are now very dependent in our system from natural gas because as we moved out of lignite, natural gas plays an important role in determining the margin price of electricity. And there we are both dependent on the availability, where we have built more LNG, and the prices. Now Greece has the opportunity to import when the FSRU in Alexandroupolis will become operational from either from pipelines or from LNG 2 to 3 times its needs in terms of natural gas, if you include also the northern pipeline. And the real question is, how do we organize this regionally, this availability regionally, so that it also ends into lower prices, which are very important for the marginal price of electricity in all our countries, in fact, because all of us have also gas production, almost all of us. And this gas production now, through the target model, is influencing very much our average electricity price and goes into the industry and to the consumer. So it has a lot of political importance because consumers in a time of inflation cannot have increased energy prices as well. And also in terms of industries, we now face a competition, for example, from the US that has extremely cheap natural gas. And our industries are in danger, our energy intensive industries, all over Europe, but especially in countries that rely on natural gas, are very vulnerable to outside competition. And we also have to realize that we are doing that at the same moment as we in Europe are promoting the green transition, which means paying the price for green transition, which other continents are not paying, or close neighbors that have the same characteristics like us in terms of competition are not paying their due in terms of CO2 reduction. Thus, multilateralism is extremely important to handle these problems. Smaller countries cannot handle these problems alone.
Thank you, Minister. Really appreciate your remarks. We'll go to Deputy Minister Petrova for quick closing remarks as well.
Of course, I do agree and support everything that Minister Skylakakis said, and I just want to add that we also see the effective regional cooperation as the way forward, because we are facing a lot of challenges in terms of energy security, in terms of affordability of energy supplies for our citizens and industry. Also, I think there is a lot of room for effective and leveraged regional cooperation in all these new setups that we are seeing in the energy system, like energy communities, like a new way of producing and consuming energy, and for sure the potential is there. Also for new sources like hydrogen, especially green hydrogen, infrastructures, as I said. I mean, we need a lot of infrastructure to back up the transition processes in the region and in Europe as a whole.
Thank you so much. And we'll go to Deputy Minister Mioco.
Kosovo might be at a disadvantage here since we don't have the gas infrastructure, but the past few years have taught us that multilateralism, bilateral cooperation truly play a critical role in advancing energy diversification, regional security. Of course, we consider the broader implications of this initiative and the potential for Balkan engagement. I believe there are several keys to highlight. But first of all, it's multilateral platforms are really an opportunity to collaborate and pool resources to accelerate energy diversification. This is very important. We can work on infrastructure projects, research and development in clean technologies, and make sure that we're reducing our reliance on a single source of energy. Then we can offer forum to share best practices, knowledge, and experiences in the energy sector. This has been of paramount importance over the past few years. But ultimately, it's about looking ahead and making sure that our commitment to decarbonization is achieved, and that we can think outside of the national borders to make sure that transition doesn't hurt us and does not undermine the stability of our quite fragile and in Kosovo's case dated energy system. So we see regional cooperation as a way to ensure our just transition with all the targets that we have set in our energy strategy, but which we frankly share with the rest of Europe.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. In all of your remarks through the last half hour, you mentioned the volatility of the markets. You mentioned how geopolitics is now playing an outsized role, but how important the unity, the transatlantic and regional, cross-regional cooperation, bilateral, multilateral cooperation is, and how these issues can be resolved alone. So I will leave you with that positive note that these issues are massive, they're challenging, but we can work through them together, including through transatlantic partnership. Thank you so much to our distinguished speakers today, and thank you to those who have tuned in person and who've tuned in online as well. Really appreciate this. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Ναι, λοιπόν, συνεχίζουμε. Ήταν να είναι μαζί μας εδώ, ήταν τότε στο προηγούμενο που είχαμε προγραμματίσει, ο Γιον Φλεκ, που είναι ο Senior Director από το European Center του Atlantic Council. Δεν μπορούσε να είναι μαζί μας, οπότε αυτό που κάναμε ήταν μια τηλεοπτική κατά κάποιο τρόπο συνέντευξη, την οποία την μαγνητοσκοπήσαμε μαζί, οπότε τώρα θα σας την προβάλλουμε. Εντάξει, ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Welcome, Mr. Jan Fleck, Senior Director, Europe Center of the Atlantic Council, with whom I will have an interesting conversation on how the Atlantic Council views the latest developments in the energy sector and not only. As you heard in the welcome remarks, Atlantic Council has been an institutional partner of the Southeast Europe Energy Forum since its inception 7 years ago.
Hi, Elias, and thank you so much for inviting me to be part of the 7th annual Southeast Energy Forum. I'm only sorry to miss the exciting conversations you're having in person this time, but the Atlantic Council and the Europe Center are a proud strategic partner of your forum, and we look forward to continuing that cooperation, great cooperation we have with you, Elias, your team, and the American Atlantic Chamber.
Well, thank you for your kind comments. And by the way, this is mutual, the respect and the the feelings that we have towards the Atlantic Council. We've been partners for a long time, and we really appreciate your work and your partnership. So as you know, energy, the Southeast Energy, the forum has been around for 7 years. It's taking place in Thessaloniki. Unfortunately, the one that originally was scheduled back in September, due to the flooding, was postponed for today. So, and that's why you're joining us virtually. But still, we appreciate your presence with us. So I will start, with a few questions to you. First, let's say my question, first one is, what are your views regarding the course of the transatlantic relations, given the latest geopolitics developments?
Well, exciting and treacherous times we live in, Elias. Obviously, in terms of the course and the outlook for US-European transatlantic relations, I think on the one hand, we've had unprecedented cooperation between the United States and the European Union and European countries, not only in the wake of Russia's illegal war and full-scale invasion of Ukraine, but especially in that area. When we think of the European sanctions packages that I know haven't been easy on many of our European allies across the EU, when it comes to the military and financial support for Ukraine together, when it comes to the US and the EU working together to reduce Europe's reliance on Russian energy and accelerating the deployment of clean energy solutions and alternatives to Russian energy reliance, and overall geopolitically a much greater alignment between the United States and Europe on whether we are talking about alignment on China, whether we're talking about outreach to the so-called global south when it comes to investment and infrastructure programs where the US and Europe have aligned much more closely. And then I think we need to take, looking much more into the future, we need to take a half step back. This is a very deep and wide relationship between the United States and Europe, and with that depth and width and breadth comes a lot of complexity too. On the one hand, we've had possibly the most pro-European and pro-EU president in the White House in President Joe Biden, and President von der Leyen on the Commission side has made US-EU cooperation really a key part of her presidency. But we should also be very clear-eyed looking ahead. This is probably the last US president that has that transatlantic mindset and outlook really imbued in his personality, his professional entire career. And so I think Europe needs to be ready to step up in the medium to long term when it comes to its global role, its geopolitical role, and be ready to really provide solutions, because this is not even talking only about a return of President Trump. Even beyond that, I think there will be a much more matter-of-fact relationship moving into the future.
Well, we keep reading all this news about the internal politics in the U.S. and given the upcoming also elections there, and definitely the interest is very high in Europe, considering what they should, how they should react, or how Europe will. What to wait actually for the new government, the cabinet, regarding the transatlantic relations. So this is a very important actually topic, and thank you for mentioning this. My second question is, given the conflicts in Gaza and Ukraine, and considering that winter is almost here, what are the possible scenarios regarding the global energy supply and prices?
Well, I think your audience probably knows a lot more about the details of that, and that's why I'm especially sorry to miss this in person, your conversations. But obviously, the terrorist attacks by Hamas and Israel's ongoing response could be a second major shock to European and global energy markets after the Russian invasion of Ukraine almost a year and a half, almost 2 years ago now. I think the jury is still out on whether we will see another $1 trillion winter for Europe. I think on the positive side, the oil price has stayed relatively stable. You have high storage levels on the European side. You have European efforts to diversify that have been very successful in many ways. You also saw the Baltic Connector incident or sabotage there, and how Finland and Estonia had prepared relatively well. But there are obviously also serious downside risks. I think that depends on where this conflict between Hamas and Israel goes. If we're seeing a limited conflict as we're seeing right now, or relatively localized, let's say, then I think the global energy markets will escape relatively unharmed. If you see a wider regional escalation that brings in Iran or other or Iran's proxies, then obviously with Iran being an oil producer and having that strategic location on the Strait of Hormuz, we're in a completely different territory. And if this escalates even beyond that, then obviously the entire globe and not just energy markets are in deep, deep trouble. And that can go, I think I saw a recent World Bank analysis that, in a full escalation in the region would see a scenario close or beyond that of the oil embargoes of the 70s.
Wow, that's sounds, alarming a lot, actually. And hopefully, this crisis will not expand further. I'm moving to another, let's say, territory. What are the challenges and opportunities for the Western Balkans? I know that you're being very active on that. So what are the challenges and opportunities for these countries in enhancing energy security, diversification, and sustainability while aligning with the European Union energy objectives?
Yeah, look, I think that it's all in the regional cooperation at the end of the day, right? For the Western Balkans, there's obviously serious challenges in terms of aging energy infrastructure or the absence of infrastructure, a lack of integration into the wider European energy markets for many of the energy infrastructure. I should say, for many of the countries of the Western Balkans, the influence of actors like Russia and China in key aspects of the energy sectors. I think the European Union focusing on these issues with its growth plan, because any transformation in the region will really involve major costs that I don't think the governments of the Western Balkans will be able to shoulder by themselves. And so this EU growth plan that President von der Leyen has been touting, that I think needs a little bit more raising and support, and we're looking forward to seeing the substance of it in much more detail. But I think that is the right approach. And I think obviously also Greece can play a major role, since we're talking to you, where we've already seen the critical role that Greece has played in the wider regional, but also East Med areas, the port of Alexandroupolis, the switching of pipeline infrastructure from east to west to south to north up to Bulgaria, Romania, and beyond that. And I think building the Western Balkans much more into that expansion and diversification and upgrading is very important.
So to European, you consider that energy projects, like the ones that you refer to and some others, online, that can bring, those countries more close together to work together, collaborate together, and maybe it will be like let's say a step forward, for having them integrated to the European Union and other organizations as well. Okay. I'm moving to another subject. Just one question more, if I'm allowed. Climate change. We all talk about this climate change, and actually in Greece we had, actually our summer. This summer was we had, the wildfires and also the flooding, with huge impact actually. So the climate change is here, and there are certain goals set regarding carbon emissions. Actually, in December there will be the COP28, if I remember well. I think that will take place in United Arab Emirates. Anyway, so goals are set. Do you think the pace towards green transition will slow down due to the developments in geopolitics and also in technology, or in inflation also as well, because economy also is under fire still with inflation?
Yeah, I think, look, that's the challenge, right? I think we're all seeing the effects of climate change. I think Greece has been on on the receiving end of some of the ways that climate change has been accelerating and aggravating, intensifying certain phenomenons, and whether it's heat or the floods, and other issues. I think Europe has little choice but to drive forward that agenda. That's because of the need to reduce dependency because of geopolitical factors from Russia, but also its diversification towards the Middle East over the last year and a half, 2 years, as we're seeing now, brings new vulnerabilities. And so clearly that will remain a major strategic priority for the European Union, and I think in the United States maybe a little bit less pronounced, but we're walking in the same direction overall in terms of the deployments of renewable and low carbon technologies. Key challenges are obviously also the supply of critical raw materials that are needed to deploy some of these technologies, right? And there, I think the United States and the European Union need to get much more on the same page. In the recent October 20th US-EU summit, we didn't see progress on the critical minerals club, for example. But I really think that's a key area for the United States and Europe to make some progress, because otherwise that strategic priority of tackling climate change through energy transformation and the green transition will become that extra little bit harder by the day. And I think that's really important for both sides of the Atlantic to understand and figure out common solutions in how we tackle that problem, how we approach those suppliers beyond the one big supplier that we all know sits out there and that we don't want to be completely dependent on. And so figuring out very practical solutions there. And then the last question is, maybe you have elections at the European level, you have a new European transition, European Commission coming in next year as well. And I think that there we will probably see a little bit of a shift away from a solely focused on the green transition as one of the 3 major priorities. And I think we're already seeing signs of the European debate also bringing in the competitiveness agenda and competitiveness debate much more. And I think that will only accelerate with a new commission, a new European Parliament, and then a new 5-year agenda.
Well, let's see, what's going to happen. Actually, it's very interesting, to see, how the new European Parliament, also the Commission, will consist of, what actually, trends and political trends that will be there. So I want to thank you very much for joining us virtually. Hopefully, we'll see you next year in the next Forum Energy Live. So, ladies and gentlemen, Jorn Fleck, he's a Senior Director from the Europe Center from the Atlantic Council. Thank you, Jorn, and have a pleasant evening.
Thank you, Elias. You have a great evening, and wishing all of your participants successful, fruitful, productive conversations. I'll be there next year.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we are thanking Elias and Jorn for the very interesting discussion that they had in this one-to-one interview. And let's proceed to the next panel discussion, which will be about the challenges and opportunities of upscaling grid capacity and storage in view of the new national energy plan in Greece and also in Southeast Europe. And I will ask the 2 online participants, our guests, Mr. Nikos Tsafos, the Chief Energy Advisor of Prime Minister in Greece, and also Mr. Andreas Borgeas, the CEO of GAP Project in Unis Group, to join us, and also Mr. Denald George Tafani, the Executive Director of PPC Albania, to join me physically on the panel. Okay, thank you all.
it's a very interesting topic, and we are listening a lot about the necessity for electrification in all sectors. And the new term is electrical space, which is something that is extremely urgent. And we've heard in many previous panels talking about the necessity for the creation of this electrical space, which is a very new term. And of course, we know about the necessary policies and legal frameworks that in many countries, also in Greece and also in Southeastern Europe, are missing or need to be updated. So, and as the time is really quite pressing, I will start with Mr. Tsafos. And Mr. Tsafos, our National Energy and Climate Plan and its updated versions might set ambitious goals regarding the green energy transition and the investments and then increase in renewables penetration in our country. And in order to achieve these targets, it's imperative that we expand and upgrade our existing interconnections and establish more or less new with the third, as they are called, countries in Southeast Europe, mainly creating the so-called vertical corridor, which we hear a lot about oil and gas, but it's something that is also crucial and mandatory also in terms of electrification of the whole region. So can you please share with us the government's strategy towards this direction, especially what policies will be followed, keeping in mind that, the new geopolitical situation that has arisen quite recently with the conflict between Israel and Palestine really sets new conditions in the area.
Well, thank you very much for having me, and thank you for this question. Let me start from a very big picture. The National Energy and Climate Plan of Greece, which we have submitted last week, is online right now on the European Commission website. The starting point of this plan is that the energy transition can really be a blessing for Greece. The world is changing from fossil fuels to low carbon energies, and the primary low carbon energies of the future are going to be the sun and the wind. And Greece has ample, oftentimes world-class resources in solar and wind energy. And so the overarching premise upon which the National Energy and Climate Plan was written was to say, this is a tremendous opportunity for Greece that has historically been a net energy importer, that has relied on fossil fuels for its energy, imported fossil fuels, often very expensive, imported fossil fuels, to chart a new path towards more production, self-sufficiency, and in the medium to long-term exports. So what we know is the energy transition is going to bring a number of changes. And some of them we know, some of them we don't know. But one of the things we know for sure, it's going to mean the greater electrification of our economy. If you look at most studies, forecasts for a net zero world, in advanced economies, you're probably going to see the consumption of electricity essentially double through 2040, 2050. So we know that the system of the future will be based on the sun and the wind, and one of the main mediums in which we will consume energy will be in the form of electricity. So this gives us, as a government, a very solid foundation upon which to build. So, in part, this requires that we invest in our own networks within the country. We have done this. If you looked at the investment of IPTO and HEDNO, the TSO and the DSO, they've essentially doubled in the period sort of 2019, 2022, relative to the previous 4-year period, right? We need to do more. We still have a lot of work to do, but that's the right trajectory to be on. And we understand that we are part of a regional and European market. So our strategy is more interconnections with whichever country we can accomplish them faster. We have already completed an interconnection with Bulgaria. We are planning the tripling of capacity of our interconnection with Italy. We have put on the table a cable that will go through the Adriatic Sea into Central Europe. We've talked in the past and at the European level about the need to upgrade the interconnection capacity of the Western Balkans. And of course, we're talking about our connections to the Mediterranean Sea. The overarching rationale for all these interconnections is multi-layered, right? One is we already see that on days where we have good renewable capacity increase, we are a net exporter. So we know that even today, on good days, we have surplus electricity that we want to export. We know that in the medium to long term, more and more of our days will be those kind of days where we have surplus electricity. But there is a layer of we want to export the product that we have, which is electricity. There is also a huge need for building connections for the balancing of the grid. We know that the bigger the area that you can balance the system on, the easier it is for the system to be balanced. So all these cables, they're not just about baseline flows, but they're also about allowing each country to better manage the intermittency of renewable energy. So it has a clear sort of strategic logic for us. It also makes a ton of sense from the perspective of exploiting our resources and helping balance a system with high penetration of renewables. We've also put on the table, and I will end with this, the compelling logic of connecting the sunny Mediterranean with the windy North Sea, right? Because we can send essentially electricity north during the summer, and we can import electricity from the north-south during the winter. Of course, that doesn't mean that we're not going to have our own wind potential. We do. And in fact, one of the reasons we want to have more connections up north, going north, is to fully take advantage of the extraordinary offshore wind potential of the Aegean Sea. So there are so many good arguments for more cables. We just know that they take time. You can't just build them the flip of the switch. So we have to be advancing as many projects as we can in parallel, knowing that they will take time to materialize. And with that, I'll pause.
Thank you, Mr. Tsafos. The idea of having everyone on the energy table, and it's something that's very, very interesting, and something that I think our government really needs to understand, has understood very well, and really moves towards this idea. Mr. Bourgeas, I know that you've been in the sector quite a lot, and following the Ukraine crisis and listening to the REPowerEU initiative, and also all the targets that have been set by Greek government, we know that we're going to have a lot of major investments in Greece regarding grid interconnections, has already been mentioned by Mr. Tsafos, pipelines, energy storage, and offshore wind infrastructure, and so on. Which, in your point of view, is regarding the future energy geopolitical role of Greece in the Southeast Europe?
Great question. Good morning, everyone. My name is Andreas Borges, and I'm actually calling in from California, where it's very early right now. I wish I could be there, but I want to thank the Southeast Europe Energy Forum for hosting this event. I wish I could be there in person, but I also want to send a shout out to all the constituent supporters of this event. This topic is obviously of extraordinary importance, and my background is in politics. I've served in elected and appointed politics for 15 years. And I now have the honor of serving as CEO of the Greece Africa Power Electrical Interconnection Project, which is a subdivision of the Yunus Energy Group based in Athens. What I see Greece undertaking and experiencing right now reminds me a lot of my home state of California. We're in a very similar situation where we understand where we want to go that we have the political will, we have the industrial capacities, but we need to implement and do so wisely. And it was great to hear from my friend Mr. Tsafos that Greece has submitted its plan to Brussels. That is exactly the type of work that I think is essential, is laying out a vision so that the individual commercial and industrial and political components can be brought together. And this is where I think California has made some mistakes in the process. And what I mean by that is we have decided that we're going to do something because California loves to get ahead of itself, but it doesn't necessarily integrate very well with industry and its capacity. So the challenges that we've seen in California, I'm hoping that Greece can very well avoid some of those in the medium and long term. Grid capacity is an incredible component of becoming instead of a net importer of energy to a net exporter of energy. Now at the GAP, we endeavor to connect through electrical interconnection Egypt and Greece to serve in that very important role. But we also understand that there are limited capacities, for example, that Crete, the island of Crete, can accommodate. So investing in the infrastructure of Greece is absolutely paramount. The second to that is making certain that you diversify. And this is where I think California has made some mistakes, and I'm hoping Greece can avoid. The diversification I'm talking about is, yes, we're moving away from fossil fuels. We are moving into alternative energies that are sustainable, but we must build infrastructure and policies and permitting capabilities that accommodate electricity, wind, hydrogen, all of the energy components that create a diversified portfolio, because that is, I think, where we're going to go as a country. And Greece is going to no doubt emerge as a geopolitical player in the energy space. You mentioned earlier that there have been extraordinary changes in political affairs. Now that is my background, and I feel very confident as we look at these challenges, we should also be looking them as opportunities. Ukraine has changed things. We also know that what is going on in the Middle East is also creating extraordinary developments. But what is clear through all of this uncertainty is the certainty that Greece can emerge as a pivotal player in the divestment process from Russian energy into European independence and playing an integrated role with the Mediterranean and the surrounding areas of the Balkans and to the west. So Yunus Energy Group, I believe, is going to play a very important role in Greece. And this will be my last point, is one of the other reasons that I think California has been slow to make the changes that need to be made is because they haven't in parallel pursued the following. Number one, you cannot necessarily bring in outside industry and enterprise and think that it's going to solve the problem. Also, what a country needs to do always, and a community wherever you may live, is also to promote organically from the domestic market. What I mean by that is Greece is in an opportunity right now where you have international entities coming in and wanting to make certain that they invest in this energy evolution. We also have companies in Greece that are going to be part of this, but they are domestic. They're organically Greek-created entities. And I think when you pursue those two paths of attracting talent and investment, but promoting talent and investment from within, is where you have that natural harmony and integration and reliability that brings about security in this pursuit. But I think grid capacity and its diversity is where we are going to need to go in terms of Greece's posturing and positioning over the next number of years.
Thank you, Mr. Bourgias. The idea of having Greece as a solid energy partner in an uncertain environment that is now been shaped and changing every year in our region is something that is very interesting and very important. Mr. Rafani, you come from PPC Albania, and Albania is one country that is really trying to move forward very fast in terms of grid developments and developing the electricity sector. And it's quite interesting to know what are the challenges that we are facing in terms of grid development and maybe some future interconnections with the neighboring countries, if they are planned or what. And moreover, do you have any idea of Albania becoming a net electricity exporter, which could be a very interesting case for enhancing the energy security of the region overall?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you very much, the organizers, for the invitation. It's okay. Well, Mr. Papatheou, every day we see interest from big companies in the region of Balkan to express its interest to invest in the countries. From the other part, we see the governments to be more active to change, to amend the law in order to attract more investments. Let's focus to Albania. Albania, till June of the next year, will start the operation of the new photovoltaic station with a installed capacity of 400 megawatt. You understand, for the Greece, it's not considerable, but for Albania, it's very considerable, this capacity. For the moment, the installed capacity of Albania is 2.6 gigawatt. From the other part, Albania completed 6 months ago the first auctions about the wind farms, about the 50 years competitive contract. Was 3 bidders, selected 3 bidders. The installed capacity will be 222 megawatts. In this auction took place companies like Total Energy. We understand that the interest for the big public international companies is increased. From other part, Albania, I believe in the next 6 months, will announce a new auctions for photovoltaic stations with a installed capacity 300 megawatt, and the Albanian institution will provide PPA agreements for 15 years. Of course, there is challenges and difficulties in the energy market in Albania. For the interconnections lines, let's mention, today it's mentioned very the interconnection between Greece and Albania of 400 kilovolt that Albanian transmission operator DIPTO is working about this. I believe will be ready after 8 or 9 years. From other, in addition, in Albania is working about the new transmission line between Albania and North Macedonia. Will be the transmission line will start from Fieri west area of Albania and to connect with Bitola, North Macedonia. Albania, it's planned to build a new interconnection other water line with Italy with 400 kilovolt. The capacity, transmission capacity of this line will be 500 megawatt. We understand that this new corridor and these new lines will reduce the price of energy and will help the supply stability. In internal market, Albania is investing in improving the substations and the distribution lines because in Albania there are several projects under construction and ready to build, and Albania needs to reinforce its networks. Of course, there are challenges and difficulties. It's the same like across Europe. Grid interconnection projects are delayed to the costs, to the inflation and the interest rates. But the answer, in my opinion, the answer of this grid challenge not necessarily means new lines and cables, but I believe that there are ways to reinforce the networks without building new physical infrastructures. But according to the European Commission Digitalization of Energy Action Plan, points to various solutions. In regard to your question about the Albania to be a net exporter, Albania aims to become an energy net exporter of the regional market, to be a leader in the energy market. Albania this March this year approved the new law about promoting energy from renewable energy sources. The government of the Albania wants and they believe that will be the energy exporter, but Albania must invest more and better in order to be sure that this energy will be transmitted to other countries in the region.
It's very important to understand also that more or less the energy demand in Albania will increase in the coming years. So it's something that you need also to face. And then apart from producing more electricity, you need also to export some parts of that through the realized interconnection, as you are saying. Okay, Mr. Tsafos, we are talking a lot about, Greek achievements. And one of the achievements that I think that we should really talk a lot about is the record-breaking increase in renewables installation. And last year, I think we were ranked 5th globally in per capita installation of renewables, which is something that for a small country like ours is a huge achievement. And we're expecting in the upcoming years an explosive increase in renewables installation in Greece. And many people say that we will really overcome the anticipated targets of our national energy and climate plans by many times. So we talked, I think you spoke about the grid infrastructure in your previous remarks. But could you please tell us a little bit about the short and longer term priorities of our government, again, in terms of grid infrastructure, but mainly in terms of storage facilities, which seem to be the second major pillar, apart from the grid, for the increasing of renewables penetration in our energy mix?
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, our main challenge is how to manage success. We have already reached a point where solar and wind are about 46% of our generation. If you add hydro in there, we're up to 57%. This is the data for the first 9 months of the year. And so our main challenge is, how do you get from that number to 80%, which is our target for 2030, and do so in a way that can guarantee security of supply and the stability of the system. And I'm going to get to batteries, but I want to put sort of all the different components on the table, because I think it's important to realize that there's no one thing that will get us to 80%. I think there's going to be a number of things. One is we have to keep developing different technologies at the same time, right? So the diversification of technologies and of regions within the country where deployment is happening are going to be crucial. We cannot be overly exposed on one technology or one part of the country for our renewable generation. Our plan for offshore wind, which is also incredibly ambitious, part of the logic is we have a great potential in the Aegean, but part of the logic for developing offshore wind is that you generally have higher capacity factors offshore than you do onshore. And so the same gigawatts of capacity offshore can give us more predictability for the system that we can get from those same gigawatts when we have them onshore. So there's a system balancing logic to developing our offshore wind potential. Then we're going to have things that will work sort of across the board, across all balancing horizons. We've already talked about interconnections. I'm not going to go back to talk about interconnections. We're going to have demand response. And to have demand response, primarily the challenge is going to be how do we build up the technological pathway to offer a compelling demand response solution? Smart meters, but also electric vehicles and the ability to pool those vehicles together, the batteries from those vehicles together. So that's something that's going to take time, and it's going to offer part of the solution out in the 2030 horizon. Once you put aside those things, what is more immediate for us, it's going to be obviously batteries. We've already had our first auction for batteries, working on our second, horizon for the third, and already thinking about the ones after. trying to offer incentives for people, for promoters to add batteries to their projects so we can get more battery deployment. We're putting a lot of money and investment into pump storage, right? In the emblematic project of Amfilohia that is getting sort of RFF money. And I also think that the other two pillars of system stability, obviously one is going to be natural gas. We're going to need natural gas. That's why we're targeting sort of 80% renewables. The vast majority of the remaining of that is going to be natural gas. But the other thing that we're thinking a lot about is hydro. You know, hydro is the only low carbon dispatchable source of electricity that we have in the country right now. And so if you look at our hydro plants today, they essentially complement renewables. So they turn up in the morning, they go away during the middle of the day, and they come back in the afternoon when the sun sets. As we develop more batteries and more pump storage, those functions are probably going to be met more by batteries and by pump storage. And I think we're going to see the role of hydro evolve into something that's a little bit more seasonal and backup balancing when things are not going great for the system. So we are facing a challenge that everyone else is facing. There's no sort of right solution out there. We're going to have a mix of strategies to deal with system balancing. But our primary goal is not how do we build more renewables, because that's happening. The interest is there. There's a huge queue waiting to be connected to the grid. And even though we have one of the highest penetrations in the world, we're all constantly trying to think, how can we bring more into the system? But that system has to be stable to absorb all this new interest. And that is why we have to look at that broader ecosystem of solutions that can make 80% renewable penetration possible in the time frame that we have set as our target.
Thank you. The message of living in the transition is really the reality. As we speak, it's like we are exhibiting the transition, something that maybe 10 or 15 years ago would be a science fictional approach. But yes, we are living in it. And of course, technology is there for us, and governments like our government and also most European governments are here to support and show clearly our target. So, Mr. Borgeas, Africa has a huge renewable energy potential, and not only Africa, all the regions in the Northern African area. So potential future interconnections with Europe is a discussion that has been really initiated some tens of years ago, but now it's something that's really becoming very, very modern. And of course, the interconnection through Greece and then directing the electricity that can be produced in Northern Africa to European center is something that's very important. And of course, it's like the enhancement of electricity production security for Europe, very crucial. So I think you are promoting such a big project. You mentioned a little bit about it before. So can you please tell us a little bit about the idea and also the challenges and what are the next steps for this project?
Thank you. Yes, the GAP, which is the Greece-Africa Power Electrical Interconnection, this is a proposed project between Egypt and Greece. And I think Mr. Safos laid it out earlier pretty well, that grid capacity is something that everyone is going to be experiencing for purposes of stability and sustainability. Diversification is going to be huge. And I think one of the beautiful aspects of the GAP is not only that it takes advantage of solar and wind that will be generated in Egypt, transmitting it underwater over to Crete, is what do we do with it once it gets to Crete? We know that grid capacity on Crete needs an evolution, and no doubt we want to be a part of that. For our purposes, we believe that hydrogen, in this particular respect, is a fantastic offtake opportunity. And the Eunice Energy Group, as I mentioned, which is based in Athens, has been the recipient of not one, but two pilot programs and grants sponsored by the European Union to explore and implement hydrogen in the southeastern part of Crete. And that is exactly where the alignment is proposed with the GAP. And this creates an opportunity for that diversification. Another opportunity is that we are optimistic that the Eunice Energy Group will be selected for its battery program in northwestern Greece through the PCI PMI process, and the results of that should be coming out in short order. So I think the diversification is an incredibly important component to the evolution of Greece's energy posture and its infrastructure. But a part of that is making certain that we have, when we have opportunities, whether it be with Italy or with Egypt or elsewhere, that we have the policies and infrastructure in place. So I want to commend the Mitsotakis administration for being very aggressive about creating a set of policies that will advance Greece's position, and as part of that, the framework that we've heard so much about. But I think a part of that needs to be making certain that we have the permitting process and the entitlements that normally go into these projects expedited. That I think would be very helpful, not just for the GAP and other UNIS-related projects, but other folks within the country and outside to want to invest in this diversification process that Greece is experiencing. But to answer your question directly, Egypt has, by some estimates, 12 gigawatts at this moment of unused energy. And not all of that, of course, is green, but they endeavored to make it such. And we've heard a number of proclamations coming from partners in Egypt and elsewhere that this will only expand. So I think the integration between Greece and Egypt is going to be part of that natural evolution to promote energy security and the diversification of energy.
One of the issues that our panel is about challenges and opportunities in grid interconnection, also storage deployment. So yes, bringing investments and connecting countries is something that really is very important for the region overall. And Mr. Tafani, for Albania, the typical case for Greece, for example, is that the deployment of higher renewable shares brings grid congestion. So the next technical step is to upgrade the grid or fabricate interconnections or increase the storage. So do you have any business plan for storage in Albania?
The legal framework for the construction and operation of the electricity storage system in Albania has not been yet defined by the Albanian government. But there are initiatives from the EBRD in order to support the Albanian government, in order to amendment the law 43/2015, which is the primary law of the energy sector, to regulate this law and to include and to the European directives and acts like 942, 43, and 45. To develop and strengthen the electricity sector in Albania, a stable and effective regulatory framework should be established as soon as possible. And I believe with the support and the help of EBRD and other institutions from the next year, from the start of the next year, the Albanian government will amend the law according to the European directives and acts. And after all of this, I believe the companies will express their interest in order to invest in the storage system in Albania.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. Just to conclude, I would like from all of you, just one in very small amount of time, one comment that you think that points out towards an optimistic energy future in the region. So, Mr. Tsafos, very fast, please.
I mean, my optimistic point is Greece has great sun, has great wind, and the world is going to rely more on those resources. So this is a great position to be in. If you're Greece, the world is changing in a way that favors our resources. So I think that's pretty optimistic.
Thank you. Mr. Bogias.
Thank you. I think my final comment would be probably oriented toward the Mitsotakis administration, that once again commend them for the bold steps that have been undertaken and those that have yet to be taken on. My recommendation is making certain that we create integration as much as possible between the policymakers and the decision makers and industry. And I think that is one of the challenges that we've experienced in California, that they were not properly integrated, and the state being as supportive as possible to make certain that during this extraordinary evolution that Greece is experiencing, that it maximizes its opportunity in a sustainable way. So I think integration between policymakers and decision makers and industry through a supportive role is essential.
Thank you, Mr. Bogias. Mr. Stefani.
I'm very optimistic about Albanian because the last years in the Albanian has development from the start for the Albanian Power Exchange and for the other interests from the companies to invest. I believe that the Greek companies to be present in the Albanian sectors and in the region, because I believe that there will be added value for the Greek companies to be present and to invest in the region of Western Balkan.
Thank you all for the great exchange of opinions. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Spiros. Thank you all the speakers for the previous panels. And now we are moving ahead, and we have with us Mr. Stylianos Sbirakis, Principal in Global Investment and Innovation Incentives of Deloitte. He will come up with a presentation titled Recent Changes in EU State Aid Regulation, for Energy and Sustainability Impact on National Incentives. We will connect with Mr. Sbirakis. I don't know. Oh, he's online. Okay. So, Mr. Sbirakis, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Hi. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to participate in the Energy Forum. Yes, I will try to say in the next few minutes is what is happening in terms of state aid related to energy and sustainability. I'm part of the global network of Deloitte for Global Investment Innovation Incentives. What we have been experiencing the last few years is more and more incentives that are related to sustainability and energy that are available from various geographies worldwide. We see the latest, let's say, announcements from various countries like the USA, the Inflation Reduction Act, Canada, Japan, Kenya, and EU, of course, the Repower EU and the Green Deal Industrial Plan being a part of it, which are trying to enhance the net zero capabilities of the countries through various policies, measures, and of course, including the subsidies and the tax credits. So what the topic of this presentation is today is to show what is the recent, let's say, changes that came up around the end of June this year to the General Block Exemption Regulation. This regulation is, in essence, a regulation that guides the member states of EU to provide incentives locally without the intervention of the DG Competition and its approval process. So we see here 5, let's say, categories of state aid related to the investment aid mainly for environmental protection, including decarbonization, for recharging or refueling infrastructures, for energy efficiency measures in buildings and out of buildings, and the investment aid for the promotion of energy from renewables, renewable hydrogen, and high efficiency cogeneration. This includes batteries as well. Now, in Greece, we have various incentives. However, I chose the specific 3 that I think provide the biggest, let's say, incentive effect to investments that are related to the energy sector. We have the RRP loans, the Recovery and Resilience Plan loans that are provided through the banking system and as well as EIB and EBRD, the Strategic Investments Law, and the special tax incentive, which is part of the tax law related to the capex for energy efficiency. But before we go to the incentives, let me give you, I'll try to be fast in these, a little bit of information of what has changed. So Article 36 of the GBER includes the provisions that the member state can have for incentives related to the environmental protection and decarbonization. So you see here, these are related to projects leading to an increase of the environmental protection of the activities of undertakings, as well as investments in CO2 capture and transport. Typical investment costs are all that are related to such projects. However, what is the eligible, let's say, budget that can be used is based on a counterfactual scenario. So we get the scenario with a classic, let's say, investment, and then the counterfactual with the specific investment, and the difference is the actual eligible expense that we can claim. You can see here that we can claim 40% of eligible costs or 50% as conditions for this kind of investments. However, for CCS or CCU projects, this can be 30%. These are vary depending on the size of the entity and the area where the investment is done. The important thing is that the national threshold, identification threshold as we call it, is 30 million per undertaking and per project. This has been doubled since this modification, and this is quite important to know. The other article is related to the investment aid for recharging and refuel infrastructure. Again, here we see a significant change in the sense that we can include also private investments here, not just public investments. And here the aid intensity is 20%, and they can increase again depending on the size of the entity, if it's a small, a medium, or a large enterprise, and depending on the area of such investment. Again, the net notification threshold here has been raised to 30 million per undertaking and project in Greece. Article 38, this is investment aid for energy efficiency. Here we see that the main change is related to the aid intensity that can reach up to 100% of the total investment costs if it's the aid is provided through a competitive bidding process. And in several occasions, it can be 30% and beyond. Now, the notification threshold again is raised to 30 million per undertaking and project. The same applies for buildings. Here, we have up to 30% of eligible costs that create the energy performance, increases the efficiency for at least 10 to 20% under special conditions. This is an interesting one. It's Article 41, is the one related to the renewable sources. Here we see that the investment aid for renewable energy sources, including renewable hydrogen and of high energy cogeneration, can receive such investment aid. Here we see that there's a specific mention related to storage projects. You can see here in the second bullet that investment aid for electricity storage projects is eligible only to the extent that is granted to a combined renewable and storage project behind the meter. That means that both elements are components of a single investment plan, or the storage plant is connected to an existing renewable generation installation. You can see here that this category of aid extends to biofuels, bioliquids, biogas, of course, renewable hydrogen, green hydrogen, and high efficiency cogeneration systems. The eligible cost is the total investment cost. So the percentages of the aid intensity that you see here are related to the actual full investment cost that is needed for such investments. So it's 45% for production from renewable energy sources, including hydrogen and high efficiency cogeneration, and 30% for the eligible cost for any other investments. This means the battery. So 45% for the generation and 30% for the battery. Again, the notification threshold is 30 million per undertaking per project, and this is in combination. So if you have used state aid in any of the other articles that I mentioned earlier, this is combined. This 30 million is a combined threshold with those as well. So, having seen these major changes, the impact to the incentives that I talked just earlier is quite significant. So, for the Recovery and Resilience Fund loans, we see that all sustainability and energy-related projects out of all these articles that I mentioned earlier are eligible. As long as these projects are eligible under GBER, then the maximum state aid that the project can receive through the subsidy of the specific RRF loan is up to 30 million. That means that quite significant projects can receive such, let's say, low interest rates as 1% for medium and large enterprises, or 0.3% for small enterprises. These kind of projects belong to the green transition pillar of the specific instrument, the RRF loans. And as a typical project can receive up to 50% of the project budget through the subsidized RRF loan, the bank should provide at least 30% of the specific financing through a bank loan, and the participant, the investor, should participate with at least 20%. The strategic investment law has a rather limited scope for renewable energy sources. It's these are specified inside the law itself. So we see here systems that combine a renewable energy power plant and a green hydrogen generation system, provided that the electricity produced is exclusively used for hydrogen production, installation of offshore wind and or floating photovoltaic parks, and the RES projects that connect areas of the territory that have not been connected are not planned for an interconnection in the future. So these are specific projects, but you see here that these can now receive a maximum state aid up to 30 million because these are based on the GBER specific articles that I mentioned before. So again, here we see an improvement for the specific incentives through the strategic investment law. And finally, the tax law. This is an incentive that is not, generally being used, but it's quite important for taxpayers to realize that they can receive up to 22% tax relief on the actual acquisition cost of the assets that do energy efficiency. And here we don't have any specific threshold that we need to achieve. Even a single watt, let's say, of energy efficiency is sufficient to be able to go to place these assets in the specific category. You can see here for the energy efficiency, we can include investment in buildings and constructions, installations, in machines and equipment, and other interventions in typical like a production process that reduce the energy profile of the entity. Again, here we see that these can receive up to 30 million of state aid through the new changes in the GBER. I'd like to also to point out here that the specific article is not only related to energy efficiency, but is also related to any asset that substantially contributes to the climate change mitigation. However, we still pending a joint ministerial decision in the Greek legislation for this to be activated. So this wraps up my presentation. I hope that I gave you some new information that will be useful for all these very interesting investments I've been listening about. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Svirakis, for your presentation. I think it was very quite informative for the audience here. We appreciate your presence, even the last minute also call. Thank you for responding to this. I think we have a break here for a coffee break, if I'm not mistaken. So just a very short coffee break, and then we'll be back very soon for the rest of the program. Thank you. Λοιπόν, συνεχίζουμε στο τελευταίο μέρος του προγράμματός μας. The role of hydrocarbons in the energy security, navigating offshore oil and gas investments through energy transition. Μαζί μας είναι ο κύριος Αριστοφάνης Στεφάτος, ο κύριος Τάσος Βλασόπουλος, ο κύριος Ντίνος Νικολάου. Ο κύριος Στεφάτος είναι συνδεδεμένος διαδικτυακά. Κύριε Βλασόπουλε, κύριε Νικολάου, συντονιστής, ο κύριος Σπύρος Παπαευθυμίου. Ευχαριστώ. Σπύρο, λόγο σε σένα.
Thank you. We apologize, Mr. Stefatos. It was the setup of the panel.
No problem at all. My pleasure to be with you.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. And this is a very interesting panel. It practically combines two terms that might be contradicting, like hydrocarbons and energy security. And we'll be talking about the role of hydrocarbons in the energy security and navigating offshore oil and gas investments through energy transition. So it's so many terms. And let me introduce, first of all, we have Mr. Aris Stefatos, who is the CEO of the Hellenic Hydrocarbons and Energy Resources Management Company, HERIMA. Mr. Tassos Vlasopoulos, the CEO of Hellenic Upstream, Hellenic Energy, and Mr. Dinos Nicolaou, the Vice President of Energy and Oil and Gas in Greece. So I would like each one of you to make a very short remark, starting remark, and then we'll continue with questions. So Aris, please.
Yes, thank you for this. Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to be with you today, and I apologize for not being able to participate live from Thessaloniki. Since I'm the first one, I think I'll try to explain why what you just said, that seemingly contradicting terms regarding the fossil fuels and the energy transition. I think what is very important to state here is that in Greece, we are very fortunate to focus, our exploration focus is related to tentative natural gas reserves. And when we say natural gas, I think I will try to use the term the bridging fuel or the enabler of the transition. So being practical, if not cynical, about the challenges that we are facing, we are trying to do the best we can to explore whether we have the domestic reserves of natural gas that will be needed in order to support financially the energy transition, provide the base load or the fuels at the percentage, at the limited percentage that we expect that we will still need over the next decades, and thus make a more robust plan that will secure reaching the end goal, which is towards an economy which is much less dependent on carbon emissions, and it is much cleaner. So in this respect, and we have been very happy, and I'm particularly happy today because with us, we have two of the companies who are active. There is a third company who's active in Greece, and this is actually the biggest energy corporation in the world. This is ExxonMobil. But together with the Exxon, with Hellenic Energy, and with Energean, we have managed to achieve some very impressive things in Greece since the end of 2021, actually, before the invasion of Ukraine, where we engaged with the efforts to restart the exploration efforts, and that led within 13 months to conclude 7 exploration projects in Greece. These 7 exploration projects, which is a historical record for Greece, involve 4 2D seismic surveys and 3 3D seismic surveys. Essentially, our investors, following on our Prime Minister's announcement that this is an effort of strategic importance and priority, they put their resources and they managed to do something which I find it very spectacular for our standards. They mobilized in a very short period of time, and they have managed to deliver all this work within 13 months. Just to give you an impression of the numbers, within 13 months, we've managed to map more than 10 times the areas that had been mapped the previous 10 years. So also, I should point out that the investors increased by 150% the minimum commitment investment they have undertaken through the concession agreements. So we were very pleased with this performance, and especially because all the work that was carried out at the highest industry standards in terms of measures to protect the environment and reduce any impact to the marine life. So at the end of this, we are particularly happy because we now have an extended survey which demonstrated through independent third-party monitoring that includes universities and the National Center for Marine Research in Greece, that we had no negative effect. We did not have any consequences to the marine life, and the measures and the protocols that have been applied in order to minimize these effects have been very efficient. So with that being said, I should also make clear that all this progress and all these things that we are talking about is only one of the elements of the national strategy for the energy transition. This is in a way, I'm not sure if it's the right term, but it is like an insurance policy if something goes wrong. But we have very ambitious plans when it comes to delivering with more active measures the energy transition, and we are very happy because we, as the state company, have assumed responsibilities towards that goal. And without taking too much of your time, I will just mention the two things that have fallen under our responsibility through the transformation of the company last year. So this is our responsibility to mature, monitor, and develop a CCS value chain in Greece. In that respect, we have issued within a very short period of time the first exploration license to Energean. Energean has a very interesting and ambitious plan to transform the Prinos depleted oil field into a permanent geological storage of CO2. And also, we have assumed the responsibility to deliver the national program for the development of offshore wind in Greece, something that we announced last week, and I was very pleased to say that it has been very well received by the industry. So the reason I mentioned these two activities as well is to send a very clear message that this is not an effort from Greece to turn back towards a fossil-dominated energy sector. It is what we think is a realistic plan forward that makes economic sense and provide the insurances and the securities that we will have enough energy supply if we are successful with all these efforts that we are making, and that we will have a robust economical plan.
Thank you, Mr. Stefatos. The idea of the term insurance policy is very interesting, and maybe a vision for Greece would be like Norway, like exporting gas or oil or whatever, and in another way funding and 100% green energy mix for our country. That could be something that, yes, it could be maybe a very wise vision for us, and maybe hopefully it's something that we could achieve. And to continue with Mr. Vlasopoulos, so Mr. Stefatos mentioned the realization of seismic, or a very ambitious seismic survey plan, and what are in Crete and in Ionian Sea, and when are the results for the evaluation of these data are expected, and maybe the potential investment decisions?
Well, thanks very much. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, thanks very much for the invitation to be part of this discussion. We all know each other. First of all, what I'd like to to say is that to pick up from the first question that you actually addressed, Mr. Stefanos, there is no contradiction between hydrocarbons and energy transition. You cannot have one without the other. So let's really talk about practical elements on this. Your question about what we're going to do with seismic and the results of it and final investment decision. First of all, let me take you back 2 years ago, about 2021. We built up our equity in the Ionian block, and then we shot 2D seismic in both Ionian and Block 10. That was in 2021, okay, ending in in February 2022. 7 months later, we in Hellenic, we actually shot 3D seismic in both our blocks. So we could have waited a bit longer and actually shoot the seismic 18 months later. We could have done that based on our, what the law allows us. However, we believe that the best way of actually getting things, de-risking our projects, would be to effectively collect 3D seismic and see what we can actually do going forward. Now, between the date of finishing, collecting the last line and, getting to interpretation for 2 big blocks, 3D seismic is a quite dense, let's say, exercise. It takes some time. So we would expect sometime in 2024 to be in a position to have completed the interpretation, the acquisition, the processing, and the interpretation. So 18 months from the end of the acquisition, then we should have, the results of the interpretation. Now, you use the term of final investment decision. Final investment decision is a term that is usually referred to when you have a development, when you have a discovery. I think probably what we wanted to imply is whether we're going to go to the next stage about drilling wells, right? Drilling exploratory wells. So in that particular case, we will obviously, once we complete our interpretation, which is the first, let's say, stage, the next stage would be to ensure that we have the right infrastructure in the country to ensure that the drilling can be supported, get all the right licenses for this and permits, and we rely obviously on the support from the state to get things on in a timely fashion, and we have no reason to believe otherwise. We feel the support of the state in this particular area. Decision to go to the next phase will be after in the middle of next year, but that's about drilling, not about developing something, right? That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, I keep 2 terms. One is practical, which is mentioned in when you try to put in the same phrase, hydrocarbons and energy security. It's something that some people misunderstand, and I completely agree with you. Practicality is something that we miss in many options of our daily life. So yes, we need to be practical. If you look at the energy, global energy sites, 80%, 82% renewable oil and gas and fossil fuels, and the rest is everything else. So yes, we need to be practical.
Yeah.
We need the subsidization of fossil fuels and to continue to the energy transition is something that should be made very clear to everybody around us.
Yeah, there's no question that we believe that the energy transition is taking place. The green world is going to come, right? There is no doubt about that. The question is how long it will take. But in order to make it in a safe way, you need the support that the system is underpinned by, the support that is underpinned by natural gas, for instance, for the electricity of the country. Until you have supportive batteries, you need to have natural gas. Until you have the whole fleet of cars, being electrical, you need to have petrol cars, right? I think we say something which is very obvious. I don't want to, and I cannot really guess when that point will come, but definitely we see the value of hydrocarbons for the next 20 or 30 years.
Okay, being proactive is very crucial. And Mr. Nicolaou, Energean Oil and Gas is one of the oldest companies, I believe, in Greece that has been dealing with all this, with this sector, and successfully in many times. And you, of course, you have been exhibiting a lot of difficulties and challenges throughout all this course of years. So what are the main challenges that you have faced in Greece, okay, in your pathway in Greece? And also, what are your current and planned activities in our sector?
Okay, before that, we are very new company. First, thanks for the invitation. Energean is a quite young company. 15 years ago, didn't exist. Energean started with the acquisition of Prinos South Kavala fields in the area of Kavala in the Thracian Sea. Very old and almost depleted fields. And Aris spoke about the field of Prinos, that our intention now is to convert it to an underground storage for CO2. And all the plants are there. And thanks to Europe, we are now in the list of the project of common interest of Europe. And we think that very soon we are going to proceed with this project. So Energean, I'm going to take you in a short journey, the business journey of Energean. We are not so many, so enter our bus and listen to the white man. Energean started with Prinos. The then production was about 600 barrels. And the then reserves, certified reserves, about 2 million. 4 years after that, Energean achieved to have production 8 times more, to 10 times more than the initial one, and to 20 times more reserves than the initial one. That it was a very big progress that allowed to Energean to enter other markets. We realized very soon that Energean has to go and see abroad and to look in the Eastern Mediterranean, the major play of the area. We knew very well the reports of the United States Geological Survey about the existence of huge reserves in the area. So we are an upstream company. We decided to make our first step towards Egypt. In 2016-17, Energean made its first big jump, not step, jump, acquiring in Israel 2 fields, Karish and Tanin, and starting working on those fields. It was a competition, a tender for these fields, so Energean was the winner. We started immediately to design the field development plan, and on the time, the authorities approved that plan. On time, Mr. Stefanos, on time. Everything on time there. Then we started the execution and enhanced the exploration in the area. We discovered another field next to the Karish field. Then another field, the Catalan field. During the pandemic, we implemented the field development plan. It was a pandemic. We constructed a very big platform in the shipyards of China and Singapore. A floating, the FPSO, it is a floating platform, deep water platform. The Karish field is located 90 kilometers far from the coast and in depths of water of about 1,700 to 1,800 meters. It was a challenge project in Israel. And a year ago, we started production. It was a miracle. That's why I told you from the beginning, it is an exciting journey for Energia. So we have reserves. We have reserves now of about 1,200,000 barrels oil equivalent from the 2 million barrels of Prinos. And within 10 years, all these things. And then we achieved to have a production this year of about 140,000 barrels, oil equivalent, 80%, more than 80% is gas. We call oil equivalent. This is gas. And we are serving now the 40% of the Israeli market. And what is the Israeli market, gas market? It's about 12 BCM, billion cubic meters, double that the market of Greece. And we are serving more than 40% of this market. In Greece, things are going slowly with difficulties and challenges. For example, during a tender in 2012, we acquired Katagolon block and Ioannina block. And years later, from Total Exploration, we acquired the block 2 in the Ionian Sea. What happened in Katagolon? We achieved with our studies to, let's say, to write about 14 million barrels of oil in recoverable reserves in the area of Katagolon. And we designed the development, we submitted the field development plan, we had the approval, and after the environmental, we come to the environmental permitting, which is necessary to intervene and start production. We submitted the environmental permits. We are awaiting. We executed successfully the public consultation, the local community, the local authorities, the regional authorities supported this project. They wanted this kind of business. They are suffering from unemployment, and they wanted the business. Although the area is a touristic area, and Angelina Jolie was there 2 weeks ago. Okay, we had a coffee, but anyway, I don't tell it. This is Katagolon. What happened in Ioannina? Challenges, delays. A small minority of Greens, allies to the big NGOs of the ecological organizations, allies. How many of them? Less than the passengers of one bus. Protestations, appeals to the court, to the Council of State, delays, obstructions to the applying the work program, delays, destruction of tools and equipment from those people. Less than one bus passengers, less, but very active and noisy. And they had money to spend in order to put obstacles in the execution of the program. This is the most important challenges, delays. And what happened with the delays? More than 4 years, 5 years delays. Now we run out of time. The contract is specific, 7 years exploration stage, can be extended for another 3 years, 8 in the offshore areas, but we run out of time. We have no time to continue the program. We have now to drill. We submitted the environmental studies, all the environmental studies, again, successfully accepted by the local communities, by the regional authorities, and again, protesters, and delays. Now we finished with everything and are awaiting the permit. If it is the same story with Katagolon, this is a disaster. Katagolon, we are still awaiting. You know, after in Katagolon, we submitted all the questions to the authorities, waiting for the And then we are awaiting the license. And 1.5 years after that, they ask us to submit another study. Why? Their obligation was to approve this in 2 months. And after 1.5 years, this is an excuse. It was an excuse for them in order to avoid. And the Prime Minister himself at Patras 6 months ago sent the negative message to the market that they are not allowing any extraction of oil in the area of Katagolo. This is the Prime Minister. But we have a contract with the government, a contract co-signed between the government and the company, ratified by the Parliament. And the other statement, we want to only gas. And we are still importing gas and oil. And we are going to continue importing gas and oil until beyond 2050. We are sure about this. So those are challenges. So we want the government to be stable next to the companies and to respect its signature, because they signed the contracts. We spent 5 million, for example, in the area of Katagono. Who is going to pay the ferryman? The companies, of course. We spent more than 46 million in the area of Ioannina together with Repsol. Repsol in 2020 decided to exit. Seeing all this situation here in Greece, they decided to leave. So, who's going to pay the ferryman if the exploration stopped? And if they don't give us the time that they own to us? I am 50 years, about 50 years in this business. I am the oldest explorationist in Greece. Yeah, so I have a bad experience of the behavior of the government and the government, not the Herema. Herema knows this kind of business and tries a lot to support us. But the state is not only Herema. The state is the government, the ministry, the state is the environmental authorities, so we have to face everything. This is challenges.
Thank you. It was really interesting, the approach, and quite, vivid, the way that you presented the challenges that you had faced. And to be honest, it's very tricky, because even when you're talking about renewables, what happens in Greece, for example, in Crete and many other regions, you just start hearing a lot about protesters against renewables, against wind, against photovoltaic. So it's like we're protesting against everything, but we need energy on the other hand. And it's very, it's not in my backyard. That's what's happening all the times. Okay, Mr. Zefatos, coming back to you, it's like, okay, you mentioned CCS, which is something that is really very important. It can really help in decarbonizing our mix or whatever, our approach. And you also mentioned offshore wind. It's something that I really needed you to expand a little bit upon and try to merge this with your role as a hydrocarbon management company. It's practically talking about Greek energy reserves. So this is new scenery that really tries to merge all these small puzzles of the energy sector, and you are practically the state owner or the company that really tries to enhance the exploration of all these.
Yes, just before I go into answering those questions, since I am managing the company who's responsible for managing the industry and the concession agreements in Greece, I feel the need to make a few comments on the things that Mr. Nicolaou pointed out. I think there is, because there will be people listening to us. First of all, I need to make a clear distinction. We took over in the summer of 2020, in the midst of the pandemic. And since the time I took over, the only thing, in the early days, the main thing that was discussed was the need for an extension in all the assets. And this was something that we fully understood. And we worked in close collaboration with the companies to allow them the time to exit the pandemic, and then together with them we work for a plan forward. The two cases that have been brought forward is the Katagolo experience and also the Ioannina experience. The Ioannina experience is indeed a very bad experience for most of the companies. I think we have moved past bad experience that Repsol had experienced before. So it's an open situation to have one of the investors going publicly saying things that I fundamentally disagree with, and it's not be able to engage them in a dialogue. But I do have to say things. First of all, Ioannina Energean is 100% equity. And I think those who are in the industry will understand that it is rarely seen a company drilling wildcat wells 100% equity. And on Katakolo, I need to point out that Energean has grown a very big company, a very important player in the region. So a 14 million barrels of oil equivalent, we all understand from the industry, is not the most attractive commercial development we can think of. And I suppose this is the reason why Energean did not brought it up in the discussion with the Prime Minister among the projects that we will be pushing forward. So with that being said, I would rest my case, and I will encourage Mr. Nicolaou once more, he knows that I disagree on this, instead of painting a very unfair picture about how the Greek market is and the ability in Greece to achieve things, to focus on the things that we have been achieving together the last couple of years, use that as the paradigm forward, and keep a very high level of expectations from all those involved. Skerema is committed to stand from your side and demand that we make such progress. With that being said, in your comments, yes, we are very happy that we have increased the exploration for the CCS. I have to say it was the second project, European project in the region. It is a visionary project. It's something that we fully support. It's a project that is absolutely needed because we have increased what we call hard-to-abate industries, which are very, very important industries. It's heavy industries in Greece, and we need to make sure that we offer them any help we can in order for them to manage the challenge the CO2 emissions and so forth. I am very positive because I've seen a lot of, on the receiving end, a lot of ideas. I think Greece can actually a very competitive value chain when it comes to CCS, and we can set an example of the region of how we manage the carbon capture and storage in the future. Now, on the offshore wind, I think it has been a lot said lately. The plan is very ambitious. What we have pointed out is that Greece has a very it has a competitive advantage in the region because we have very strong, we actually have much better wind conditions rather than anywhere else in the central and eastern Mediterranean Sea. It's only the Mistral winds south of France that are similar to what we have in the Aegean. And the potential for clean wind power from Greece goes way above the national demand for such power. So this is something that we are paying a lot of attention. And as you have probably heard lately in the different public presentations and the conferences, this is something I think we will talk more and more as we go forward, because we need to focus on the discussion on the necessary investments on the grid infrastructure so we can manage to export green energy from Greece to our neighbors. So, and again, it goes back hand in hand in a way with the potential of the natural gas. The natural gas, based on the estimations we have currently, is that if the quantities are proven through exploration drilling, then theoretically they could be so big that exceed the national demand. Same with the offshore wind. Now, without the question mark of how that we will have to have an intermediate step of the exploration drilling. The offshore wind has less uncertainties, but again, it is something that goes beyond the national demand. Therefore, I would say that Greece has a much important role to play for the region and the neighboring countries than what we have been used to up to recently. And I am convinced that there are so many good efforts, there are so many investors, there are so many smart and competent people involved in this energy transition in Greece that I am very optimistic about this outcome in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. Stefatos. Mr. Vlasopoulos, coming back to you. During the last years and maybe after a long time period, we have seen practically a huge development, a huge intense activity in the hydrocarbon sector, either in Greece, also globally. It's more than 100 billion have been spent for offshore oil and gas projects in 2022. We are subsidizing globally oil and gas with more $1.4 trillion. And this is a fact. This is a fact. So, do you think that this frenzy is a spur of the moment due to the energy crisis that we have been facing the last couple of years? And or do you think that this hydrocarbon extraction is going to be prolonged and be something, a factor that will enhance and support the energy transition?
Well, it's a question really relating back to what I was saying earlier on. Somehow, as I said, I don't see these two not going together. Now, whether it's a frenzy or not, I cannot really comment. What I know is that there is a lot of activity. And there is a lot of activity is because there has been a lot of energy insecurity. So if you want to have energy security, you have to have hydrocarbons. That's a fact of life. Last year, 18 months ago, when we wanted to heat our homes, we need to have natural gas. So either you import it or you produce it. So I think we see what happens today, you know, in the Middle East, where there is no, and that Israel is not really having enough gas to export to Egypt. Egypt really is taking LNG itself, right? So the whole system is interrelated. So we believe that, you know, the hydrocarbons business is a business that will go on. Now, how long it will be, I cannot really answer this. This is depending on many assumptions that one can make, depending on how, you know, assumptions about, you know, intergovernmental, you know, cooperation or different countries working together or companies or the development of the technology. What we know is that in the case of natural gas, you know, we will need that. In the case of oil, we will still need it. Now, the oil companies have embarked on a journey of the energy transition. Some more, some less, right? This is more of a characteristic of the European oil companies, right? You know, this is something, in order to get on this journey, it takes some time. So what we need for that, we will need to have investors that believe that this is a journey and it's not really something that will happen tomorrow, okay? But therefore, you need to support both green and hydrocarbons, okay? You need to have supportive governments for both, let's say, areas. And you need to have, of course, capability within the company, talent, you know, robust thinking, etc. Now, in the case of natural gas, why do we need natural gas? We need it for electricity, right? And this is a way of decarbonizing our electricity, let's say, at least production. There are ways, obviously, of decarbonizing the oil companies as well in the downstream area. You know, CCS, so the capture is one way of decarbonizing the operations. So developing green hydrogen is another way of decarbonizing refining operations. You can do a lot of things also on the downstream side that you can actually decarbonize the way you operate, energy efficiency wise. And therefore, what we can say is that we embark on a journey, internal, but also external.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Like, and also the Hellenic Energy company is a company that really embraces this view. It's like having the upstream and oil and gas company, and also the renewables part, which is like transforming the whole company in a pathway towards the future, decarbonization, but it's something that's going to take time. It's something that, yeah, it's...
If I may say so, I mean, this is, we have developed our Vision 2025, which effectively is a path, towards a more, a greener, a company. So we have our core business, which is of course the downstream business, the refining business, very different company to what Energean is, right? And we have, an integrated, we have LP Edison in power generation. And obviously we're investing a lot in renewables, okay? We also care about CCS, okay? And that's why we are exploring what we can do in this particular area. And we have a number of, we are developing a toolkit to decarbonize our operations. Hopefully we will be able to, in the future to have production. Until then, we will talk about, when we get it, we will talk about it then. Okay?
Thank you. Mr. Nicolaou, you mentioned before your activities in the Israel region. So now we are exhibiting a conflict between Israeli and Palestinians, and it's something that really poses new questions in the region in terms of how you think the future over there is going to be for your investments, also the whole area in terms of energy security and production of energy from different sources.
This is a very good question. We are very happy to be in Israel. We knew the situation and the challenges and the risk before being there. But we know very well that Israel is a state. And they know what is the meaning of a state. And they know what is the meaning of security. So Energean is still producing without any interruption because of the battles and the crisis there. We are still producing. We are servicing our clients. Israeli decided to close the Tamar field because it's the nearest point to the area of battles. They knew better than us what is the meaning of security, but they have another big field that is serving the clients, the Leviathan field. So the security in the energy in infrastructures in Israel now is provided by the authorities, all the authorities, is more than visible. So we continue. Israel has, let's say, has about 42 trillion cubic feet of reserves, proven reserves, a huge amount. And it is the only country that they have gas for export. They are exporting about 9 BCM to Egypt and to Jordan. And now they may have some shortage of gas, so they minimize the export to Egypt. Egypt has its own resources. And, but they are serving Jordan. And I think they can manage to exit from this crisis very soon. They know how to do it. And to join forces with Cyprus. This war made the life in this sector difficult for some countries and create opportunities for other countries. This is a crisis. For example, Turkish negative statements about the war and the support of Hamas create opportunity for Cyprus. Immediately, Cyprus is ambitious to build an LNG terminal for the excess reserves, gas reserves of the area. This may be an opportunity. Who knows? We are waiting now to have the end of this very bloody war. And this is a pity to have it there. But, you know, when you are in a country, you have to respect their reaction in the area and how to protect their country and to protect business as they are protecting our business there. This is it. I'm not Israeli to say more, but anyway, we are there in the center of the crisis, and we are waiting to have this stabilization again and peace in the area.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stefatos, just to conclude, a very short concluding remark on your side.
last issue of the discussion, the geopolitical uncertainty around the world, which sometimes is demonstrated with the tragic events like the ones we're experiencing here in our neighborhood, but also in Ukraine, have consequences on the energy matters. And they just, in my opinion, emphasize the need to focus on the future, collaborate, create common efforts on a regional scale, because the prosperity, the financial prosperity, is a critical element that, in my opinion, also fuels stability and peace. So these are elements that we should have in mind. We have been discussing them before. They become again in the forefront of the developments. They come in the forefront, and I think we have a very important role to play as a very stable European state that can talk with everybody in the area and offer cross-border solutions.
Thank you, Mr. Safatos. Mr. Vlasopoulos, your concluding remark.
Obviously, I'm optimistic of what we are doing, which means that we're gonna do whatever we promise to do, and effectively we see value in continuing, our work as it is today. So hydrocarbons is gonna be here, so we are here, and we are also part of the energy transition as well. So, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Nicolaou, to conclude.
I want to make one comment. We are among the last speakers in this conference. Hearing many speeches and seeing presentations, I thought that for some of them, the energy is electricity. It's not like this. Electricity is a part of the energy. So we are serving the energy sector, and we are serving, as companies, the domain of hydrocarbons. Thank you.
Thank you all for your participation, for a nice panel, a vivid discussion. Thank you all for being with us.
We thank the speakers for the previous panel, and we're moving very fast ahead to the panel considering the maritime footprint of the energy industry. With us is Mr. Angelos Roupas Pantaleon, Ms. Anastasia Kupriyanova, Mr. Konstantinos Papaloukas, Mr. Halilos Petrakakos, and moderator is Minas Giakakis, who is also a member of the Energy Committee here. So, Minas, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. This year, there was a discussion in the Energy Committee, and the proposal was to include a session for the maritime footprint of the Energy Committee, something that is not very often discussed. Nevertheless, energy has a critical parameter, which is the maritime industry. And the main reason for this is that a large portion of energy sources is transported through the seas. At the same time, presently, the maritime industry is asked to comply with a number of environmental issues that potentially could create a disturbance in the supply chain. So it is the technical and financial challenges within the policy frame that we would like to discuss in this session. The distinguished guests have experience, each one in one of those sectors. Mr. Papaloukas has acted as a policymaker in a number of senior positions. Ms. Kupriyanova is the business development of maritime of the American company Amogy, who is a pioneer in the ammonia catalytic conversion that aims to contribute to the decarbonization process. Mr. Petrakakos is here with the identity of the head of the M48 panel for the for the nuclear technology of the SNAMI organization. And last but not least, Mr. Rupas, having served in a number of positions in the maritime finance industry, will be talking about the challenges in his area. So I will start with Mr. Papaloukas, and I will ask him to explain how the IMO decisions have influenced and have been influenced from the maritime industry, repeating what both Assistant Secretary Mr. Payat and Ambassador Tsounis mentioned, that there is a huge need for decarbonizing the maritime industry.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. And just to transit from the previous panel, being an electrical engineer, I see that there's always a perfect balance between molecules and electrons. So let's start with your first question, Minas. There are a lot of things happening right now on a global scale on shipping. So there are a lot of people asking me whether IMO will be influencing regional or national energy policy or strategies, and vice versa. Well, I don't think that the IMO could be influenced by a national or even a regional strategy. Of course, the IMO policy is currently influenced and will be influenced by larger stakeholders like the European Union, but I don't see our region alone impacting the strategy of IMO. Perhaps we could join forces with other island nations to try to influence the other part of the equation. We had recently, during the summer, the 18th Marine Environment Protection Committee, what we call MEPC 80, which reviewed, among others, the carbon intensity indicator. For now on, we will stay in data gathering and data analysis until MEPC 83, since the measures will enter into force after 2026. So we should monitor this closely. What I see as a game changer, though, is the Fuel EU Maritime that is expected to enter into force from January 2025 and onwards. Apart from the well-to-wake emissions intensity requirements, it mandates the use of shore power for container and cruise ships in certain EU ports from 2030 and onwards. When I say well-to-wake, I mean extraction, cultivation, production, and transportation of the fuel, in addition to emissions from the energy used on the ship. That means that it doesn't stop on board, but it goes after the whole value chain. More precisely, 100% for energy used on voyages and port calls within the EU, and 50% for incoming and outgoing EU voyages. That I expect to impact our strategy, as there will be a necessity for our ports to adapt and at the same time develop supply chains of a multi-fuel future, and also provide cold ironing services. And when I say that our ports should be on a transit path, we should think around it with 3 layers. The first layer contains the measures aimed at reducing carbon emissions of operations within the port. And these include operations under the Port Authority, but also operations of the shipping lines and the terminal operators. The second layer is the energy transition in the wider port area. This one entails activities aimed at the direct environment of the port, industrial clusters, linkages between the port and nearby urban areas, and offshore activities connected to the port. And finally, the third layer considers the significance of the ports in the energy transition for the surrounding economy and community. My point here is that there is a lot of work to be done, and especially for the electrification of equipment or the use of alternative fuels like methanol, ammonia, and hydrogen, and all related operation. It will require, for sure, additional space for the power systems, the grids, the bunkering facilities, the storage tanks, pipelines, and the supporting vessels. And that will impact the overall port and the terminal layout. This will be a challenge, as there is often lack of space in ports. I'll stop here.
Now, you heard about ammonia, and the reason ammonia is significant for the maritime industries because it can offer a true decarbonization solution. It might be dangerous, but some people really believe that it is a reliable solution. As I mentioned, company Amogy has put a lot of effort into this fuel. So I would like Ms. Kyprianova to introduce the concept of ammonia as a maritime fuel and explain to us why it is a reliable solution. And also, if I may ask her to talk to us about the experience of Amogy with respect to a retrofit of a tugboat in order for it to be able to use the Amogy technology. Ms. Kyprianova.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anastasia Kyprianova. It's a pleasure to virtually be with all of you this afternoon. I wish that I could be in person, but certainly appreciate the opportunity to share the stage with such pristine panelists today. As Venus already introduced, I am the Director of Maritime Business Development at Amogy. We are a clean tech startup that is based in Brooklyn, New York, from where I'm speaking to all of you today. We were founded just 3 short years ago by 4 MIT PhD graduates, all with a passion for decarbonization. And to date, we have about 180 folks on our team. We are a startup with about a funding source of a little over 220 million to date from a number of strategic investors that also view ammonia as a critical path item for decarbonization. And what we're really trying to do here at Amogy, and really collectively as an industry in a whole, something that our panel is focused on this afternoon, something that the previous panel was also speaking on, and that's really the decarbonization of a historically hard to abate sector. Maritime shipping emits over 1 billion tons of greenhouse gases every year. This accounts for more than 3% of all global emissions. For scale, if the maritime shipping industry was a nation, it would be the 6th largest emitting nation in the world. And there's a lot of focus on reducing maritime emissions through the requirements of new technologies, ships, and certainly fuels. And as my fellow panelists just alluded to a couple minutes ago, it's a really interesting time for the maritime industry. The industry is navigating a fundamental energy shift, and that's being led by a number of things, but first and foremost, certainly regulators, both IMO on the international scale and that trickling down to domestic and local legislature, also leaving owners and operators with a number of options of how they can decarbonize their vessel operations. Each of these options do present their own benefits, but also have some of their own inherent minuses, including difficulty to scale, certainly low energy density, which is something that we see frequently with batteries, molecules that are hard and difficult to store and move around, such as hydrogen, and ultimately pricey commodities on the global market, things as methanol. So here at Amogy, we really view ammonia as a quick win in terms of a future fuel, especially for the maritime industry. And we certainly think that it'll continue to play a core component in the maritime transition with an increasingly prominent role in the renewable energy supply as a whole. And that's largely based on ammonia's abundance and cost effectiveness. We as a society have experience of over 100 years of scaled industrial use and supply for ammonia. It is readily available as a cargo currently in more than 250 ports worldwide. And so what we've been able to do here at Amogy is unlock ammonia's potential as an energy source. And we've done that through developing a complete ammonia to power solution with direct fuel cell integration. What you see up on the screen right now is what we term our Amogy Power Pack. This is a system that adapts to changing power requirements to provide onboard power via ammonia cracking. So there's no intermittent hydrogen storage on board. And the way that this system works is through our best-in-class catalyst, which allows for over 99% conversion of ammonia to nitrogen and hydrogen, cracking that ammonia at roughly 100 degrees Celsius lower than commercially available catalysts. The reactor that's around our catalyst is also highly efficient, therefore making it very compact and modularized so that the system can be used in a number of mobility applications, such as the maritime industry and other really space-constrained locations, which is not something that was conventionally available in the market for ammonia cracking technology. As a brief technology walkthrough, the ammonia is stored in a tank with a feed preparation system adjacent to it, and it goes into the Amogy Power Pack where the ammonia first enters the reactor molecule, where that catalyst and reactor split the ammonia into nitrogen and hydrogen. That reformate stream is then moved through our Amogy absorber, where any trace amounts of ammonia are cleaned up. And then ultimately that reformate stream is inserted into a low temperature PEM fuel cell to allow for a clean source of energy. What we're currently working on right now, and this was a question that Minas gratefully asked, is a prototype of this actual system, which will demonstrate the first in the world vessel that is propelled by ammonia. This is a retrofit that our team here at Amogy is undertaking here in New York at a shipyard about 2 hours north of New York City. It's a retrofit of a 1960s tugboat that will be featuring the entire ammonia to power electrical system that I walked you through on the previous slide. The ammonia in the tank will be stored below deck, where there will be a feed preparation system. At the waist deck, we'll have 600 kilowatts of our Amogy technology, so those absorbers and reactor coupled with fuel cells, as well as batteries that'll be above deck adjacent to the superstructure, allowing for a 1 megawatt power demonstration. We plan to have this vessel on the water in early next year, and we certainly hope that this is a project that'll pave the way for regulatory. That's why we're working very closely with Coast Guard and classification societies, since this will be a vessel that'll be operating on navigable waterways. Throughout the process, we are certainly taking safety as the main priority. Safety is part of our culture here at Amogy and never negotiable. Therefore, there's double-walled piping on all necessary sections throughout the vessels. There's detectors and sensors so that you're never getting to measurements of chemicals that can be potentially dangerous. And certainly significant ventilation to purge the air. A project like this certainly takes a village, so we're lucky to have a number of folks supporting us in this endeavor, including CJOB, who's our naval architect, and SEAM, who are our integrators for this process. Back to you, Minas.
Thank you, Ms. Kyprianova. And allow me to say that I really hope that in the future, Ramogi will be able to generate interest in the Greek maritime sector. Now, if you thought that ammonia has safety issues, wait till we go to our next speaker. Mr. Petrakakos will be talking to us about nuclear energy. And the reason is that many people, especially in the United States, and I have to add, especially in American Bureau of Shipping, do believe that maybe not in the short term, but in the medium term, not long term, it will be nuclear energy that will be have a very central role, not only in the maritime industry, but in the onshore electricity production. I would like to ask Mr. Petrakakos to give us, first of all, a brief overview of the present situation with what is called the Generation 4 fission reactors, even though I know that he's very tempted talking about also fusion reactors.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me to be a speaker in this forum. It's a very interesting forum, and it has talked about a lot of renewable energy. And I'm here to speak for inexhaustible energy. Inexhaustible energy is nuclear power. I would like the two slides, the first slide to appear. What you see in the left photograph is something that you don't believe, but because of regulatory problems on Earth, NASA took this, or is taking these reactors to Mars and eventually to Moon as well. Why do they do that? Because these reactors will generate hydrogen, and hydrogen is used in the boosters of the rockets. So you see that due to regulatory reasons, we're already sending to Mars something that will help us go back and forth continuously without having to think how our people that we send to Mars will return. Now, the next picture next to it, you say Flibe, which is ex-NASA, not this one, the previous one, please, is what we call the fission reaction of a molten salt reactor, which in this case is using fluoride and beryllium. In the one that has the name there, which is Flibe, and you see the two canisters in the bottom, these canisters in the bottom are there because they receive the liquid that is on the top, which produces the energy in case of an accident or a mishap or a misoperation. And when that liquid goes down to these two canisters, immediately that solidifies. And what does it become? Because it's from thorium, it becomes a stone, like the ones we have in Vouliagmeni, by the way. If you come around, you'll see some red stones that contain about 3% of thorium. So that's how they become, and it's safe, no radioactivity. That is what we call fission. Fission in Greek, it means schasi. It means splitting of the atoms. And that's exactly what is happening in here. Of course, we have in your mind, you have in your mind the Fukushima, these bad guys that are in Chernobyl, and some of you probably don't even know the 3 Mile Island. that, well, you know, the people died. Yes, it did. It is because mishaps, and it happened. We have a very small, by the way, the death print of nuclear is the smallest of all the energy producing elements. But we forget about it. That is a long presentation to come and prove to you that. And we skip that now because we're not talking about the water-cooled reactors, which we have in Fukushima, in Chernobyl, in the United States, in Japan, and everywhere else right now. We're talking about liquid molten salt reactor, various salts that's coming now. We call them fourth generation, while in fact is first generation. And why is first generation? It's because they did exist since 1965, operating in a laboratory in the United States, and is still operating. But we have to do something more, and we have to do more research to make it even more safe, where eventually we'll have it next door to our houses. Can I have the next slide, please? That is now what you see here in the low photograph. You'll see the fusion. Why do we call it fusion? It's because we bring the two elements, as you see, the deuterium and the tritium, we bang them together using laser, and then we create the energy and helium and the free hydrogen and neutron. That is, a lot of people say that technology is very, very, very far behind. A lot of you will hear and you will see, oh, fusion is long way from development. No, it's not. I have personally seen it in Israel. I have seen it in the United States. Fusion is here. Now you see what is called there Spark. That's a trade name that my alma mater, MIT, has created as an offshoot commercial aspect. It has raised $1.2 billion and is developing the commercial aspect of a fusion reactor. That, what you see there, is a fusion reactor that MIT is developing right outside Boston. Therefore, we have the technology to relieve ourselves from all these efforts of alternative fuels, which are not alternative fuels really, because in fact we're using the fossil fuels in order to create clean other fuels. The best fuels that we have besides atomic power, believe me, it's fossil fuel. The rest all have their disadvantages, from hydrogen, from ammonia, from everything else. I'm an engineer. I have studied all these things. I have researched all these things. Believe me, if I were to choose two things, I would say atomic power supplemented by fossil fuels. United States, I'm proud, as an American, Greek American, I'm proud that the United States has woken up. It's the last 4 years, but a little bit before, and is generating so much research, so much interest within the community, Princeton, Columbia, Michigan, okay, I mentioned MIT, they all working to bring us nuclear power, to be again the leaders. Why I say the leaders? Because they used to be the leaders until they said only, we will use only the water-cooled reactor. They forgot about this thorium, about the molten salt. Why did they forget it? Because somebody asked the president of the institute, the laboratory, can I produce atomic bombs from what you are having and producing energy and steam? And the professor, Weinberg, he said, no, you cannot. He said, okay, every research on this field stops. And it did, until now. And now The United States has the knowledge, and it will go forward, and we'll talk about later on to ask the United States for help.
Thank you very much. I really hope that everybody will understand.
But the way is different from what I wanted to say before.
How diverse company ABS is. We like to embrace all kinds of technologies. So I don't know when was the last time that bread fell from the sky. Long time ago. So I think it's time for Mr. Rupas to give us his view on how those much needed technologies, whether it will be ammonia or nuclear energy or other that we do not have the time to cover in one session, how do these technologies will be funded? Because the maritime industry has its own unique finance characteristics. So I would like you to give us first a brief overview of the industry, please.
Thank you. First of all, I found Mr. Petrakakos' analysis very refreshing. I really agree with the fundament there because I have my personal doubts about a lot of what is being discussed. So presumably, whether it's Mr. Petrakakos or whether it's Amogy or whoever, we would like to find funding to finance the ships of the future. We go to various conferences and we talk about energy, about connectivity, about all these issues. But in order to connect the world, whether it's Southeastern Europe or wherever, you need to have rolling stock or things that float on the water. And it doesn't look like banks will be there under the current circumstances to do a lot of that. What do I mean by all this? First of all, we're putting too much burden on banks these days to police all of what we're discussing. We have, for example, the Poseidon Principles. Okay, that's a good start, but it's only about 30 banks so far that subscribe to that. And it doesn't require anything more from banks than to simply monitor and ask the companies that they finance to report what it is that they're financing. So it's nothing more than that. Because if we wanted to add something more, we would in fact make banks police agents of all this, and we would have to have account managers in banks who know nothing about technology, myself included, trying to assess the viability of projects. And that's not, of course, feasible or realistic. And that's one of the reasons why chip financing has pretty much left Europe, has gone to Asia, which is showing more flexibility because the organizational platforms under which and the regulatory platforms under which we operate have become so intricate and complex for banks that they shy away from many of the projects that we would like to encourage and see come to fruition. And so shipbuilding and financing now ends up being an Asian affair, which means that we're losing the ability to also guide the technologies and a lot that comes with it in the direction that we would like it to. So I think that's one thing we should keep. But if we want banks to continue financing all that we're talking about now, we need to have a framework that's realistic, that doesn't put an unfair burden on banks, and that creates the possibility to set all these technologies in motion. One quick example, we have Greek coastal shipping, an aging fleet, really aging fleet. Can we finance this fleet? No. Why? Well, there's no yard space in Europe, so we need to go to Asia, but Asia has other priorities. That's the number one issue. Number two, the cost is exorbitant because the new technologies become that much more expensive. Will banks be there to finance such projects? The answer is probably not, because a bank wants to see a cash flow being produced by assets, And once, in the end, a bank wants to get its money back, because let us not forget that banks lend our money. The money that we go and deposit with them, we want back as consumers or as corporate entities. So banks have to follow very strict principles. And for me, those principles shouldn't be the Poseidon principles only, but they should be very strict cash flow principles. And in all this discussion, we sometimes forget these principles and the viability of all of this. So that's one thing I wanted to introduce into our discussion.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for this first round of views that had to do with the past and present situation. The bottom line is that the maritime industry will have to advance, and it needs to advance because it has a critical role to transport energy, whether it is crude oil or natural gas or new fuels that will come into play. It has to stay alive. We heard today quite a few times, and we all agree that we have to diversify our energy sources. So let us not forget that the gas arriving at Alexandroupoli has to be transported by sea. So the shipping industry must find a solution. So in the next round of questions, I would like to hear your views on what has to be done or what is recommended from now on. So I will start again with Mr. Papaloukas, and I would like to hear your view on how you think that our ports and in general the area of providing those new fuels will have to adapt to be able to comply with these new regulations. What has to be done in the Balkan region, if you prefer, in general, since we are in a South Europe energy forum?
So I think I cover some of that in my previous answer. There are a lot of things we need to do so that we can face the future with not just saying that we are ambitious, right, and we are optimistic, but we need to be pragmatic. The spatial issue, for sure, this is something that we need to put in the equation. For our country, it's not just we are like the number one, let's say, force in the maritime sector, but we are a country with hundreds of islands, right? So we need to make sure. I will go with. I always give this example. Speaking about energy transition and fuels and e-fuels and all the transitional economy that it's under development, we can let's go to the Netherlands, right? We have two major ports over there. The one is the port of Rotterdam, and the other one is the port of Amsterdam. Two different architectures, and the way that happened, it's because of the clustering, that they did a very careful clustering. So different fuels for each port. Of course, this is always, we need to factor in different elements like who is the final off-taker, of course. Then toxicity, we don't need to have toxic fuels close to urban areas, right? So before we draw a grand strategy for Southeastern Europe or Greece, we need to take into account which port and why, right? That's the number one. Then, of course, we are a part of speaking about hydrogen, which was referred by almost every panel from what I hear today. Greece is part of the corridor, right? This is the hydrogen backbone initiative where DESFA has been among the signatory members. So our, let's say, location geopolitically, just our geography, suggests that we will be a main transit country from hydrogen that will be produced with low marginal costs in the areas of Middle East, Northern Africa, right? So we need to think of our ports as also terminals of that hydrogen or ammonia or methanol, right? So that needs to have, this is the era where we need to have a very holistic, let's say, approach where we don't disclose something over the other without any reason. We have to have a very clear mindset and be open. That's why I mentioned in my first answer about multi-fuels future. There are many companies, shipping companies, when we talk with a lot of people, they are asking me, what do you think? Which fuel over which fuel? There is no straight answer on that. We have to be, I mean, ammonia is for ammonia off-takers, or methanol is for methanol off-takers. So we have to be inclusive. That's my main point, and I will stop here.
Thank you. I will now ask Ms. Kyprianova, how has been their experience with respect to ammonia integration in the economy, since I know that they have set up a subsidiary company in Norway working with a big Norwegian company. I guess I can name it. It's company Yara. And I know that they have set up a research and development activity there. So I would like to ask her about their experience in accomplishing this task, in integrating a novel and very delicate fuel from the safety point of view in the industry. And how do you think something like this could be, as a process, I mean, as a practice, could be brought over in Greece?
Thank you very much, Minas. You know, I think a common note that was spoken by all of my colleagues on the stage this afternoon is the notion of, one, the necessity for collaboration, and then two, an inherent innovation regulation paradox, where a lot of the technology is here. It's no longer science fiction. It's ready to be deployed. But the regulatory aspect and the supply chain is certainly lingering behind. You know, we recognize that it's not going to be a one-shoe-fits-all solution. It's a hard to decarbonize sector for a reason, because it is hard. But we do know that ammonia will be one of those contenders, and therefore really ensuring that there is, one, the environmental regulations in place, and then two, the global supply chain in place is absolutely critical. What we have seen over the last couple of years in developing a number of strategic relationships with a number of ammonia producers, suppliers, and terminal operators such as Yara, as you mentioned, is that the global ammonia market will continue to grow. As of recently, we've certainly seen majority of the ammonia that's currently available on the global marketplace going to either agriculture or for coal firing. So a lot of it really is going for export and not being used and stored on the domestic soils of where it's being produced. But with that, we certainly see a huge expansion of the global energy source. So if you see some of the maps and the dots identified on the global map on the screen now, that's really the assumption of more than 11 MTAs of ammonia production coming online by 2025. And of course, that's going to be a mix of both blue and green projects, really focused in a number of strategic hubs around the world. As Minas mentioned, we do have a satellite office in Norway. That's certainly because we see the Scandinavian countries being one of the first movers in adoption of ammonia as a viable fuel source. And that also has led to us opening up an R&D facility in Stavanger, Norway, where we're testing a lot of that. And the real strategic reason there is some of the imposed industry and regulatory environments that we've seen from Norway and others. It's kind of this idea of the carrot or the stick approach, whereas in the EU, we see a lot more of the stick approach with carbon taxes being enforced on a number of different vessel owners and operators. As I think most of us here know, the plan was rolled out to be enforced earlier this summer. It was supported by more than 20 countries during the Paris summit. Those included Greece, Cyprus, and Slovenia. So I certainly think that we can see a continued growth in recognizing how that market and supply chain will grow. Whereas here on the domestic forefront in the United States, we see more of the carrot approach, where we have more incentive programs like the IRA to allow for the use of cleaner fuels. One other notion that was mentioned by Minas in your question is really kind of the viability of ammonia and ammonia-related technologies is largely influenced by the market and thus its supply chain. And of course, that includes bunkering. Ammonia differs in bunkering from many other future fuels that we've discussed here today. And that's primarily due to its physical properties. Ammonia is a gas, therefore it requires, cryogenic or high pressure handling, and that makes it far more complex. So bunkering for ammonia may require more specialized infrastructure, while methanol or some of these other fuel bouquets can use some of the existing facilities that we already have in place, especially them being very closely benchmarked to LNG and others. So all of those fuels really require both safety compliance and regulatory compliance. For the tugboat project that I mentioned earlier, we'll be doing the first bunkering. We'll be doing that bunkering alongside Yara and their green ammonia production to demonstrate the entire renewable synergy. But the ultimate notion is ultimately collaboration. We need to collaborate from a supply chain standpoint with industry and technology development to regulatory, and then really multiple different tiers of social acceptance, recognizing the inherent hazards that are present with some of these future fuel solutions.
Can I?
Thank you.
Minas, sorry, can I just say something?
Yes,
to what,
absolutely.
on what you said on the carrot and stick approach to things? In banking, we're pretty much using a stick approach and not a carrot approach. It's not very cooperative, which is why we're seeing banks and other structures working at cross purposes. So if you want to get the project done quickly, you go to a fund structure, which is not as regulated as a bank. And therefore, you circumvent the system and you don't help the system go towards a green energy economy as fast and efficiently as it could. Because if you don't use a carrot approach, you inevitably encourage such approaches, and those are not conducive. So I could not agree more with what you mentioned there.
Thank you, Angelos. Thank you, Ms. Kyprianova. I wish all the best to your efforts in Norway, and I really hope that you will transfer some knowledge to us here in Greece. Same question to Mr. Petrakakos.
Sorry, Minas, but I will not take the question as it is because it would be a lengthy answer. Instead, I will be very, very brief because we have that nuclear, for all of you, it's a startup. It is a venture capital business. It is 6 or 12 years away. It is misunderstood and said to be unsafe. This I wrote just because I knew that the time was going to go. Now I'm coming to you and to reply to you that each unit of 100 megawatts is estimated to be costing $60 million, just in a parallel of what we had a Hewlett Packard calculator that was costing $1,600, the one that my father bought me back in 1972, and now it costs $10. We need, according to OECD, US 3.9 trillion annually. Grasp the figure? $3.9 trillion. For what? It's the figure that OECD estimates for the annual sustainable finance gap. Gap. That is the necessary versus the current spending to meet the United Nations Sustainable, as they call it, development goals. Hence, we called out of necessity carbon as crisis. Does it need to be? And again, I'm saying this is the gap. So we need to spend 3.9 trillion on a GDP, annual GDP of 100 trillion, which is a drop in the bucket, but we have to welcome nuclear. Why? Nuclear costs 60 million, as we said before. 3.9, I mean 65 reactors of 100 megawatts. A year. We don't need anything else. Only from the gap, we cover the needs in 10 years when it starts, because it will start around 2033-35, both fission and fusion. We're not going to have any problem by 2050, and we're not going to have net zero, because net zero is a joke. It's going to be zero. That's all I finished, and we can save our ports, and we're not going to have only electricity, we're going to have heat. We're not going to need anybody to sell to us fuel in order to burn to our boilers. It will become like in New York and most of the United States is coming with pipes. It's going to be a really what we can call the golden era, because nuclear and hydropower, as well as wind and solar, will save the world. It's going to be saved anyway. I don't believe in the end of the world, no matter whoever says, whoever else, whatever. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Whether it will be for ammonia or nuclear, please let's close this panel with an optimistic view. Will we be able to find the...
The optimistic view is yes, we will, if we are realistic. It's like trying to go on a diet and expecting to lose 10 kilos in 10 days. And then what happens is the first day you abandon the whole project because it's futile, you can't do it. Same here. If we focus on the low-hanging fruit, first of all, and encourage banks, for example, to promote, and the environment in general, to promote slow steaming, to promote better designs, which you know better about, and we try to reduce emissions this way by 15 or 20% initially, which is what I understand we could achieve immediately, that's already a first step, because banks want to finance projects that they can then remarket if they go wrong. So if today Mr. Patrakakos could produce a ship that would be powered by nuclear energy, it's highly unlikely that the bank would finance it, because if the bank financed me and I was not able to repay my debt on it, the bank would probably be stranded with an asset that it couldn't sell to someone else. So it's important to bring, for these reasons, projects to banks that are realistic, that take technology a step at a time, make it more palatable, and to make financing those projects by banks not a risky proposition, but a proposition that they can understand, they can monitor, and they can encourage. Otherwise, we're not moving in the right direction. We're paying lip service to all of this, but in reality, we're not talking the truth here, because even if you go to Central and Northern Europe and you talk about equity-related projects, people will always tell you all the nice things in public, but then in private, people say,
Ideally, if you bring a vessel that's older than 5 or 6 years, we would prefer. It's more palatable, we understand it more, we know how to market it, and this makes more sense. Don't bring anything fancy at this point. It's too risky, and all these politicians the world over can't yet decide on what to focus on in terms of the next fuel source. So I don't know if this has been a positive ending or not, but it is positive if we take it a step at a time, if we make politicians and officials in various organizations come to their senses, and they set realistic targets and not work with sticks all the time.
The reactors, by the way, will be owned by the banks, and they will be leased over to the shipping companies. They will own it for 25 years, the first ship. The reactors will be moved on to another ship for 3 ships in total, possibly 4. Therefore, we're talking for an entirely different procedure, and therefore I close my side with a positive view that, yes, nuclear will be here because it's cheaper. That's all.
Just one line here, so that I help the banking side. We have 20,000 announced projects, and we have nearly 20 offtake agreements. Bankers want offtake agreements, right? So that they can back, so that we make a project bankable.
I would like to thank everybody, especially Ms. Kyprianova, who unfortunately was not here with us, even though she did make it the previous time. Unfortunately, the event was cancelled. And I would like to thank everybody for listening to the hidden factor of the energy, that is the maritime industry. Until next year, thank you all.
Can I continue here, Irini? All right. So we have arrived to the last session of our forum. Thank you, first of all, for your patience here. It's a pleasure, to welcome Miss Ivana Juzul from, hello, Ivana, from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the Senior Director of Europe for the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. It's good to have you here. We had very interesting conversation. All the panels were very interested. So I think right now it's your turn, representing the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, a strategic partner of our Southeastern Europe Energy Forum, to cast your views about, the energy sector and the developments. So we will have a conversation. And you want to say something first, or you want me to proceed with the questions?
No, we can proceed with the questions. I just want to say it's really a pleasure to be with you. I wish that I was able to be with you in person. I certainly wouldn't mind. But as it is, I'm connecting virtually from Washington. And I just want to underscore how grateful we are for the enduring partnership we have with the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, how proud we are that we have been able to build and expand upon that partnership in past years. And we certainly look forward to continuing it for many years in the future. So thank you so much for welcoming me to this event today. I had the opportunity to listen to the last panel and was indeed a very fascinating conversation. So congratulations, as always, for pulling together a really impressive and interesting event.
Sure. Thank you very much also from our side. So I will ask you a few questions here. First of all, the first question is, what are the forecasts of the U.S. Chamber regarding the prospects of the energy sector domestically in U.S. and globally, given the recent developments in Gaza, but also in the continuing war in the Ukraine?
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's a difficult moment to predict where we're going to be over the next few months because there's so much heightened volatility in the world, economic and certainly security and political. We do remain concerned about energy security in Europe and about energy security globally. I think last year around this time, we were really in a state of panic, which has largely abated. And we do commend Europe for diversifying its energy supplies and sources and for reducing demand, although we are concerned about how that demand reduction was ultimately achieved. We appreciate that the gas storages are around 99% full. But we are reminded that we remain at risk in the global market. And part of that is caused by the Israel-Hamas conflict and really the potential for regional escalation. Immediately after October 7th, we saw commodity prices, including oil and gold, jump. That has since been brought down to the normal level, but I think it points to the fact that there's real nervousness in the market about where the conflict might go and in how it might evolve. Around 1/5 of global LNG supplies travel through the channel on Iran's south coast. We also saw some recent damage to Finland's Baltic Connector gas pipeline, and I think that serves as a good reminder of the risks that we have to our energy grid infrastructure, both this winter and I think for many years beyond. And that risk is physical, and that risk will increasingly be cyber. And we're seeing shifting demand across the globe. We're seeing rise in demand from China, about 12% this winter compared to last year. We don't expect that should affect the spot market that much in the short term because of the existence of long-term contracts, but it does contract and reduce the availability of LNG on the market, which is overall expected to increase about 6%. So I think the feeling that the crisis is over is incorrect. It has assumed a new form, and we would advise and emphasize that we need responsiveness and readiness and really continuation and expansion of effective global partnerships.
Well, thank you very much. Let's say, sources of energy, what forms of energy are you considering as the ones with highest prospects for the future, given the commitment to green transition? We heard the previous panels speaking about ammonia on safe or nuclear reactors. So, what the views of the U.S. Chamber on this one?
I mean, I think the answer is we will need all of the above and a lot of it. One point that we really always emphasize that energy transition and energy security cannot be treated separately. They are inextricably linked, and we believe that they have to be linked if we are to continue the transition in the long term and do it in a way that is economically viable. We will need to see increased investment in renewables. We will need to see massive investment in critical minerals, by our estimation, some 500% over the next few years. And we will need to see effective government programs to drive and incentivize that investment because it will be expensive. We will also see a rising demand for US LNG, and we think it is a critical part of the transition picture. Demand over the coming years in Europe and globally will continue to rise as we phase out coal, and especially as we phase out coal from hard to abate sectors. Something that I think needs to be emphasized is that climate solutions and investments have to be market driven. In Europe at the moment, we are closely watching the discussions on the Net Zero Industry Act, and we commend EU's willingness to consider how industrial competitiveness and energy are linked. And we certainly commend some of their work on reforming the permitting process, which is an ongoing and daunting challenge here in the United States. But we're also seeing a lot of picking and choosing of energy sources, energy technologies, and specific investment opportunities instead of a more broad focus on reduction in emissions. I think on the US side, businesses, multinationals from pretty much every sector of the economy have made really ambitious long-term climate commitments and committed hundreds of billions in projects announcements since we saw the passage of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act. The bulk of the new project announcements are in about 5 primary areas, and this is in the United States. And that is battery manufacturing and EV assembly, that is wind and solar, That is hydrogen. And here I would say there's always a question of which color of the rainbow of hydrogen, but really in all sources of hydrogen, carbon capture and removal, and in sustainable aviation fuels. And we do think those 5 sectors kind of present the greatest opportunity to both move the climate transition forward and to create economic opportunity.
Thank you. Speaking about energy and all the latest developments, do you think that this sector has brought more close Europe and the US, speaking about the transatlantic relations, actually, that we know that their course is going, is passing certain waves, actually. So do you think the energy is something that really brings together closer, these 2 continents, in also reaching agreements in other also areas like, for example, digital transition or others, cybersecurity?
Yeah, I think the answer to that is complex. The transatlantic relationship is strong and it is strengthening, and we are really proud of how it has strengthened. And the energy partnership has been a large driver of that. And in fact, something that we promote and emphasize is that we really do believe that the US-European cooperation that we have seen over the last 18 months in energy should be mirrored in other parts of the economy, including, for example, the digital space. But much of that strength of the relationship has been based on security and defense cooperation. I think that we do see challenges and obstacles ahead. One of the questions that we are actively grappling with is how to handle the problem of non-market or anti-competitive economies, particularly in the field of climate technologies or critical technologies. And I think we are moving closer together in rhetoric, but not necessarily on action and strategy. And when it comes to energy specifically, we are starting to feel fatigue of the last 2 years and of the COVID years before that. We're feeling the effects of inflation. We're feeling the effects of high energy costs. I think an easy example of that is when you look at questions about support for Ukraine among the US population. Depending on the poll that you read, some 2/3 of the American public believe that supporting Ukraine is in America's national interest. When you link that question and say, is it in our national interest, if it brings up the cost of energy here at home, that support drops significantly. I think in Europe, there's concerns about deindustrialization and what permanent effect the high energy prices might have on the European landscape. So I think all those pressures can often lead to protectionism and to isolationism. And we are seeing evidence of that and rising evidence of that on both sides of the Atlantic. For us at the Chamber, promotion of trade and promotion of shared solutions to global challenges, is really central to our work. The EU and the US are the largest economic and commercial relationship, and there is strength in that joint action. So we support and will continue to support coordination with partners in the energy space and the expansion of that cooperation beyond the energy space. But I think that there's real domestic and global challenges ahead of us.
Well, you touched a very critical point at this moment, actually speaking about, political and social cohesion, in our democracies, as a result of all this happenings, in energy, inflation, and all this, Anyway, I want to move to the green transition, actually. Climate change is here. Well, actually, we felt it here in Greece, the last summer with all these wildfires and flooding. And there are certain goals set regarding, the carbon emissions. Do you think the pace towards, green transition will slow down due to the developments in the geopolitics and in inflation as well?
I think we're hearing a lot of concern about that. And I think that concern comes down to the fact of, can we fund the pace of transition that we will really need in order to meet our climate goals? And are we seeing funding fatigue? Both, sort of real and emotional, particularly in Europe. And we do have questions about whether Europe can continue to put funds towards the types of programs that it has pursued over the last 5 years. So in response, I think we would say that any conversation on the future of energy has to be underpinned by energy security and a viable, realistic, durable clean energy mix. I think we ultimately have to take the carrot approach and encourage companies to invest in emission reduction technologies that have real market opportunity and that have real opportunity to be scaled up domestically and globally. I think states and countries will have to be reasoned and reasonable in creating the right energy mix of renewables, gas, nuclear, and technologies that offset emissions, including carbon capture. And I think when companies consider across sectors whether and where to invest, and that investment continues to grow year by year between the United States and Europe, a domestic environment that seriously considers the lasting availability, security, and affordability of energy supply will be critical in weighing those decisions. The last thing that I will say is there are some tangible, concrete steps that we can take in both the United States and Europe that can have a real impact, and that is permitting reform. We will need it in order to capitalize on the investments that have been announced. Again, I think Europe might be moving a little bit ahead of the United States in this regard. Here, permitting reform is our number one domestic energy issue, and certainly the number one domestic energy issue for the chamber. It's estimated that 80% of the reductions that are in emissions that could result from the IRA won't occur unless and until true permitting reform is enacted, particularly in the wind and solar. So, I think we need to think sort of comprehensively and globally about how do we meet some of these challenges and what solutions we can look for both at home and what solutions we can look for with our partners abroad.
Yes, thank you. By the way, I guess the U.S. Chamber will be present at the COP28, correct?
Yes, we will be present at COP28. We're leading a large team to COP28. And as always, we hope to see that sort of dual commitment from states. One, recognizing what type of an energy mix we really need in order to drive long-term sustainability and climate goals. And two, looking for sort of real and concrete action. And I think that there's a lot further that we can go in delivering tangible goals and tangible objectives that both governments and the private sector can work towards to meet.
Well, Ivana, thank you very much for joining us. Apologies for some delay that we had. Again, thank you, and we look forward to see you live in one of our next events. Okay.
I certainly hope so. Thank you so much, and thank you to everybody.
Thank you. Νομίζω ότι εδώ κλείνουμε ένα μαραθώνιο συνεδρίου. Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ όσοι αντέξατε μέχρι τώρα. Νομίζω τα θέματα που θίξαμε ήταν πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέροντα. Σίγουρα κάποια από αυτά χρήζουν μεγαλύτερης συζήτησης, αλλά νομίζω τα καταφέραμε και κάναμε το 7ο ενεργειακό συνέδριο, το Southeast Europe Energy Forum, παρόλο τις αντικσοότητες και όλα αυτά. Οπότε σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, εκ μέρους της ΧΑΕ, εκ μέρους της Αμερικανικής Πρεσβείας που είναι συνεργάτης μας και φυσικά των στρατηγικών συνεργατών μας του US Chamber of Commerce και του Atlantic Council. Σας ευχαριστούμε όλους και στο επόμενο που λέμε. Εντάξει, να είστε καλά. Καλό βράδυ.